Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5 as we are live from the UMG studio here in the greater St. Louis area. Of course, it's myself, Lennon Lano Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. I was actually thinking, guys, in the pre-show, we were talking a little bit about a few things, and I was thinking in my head, like, wow, we are already in week number 5. I feel like just the other day it was like, oh my gosh, Friday Fortnite's coming back. It's here in 2019, and it's crazy to think that we are literally, this starts our 5th week of action.
Always good to be back for another week of some Fortnite action. Always good to have you, 9, as well. This is now your second time, I believe, casting some Fortnite, and it's going to be a good day.
It is going to be a good day. I know that we've got a lot of exciting players and teams here today, and I'm mostly excited to get to share this time with you guys. You guys have taken such good care of me, and as I continue to learn, I just want to thank you all for your continued generosity as we get things started.
Wow, what a nice fellow that 9 is.
It's a good start.
He really is. He has a great vocabulary. He's very kind. What a nice guy. We love 9 here at the studio. But let's go and talk about our format for this week. And if you are a consistent person who watches these broadcasts, you know, it remains the same. I'll go through it regardless, though. Double elimination tournament, obviously 2v2 in normal squad lobbies. Teams will earn 1 point per their eliminations. The team with the most points after 2 games will win the series and advance in the bracket. If both teams are tied after 2 games, overtime will be played until a winner is decided. If at any point throughout the broadcast you forget one of those rules, hey, no problem. You can feel free to use the exclamation point rules in chat for the full list. Now, without further ado, let's go ahead and pop up our bracket here for week number 5, taking a look throughout all of these star-studded winners round 1 games. Any matches for you guys that stick off the page, and in terms of the way that we've watched, you know, prior matchups kind of develop over the last few weeks? Any teams that you're looking out for in specifics? Taylor, how about you first?
Well, I got 2 that I'm looking at. We got Mongraal Mitro playing off against Spastic and Nice1nico. Those are going to be the qualifier team.
Yeah.
You always got to watch out for them, right? They're hungry for the victory, but Mongraal Mitro, one of the most consistent teams and aggressive teams in our tournament. The winners of week 3, you got to be on the lookout for them. But of course, Aydan Innocents, the winners from last week, coming back at it again, playing against another, and I'm going to call, you know, typical Gamer and Thieves, one of the most consistent teams. 3rd place back to back. Very slow, but very, you know, good at what they do. It's going to be a tough matchup, but 9, who are you looking at?
Well, you took one of them right there, typical Gamer and Thieves. It's funny, both of the teams that I'm looking at today are locked in incredible round 1 matches. Like you said there, Aydan Innocents, we got 1st and 3rd place from last week battling in round 1. But take a look, Kamo Issa, the team that I picked a couple weeks ago, another remarkably consistent team, a mainstay in top 5, are up against Dubs and Megga, the team that got 2nd place. And both of those teams are so aggressive, so fun to watch, the way that they can slay out and move throughout the map. That's going to be a great one as well. So those are my teams to take a look at here. But like you said, up and down here, all sorts of great teams. And how about you, Landon? You got any that you're looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at, you know, the what is that, 6th match from the top. We've got Nickmercs and Sypher. Definitely one team that you have to look out for any of those people who have been watching Friday Fortnite since the early days.
Yeah.
This is the first ever Friday Fortnite championship duo. They won back in week number 1, 2018 on May 11th. It's been some time. I think this might be one of the first tournaments ever that kind of since that run. I know they had a few after that, but this is kind of like one of the first times we've seen them reunite since then, and I'm really excited to see what they do. Like we said, we obviously talk about Sypher, his recent run with HD. They've been playing fantastic. Obviously, HD now playing with replays. Nickmercs has been having a few rough stints, but he ended up placing, what was that, like 2nd just a few weeks ago. So these guys together could be a very, very dominant team, as they shown in their very first time ever back in week 1 of 2018.
And I was also looking at the FaZe boys, Nate Hill and Funk, coming back, playing once again in Friday Fortnite, but their first matchup is going to be a tough one. Gotaga Airwaks, we know they've reached 2nd place before in previous tournaments. Airwaks, you know, of course, a dual qualifier himself in one of the weeks of the World Cup, or it's going to be a World Cup match overall. And I'm excited to see Nate Hill and Funk back, and I don't think they're going to have a chance to run into Sway, which is a good thing. That's who ended their tournament life last time they played. So I think they're going to have a good run, but the second round, if they do in fact move forward, is going to be Akademiks and Assault versus them. That's going to be a solid matchup with a lot of eliminations.
And speaking of the top side, one team that we obviously have to bring up, JuJu is in our tournament. JuJu Smith-Schuster, obviously for those who do watch the NFL, everyone knows he's a wide receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Big gamer, avid streamer, plays with some big names. I think he's even sponsored by HyperX. Has a history kind of playing Call of Duty and Fortnite. I will say, well, I am obviously a big fan of JuJu Smith-Schuster. He is in the same conference as my Browns are, so there is a little bit of an internal rivalry. I am rooting him on because obviously who JuJu is. He's obviously a fantastic guy, but to no avail my internal kind of my body is telling me no. Essentially, is what I'm trying to say.
Is it a rivalry if it's one-sided?
It's true. It is true.
Legitimate questions.
I mean, I'll say it is now a rivalry. Coming into last year, it was supposed to be a rivalry. This year, it is. This is the year. I'm saying it. That's what everyone has been saying for the longest time.
Glad I'm in the middle of you two, because I don't know if this is going to get heated with some sports talk between you guys.
Oh, no, we're good.
I'm going to break it up.
We're good.
I'm going to break it up.
We're fine. Hey, man. My
0-16.
Browns, we're sitting a lot better now.
0-16.
It's true. It is true. I'm totally I'm fine with it. It happened. It's in the past, but the past is the past.
But you're a true supporter.
Time to focus on the future. I am. I did not just recently decide to go ahead and get, on the hype train, but from trains, vehicles, all those things. Let's hop in the battle bus, why don't we? Let's go and talk about our first round game. We've got Dr. Disrespect and newly added to 100 Thieves, Arkhram, facing off against Luminosity's own Kiwiz and Formula. Now, we've got to watch these guys play once, actually, in the past. I think it was week 2 that they ended up joining forces. Had a few good moments, but still to no avail. It's awesome to see the progression that Arkhram has made as a player. I think he's qualified multiple times on the NA West for the Fortnite World Cup, which we know is very difficult to do considering the slim amount of spots that do come from that area. But I'm very excited to see this young guy start to dominate for the 100 Thieves brand now.
I am too. You can't lose if you join 100 Thieves, man. 100 Thieves is killing it whenever it comes to branding, not only their clothing, but organization as well. They treat their players right, and you love to see what they're doing. But, yeah, him getting added on that. Dr. Disrespect being a catalyst. Potentially we saw him pick up the flip phone, add him on there, call Nate shot in the heat of the moment.
When the doc calls, you answer.
You have to answer.
You have to. There's no way.
You deny
you
it.
see that caller ID, and you're like, I'm absolutely answering this call. I'm answering as soon as I possibly can.
Can't miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Anytime, like you said, doc calls, you got to answer. But already fighting it out is going to be Arkhram, and he's going to be out of bullets. Only down to 2 for the silenced pistol. And, it's going to be a bad thing that he's going to be pushing into bunker potentially. There's going to be players already in there. The loot's not going to be found because everybody else has already found it. So this is going to be a tough situation. But luckily, he's got the 2-times champ to back him up and get a knock himself. He's out of bullets. He's got to go for this thirst to get some weapons. But if he makes it out of this, hey, there's a reason why he's on 100 Thieves, right?
For sure. Yeah. Oh, and speaking of rough starts there, 2-times champion there, Doc, going to have to wait around a little bit. And waiting with a teammate that doesn't have a lot of ammo, as you were saying there, Taylor, does make for a pretty rough opening. And to compound that, I believe that this is also where Kiwi and Formulas dropped as well. They were all in the same general area, too. So we talk so often about losing momentum at the beginning of a game, and we're already starting to see it all this time right here. They know there's not going to be many players. Their opponents will have taken them out. I think they're going to have to split away from this and start that rotation maybe a little earlier than they were looking for.
That's for sure, right? It's not going to be the easy situations, maybe even LG. We've seen this strategy in the past. You know what? You have a team next to you. Don't even try to go for the eliminations, right? Allow for them to struggle. Allow for them to kind of have those troubleshoots, if you will, and just kind of move forward, act as if that's not even occurring. But now with Doc back up, the 2-time champion, playing Apex yesterday, now back on Fortnite. It's got Arkhram leading the way, trying to play some support from the back lines, but there goes Arkhram, and now it's up to Dr. D coming down from the structures, still manages to make that one-shot land, the one that mattered the most, up to 3 eliminations in total. And that's what you'll love to see from the 2-time champion. He's used to moments like that.
Oh, yeah. He's pumped. I'm pumped. It's looking good. He only has 7 shots. That's all he needs. Hey, that AK has a ton of bloom, but, man, it didn't have any whenever he was shooting it. Even from hip fire, imagine that. Killing the game, keeping the team alive. First Arkhram drops, or excuse me, Dr. Disrespect drops. Arkhram, he gets his back. Arkhram drops, Dr. Disrespect is there. It's a duo. It's made in heaven.
It is, and take a look at the elim numbers here. We were saying earlier that we thought that Kiwiz and Formula were going to be the ones that got the elims there. I think they opted to gear up just a little bit more as we take a look back here in the past. Of course, we're talking about single-digit bullets that the other side has. They have much more to work with than that. So they're going to move out a little bit early here. And what do you think about that as a strategy? Going in, getting geared up, maybe leaving some of the picks to the opponent, but instead going out knowing that you have better equipment to move and start that rotation.
Well, it's all about playing your opponent, right, Nine? You got to, kind of gauge. Is my opponents, are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to go full send into Neo, Mega Mall, maybe even to Dusty or Salty, like we saw Arkhram as well as the Dr. Disrespect do? Or are they going to take it a little bit more passive? Well, in this case, it works out for Kiwiz and Formula because they're only going to be down 4 and they're going to have a couple of engagements in front of them. But if you're playing against teams such as Dubs and Megga, Mongraal, Mitro, where they're going to be starting off hot and heavy, coming out with potentially, 5 to 10 eliminations and then maybe could end with 20+ eliminations, you have to start off hot and be confident in your play style. But in this case, it worked out, but it's not going to work out for every team.
Formula coming from the top side. Lovely stuff. It's about this rotation. Was it worth it? Regardless, we definitely think it is now, if no one else did previously, as they head into the divot, and a quick 3 found there from Mr. Formula, right? Representing the side of Luminosity. These guys are always fun to watch, and to see their kind of progression over time has been fantastic. I know last week they didn't really have the greatest placement. Obviously top 32, one that you'd like to ignore, one that you'd maybe not like to focus on for future weeks. But I think I saw actually a tweet that came in from Kiwiz saying, you know what, last week's mistakes aren't about to happen for this week. We're changing things up. We're feeling confident. And clearly, based off of that rotation and off of that initial inside Dusty Divot, that's got to give him a little bit of confidence, you know, knowing that we just took down a squad. We're kind of easily back in this game. And we were talking, you know, a fantastic start for Dr. D and Arkhram off the initial in Salty Springs. Kiwiz and Formula, now they're only down by 1.
And I think that on one side you saw Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram make the best of a bad situation, and on the other side you saw a game plan be executed well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting to see 2 teams dropping in the same general area and how different that engagement can go. And again, like you said, now we're almost even again, 3 on one side, 4 on the other. And that's just one of the fun things about VRs, right? This is what happens. You get 2 different ways that it goes at the start. Now we're starting to see the rotations come out of Doc and Arkhram. You see up in the slipstream, on the other side flying in the air themselves. So a little aerial duel going on right now as they look for their next targets, and I think we found some already.
Absolutely. Already mowing one player down, another just below the brick stairs, as he knows he's going to be down there trying to find an angle. He doesn't want to get up close because he knows he can be within 1 pump range, but nice job coming through. That's only a knock. More players are going to be around, but I'm liking the rotation, right? From Dusty over to Loot's pretty standard. I would say from Salty to Fatal, pretty standard as well. I'm kind of curious where they're going to rotate from here, because that's where it's going to make things interesting. There's still plenty of engagements to be had. There's 34 total, so a lot of work still to be done from both sides.
Definitely is. LG firing a few. Looking to try to grab that high ground advantage. Looks as if the cone's placed down. Great play coming in from Kiwiz. I think he even placed down his own cone just to make sure that no one could place it in front of him, make sure he always had ownership of those structures, of those walls. And I think one unfortunate opponent just took quite a bit of fall damage. Locked in a box in a 1-by-1, and Kiwiz looking to do some structural damage. Warning to get inside. It looks as if he will have his opportunity. However, the enemy decides to make his way through and takes down his teammate and brings Kiwiz down to a mere 14 HP. While we obviously call them randoms, that was not a random-like play. That was fantastic. Unfortunately, while that opponent does end up dropping, that does allow for LG to stay alive. But taking down one player and bringing the other one down to 14 HP, that's pretty impressive.
Talk about making the best of a bad situation. I think our rando of the day was able to do that right there. Very nice, as you said, not a random light play. And it's going to slow them down, but you see they've already got a pretty solid build here. They're able to recover ever so slightly as we see 6-4, so no elims coming in from Doc and Arkhram after that really nice engagement. And now Kiwiz goes down again. This is some big damage here. You're going to try to stay just out of reach, and can the clutch happen? A very nice elim, and just not there in time.
Oh, no.
But, I mean, you know, not the worst situations, though, Landon. There is going to be a respawn van just to his right.
I'm just worried he's low on HP. That was my biggest thing. Like, I totally get that.
Oh, no, and he's down to 6. He's getting lasered out of the air.
I think we actually hear builds coming in from somewhere else.
We do.
I'll try, dog.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough spot. He's only going to get about 60 health from this. Well, 50, right? So he'll be up to about 60, 62. And it's still going to be a tough situation with players pushing him. Plus, he's got his back to the storm, so depending on how long this fight takes, as the drum gun is going to be firing in shots. Player up top as well and below. Still manages to stay alive for the time being, and I got to say, you love the tenacity of this player, as unfortunately he can't build in that situation. He's too close to the mountain, and he just drops, and they're going to dance on him. Come on, what are you doing? TTV, by the way.
So that is the definition of that fight, how it goes down. You literally have someone do that. It's like, oh, okay, it's TTV. We know exactly what that means. We know who's on the other side of that. But unfortunate for those guys to fall. We were kind of giving a lot of credit in terms of the early game right in Salty Springs. They make the rotation, you know, remaining kind of somewhat unscathed throughout their first fight. However, they start to get into a few engagements. We see one fall, then we see obviously the revive come through, and then both of them end up getting taken down. That's a big moment, right? If you are Arkhram and the two-time champion, as his gamer tag suggests, Doc, right? This is a fantastic moment for them to kind of quickly get back in the gameplay for themselves. They had a rough start in Salty Springs. Definitely it's kind of halted them a little bit, but I'm curious if that could change up as time kind of goes on. And one thing that I do notice, actually, in terms of the Doc's inventory, and the first time we may see it today, that airstrike. Let's talk about it a little bit because, Taylor, I know that for the most part we've been kind of highlighting this, talking in the pregame quite a bit about this weapon. What's your interpretation about it? Is it really that viable in terms of this kind of format, the kill racing?
No, I don't think it's going to make a difference whenever it comes to our formats, elimination-based, right? You're not going to run into too many Turtle Wars. It might pose for some cool moments, maybe, you know, kind of force a rotation out. I don't think it forces a rotation so much as Stinks do, right? Because Stinks is right away, you have to rotate. You know, you stay there, you're constantly getting, you know, 5 damage ticked away. I think it is going to have a purpose, especially in the World Cup. I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to work out, especially because of how high it spawns up, and it just rains down 20 missiles, 75 damage to players, 200 damage to structures. It's going to be impactful, but maybe an unpopular opinion, and I don't know how you guys in the chat feel about it, but I honestly don't think it's going to make that big of a difference. I don't think it's that crazy of a weapon. Whenever I first saw it, I was freaking out. I was like, oh, come on, are you serious? Like, right before the World Cup, we're adding this? But to be honest with you, after using it, after seeing it be used, it's not as crazy as everyone thought it was. A lot of those clips we saw where it was going insane was, you know, like Courage and a couple of others using it in Playground and Creative, where they were using 50 at a time.
Yeah.
Right? 1 or 2 of them isn't going to make too crazy of a difference.
We'll see how it starts to play out. Like we talked about, the inventory slots could be utilized here soon. Arkhram as well having those somewhat new chug splashes. Those could be influential here soon. This fight's still breaking down. 2-time champion trying to do some work up top. Actually gets brought down to more of the low ground situation where unfortunately he takes quite a bit of HP loss. Has the Storm Flip, has a few items in his inventory, but also does have the resources that can manage to get him out of this sticky situation. The problem is, though, he's being chased. He's being hunted right now. And can he make it out alive? That's the big question at the moment. Trying to join alongside the Chandeliers. Ultra careful. First one comes through, but I believe that was the pump. I think that might have hit him at the end, maybe even the combat. I couldn't even tell. Regardless, though, the shotty will end Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram when it comes down to this first game. But it was kind of a very back-and-forth duel that we saw throughout this one, right? Obviously, in terms of the replays that we're looking at here for our first game, our first match, our first landing location was in Salty Springs. In terms of the boys from LG, they made the quick rotation over to Dusty Divot, start to see a little bit more success. But as those rotations started to continue into Loot Lake, that's when they started to fall. That's when they started to kind of receive a little bit of the negatives as they rather kind of dove a little bit farther in terms of this game. Same thing kind of happens for Arkhram and Dr. Disrespect. I feel like both teams going to have the opportunity to really seize a very big chance in front of them. And while some bit of it was accomplished, it wasn't as much as maybe we'd like to see in comparison to at least the later rounds.
Yeah, and I think that the scores are going to reflect that, as you were saying here. Just a rough start for both of them. One not getting the early elims and one getting the early elims but not really getting geared up.
Yeah.
Makes the rotation a little bit more difficult, but this is why there is the double-edged sword to rotating to these popular spots. That's where the players will be. But also that means that's where the players will be. And some of them will fight back. They are not just prey sitting out there waiting to be taken down. They do fight back sometimes, and that's why sometimes it is just about getting the high ground. It's about making the rotation at the right time, and sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
That's for sure. I mean, Taylor, from what you saw in terms of the rotations, things that we were looking at, anything you'd like to see kind of toned up a little bit? Because like I said, I mean, as we were mentioning it myself and Nine, it was like a matter of, it's important to go toward where the players are.
Sure.
But like you said, it's where the players are. Like you have to be very kind of aware of those situations, and I feel like both teams just kind of got caught off guard. From what your interpretation was, from what you saw, was it just a matter of, it was just the team, or was it maybe a lack of a game plan, essentially?
No, I think the game plan was okay, to be honest with you. I mean, I was kind of curious where they're going to rotate out of Fatal, because that's a big rotation that you have to make, and it kind of sets the precedence for late game, especially when you go from Salty over towards Fatal. The fact that we saw Dr. Disrespect and Arkhram do as well as they did, despite getting dropped multiple times in Salty, I applaud them for keeping the score as close as they did. But I got to say, for Kiwiz and Formula, they did get pretty lucky because, like we said, they started off getting mats, getting, kind of kitted up. They didn't have the highest score, but they still come into game 2, I do believe, with at least a lead or at least close to that. So I got to say, still a very competitive match, but Dr. Disrespect, Arkhram, they have to clean up the beginning. And where are we going, Landon?
Pleasant Park. Now, I will say I'm going to be somewhat of the, the advocate here. I'll kind of play that card. We have seen teams start to have a lot more success here recently. Now, am I saying that that's, the best call for them to make? Absolutely not. No, I think with this game being as close as it is, a place like Pleasant Park, which has the name, it maybe tempts you a little bit to think otherwise, but it's just not the greatest location for whatever reason in terms of maybe the way the ground combat works, the way the middle is so emphasized, and also the structures on the outskirts. Pleasant Park, normally for a lot of our teams, happens to be their final resting place. It's almost like going toward Tilted in terms of your return rate. It doesn't really work out all that often. It can, and it has from time to time. It even has a little bit for the last few weeks, so I'll give them that credit. But my worry is still there, right? My worry is still there for other teams that are around this area. And if they were to survive, depending on how many players are here, let's say they sweep up Pleasant Park, where you're rotating to. We talk about there are, you know, the opportunity to go for, you know, a few rifts even near the Durburger. There are a few opportunities to kind of make a rotation, but for the most part, it's kind of barren, right? You have to really do a little bit of running. You have to do some jaunting to get over toward different locations, and I'm just a little bit worried when it comes down to this spot based off the way that we even saw their early game struggle in the last match.
And I just don't like that you don't get as many mats. I don't like the engagements that you get in here. You know, you open yourself up to plenty of 3Ps because of just the layout of the land. I think for a World Cup location, it's not a bad drop.
Oh, yeah, it's
but
totally different.
You know, in elimination base, though, I'm just not a fan of it.
And it hasn't worked, like you'd said, in the last few weeks. It seems like every time we see a team go here in a late game situation or late in the tournament, it just never quite works out for them. But again, we've talked about it. It's a comfort pick. They see something there that they like. They want to go there. And it does open up a rotation to Neo Tilted if they want to head there. Maybe they want to let the initial fighting go on there and then come when they've been fully geared up. And to be fair, given how scary the beginning of the game was for them last time, I can't really blame them for trying something drastically different.
Yeah, sometimes, right, you just got to pull out a random blueprint. You got to pull out a random strategy and just hope that it happens to stick. And I do see a few structures off the distance, even a baller that seems to be in use, and I think that may strike Dr. Disrespect's interest. And it looks as if he's ready for the shot. Pistol in hand.
Nice shot.
66 crit done to the opponent. I think that one was picked up by Arkhram, so only a knock, which means that there are still more players around the surrounding area trying to get some of those resources you talked about, Taylor. Not the easiest thing when it comes in a Pleasant Park, but tossing out those stink bombs, coming full circle. The conversation we've discussed in terms of which inventory spot is kind of more successful between that and the recent items added to the game. I think the stink bomb still reigns supreme. And it looks as if they've taken over this fort, and a few of this player's teammates have decided to vacate the area. Maybe not the most positive comms coming in for this particular side, but another knock comes through, as that is going to be the two-time champion who cleans that one up. Still more players that are around Pleasant, but to no avail. Pretty good strategy so far, I'll be honest. I'm very impressed by the way that they've kind of dived into a few of these fights and haven't really seen all that much adversity.
No, I think they handled that one remarkably well. You had Doc on the ground throwing the bombs around, got the eyes coming that way. Meanwhile, Arkhram moves around the backside, takes the high ground. That's, I dare say, that's textbook.
I'd say the only thing they can improve on, Doc, don't throw out all your stinks. Don't lay all your cards out on the line in one go, right? Because they don't stack. Use them strategically. Force a rotation with those stinks, right? Instead of throwing them all out. I see too many players do that. They just throw all their stinks out in one go. No, one does just as much as three in the same location. Save them and use them to force a rotation.
Formula LG looking to do some work over toward Dusty Divot. They're not exactly ecstatic about the foliage, and there's a reason for that. One of those dastardly soccer players trying to make a particular play, and I think that might even be the revolver that's making Formula be put in an awkward situation. Trying to go for a few of the quick edits, and thankfully is going to escape for now, but player toward the high ground decides to go and utilize the Shadow Bomb, but can he get out of the area? Can he escape? He's stuck! He is stuck between a tree and a hard place, and it looks as if right now Kiwiz has to do a lot of work while his teammate is currently in the midst of struggles.
It'll be a tough situation to get out of. You know, trees always make fights awkward, and that's kind of where it started going wrong. Formula very weak in the situation. Hopefully Kiwiz going to be able to come through big, up close and personal, but Formula does drop. Kiwiz, he's going to be out of mats. Luckily, he's going for this Elim down below, and he gets it. Some much-needed mats. Actually, he only gets one build out of all of those. He goes ahead and places the floor. Luckily, Formula doesn't lose his life. No reason to head up to the respawn van. They can just continue from where they are. Bandages in hand. They got lucky there.
Yeah, you saw the laugh right there. That's just like, How about that, right? Yeah, we did just enough right there. But we've seen that so often when someone goes down and then just with a few mats left, building and exactly the right time to do so. Making that that ceiling there at the beginning, I thought was really, really clever again. They didn't know if someone else was around there. Maybe they heard something. As we see, not exactly where that bomb was intended, I'm certain. But we see on the other side, they need to keep pace. Remember, this team, despite everything that has happened rough on the other side, they still are trying to catch up. And now we're just seeing a whole bunch of stuff. Taylor's laughing.
Yeah.
Pandemonium.
I just love this guy just uses every single shockwave grenade in his inventory. Yeah, enough to get away, apparently. He was trying to make some Reddit clips. Unfortunately, he was missing every single shot and just getting lasered in return. And that's a tough situation. With Dr. Disrespect being down, though, Arkhram has to go big. And he is doing just that. A nice shot through the edit. I think there's a couple more around, Landon.
But how similar is this to what we just saw from LG? These teams were pretty much identical when it came down to the first game. We saw Clutch came through from Kiwiz. Can we see it come through from Arkhram? Newly added to 100 Thieves. Desperately trying to pick up the man who picked up the phone and got him the spot. See what he can try to make happen. And nice play coming through from Arkhram, dropping down another player. And he's going to get there just in the right amount of time to pick up Doc. So clutch play and one that allows for Doc to live on, not having to utilize those reboot vans, of which we've seen that kind of plague quite a few of our teams in the past. So good stuff coming in from either side. All 4 players up and still 35 eliminations to find.
That was a phenomenal fight from Arkhram. Good situation. He knew exactly which builds were his. And because of that, he uses the Stink to force to rotate out exactly what you're supposed to do, right? Use it as a momentum item, use it as a mobility item, at least for forcing your opponents out. He did that, comes through, edits through, catches opponent off guard using the splash chugs, ends up taking him out, saving Dr. Disrespect, and also getting him up to just close to 200 health. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. About the best you could hope for in that situation. And, you know, 6 elims you see right up there is actually going to flip the script right there. 7-4 to 4-7. That does equal 11 on both sides here. And, again, both of these teams have had to have really big plays early on to even stay in this game right now.
Yeah.
We saw it with Kiwiz on one side and Arkhram on the other. And it seems like, again, every time that there's a close game, somebody has to make the big play. This time both teams decided to do it. So, you don't want to go into the losers bracket this early on as we take a look back here at the other team. Going straight up. I love the aggressive play. Will it pay off? Okay. Some nice builds there. Opting to retreat. I agree with that, too. Had already taken some damage. Coming back down here. Trying to set up a 2v1. It looks like holding this position for the time being and allowing it for the teammate to get up there and make the assist. We'll see right now. Waiting in the moment. Like a trapdoor spider even.
Well, this one was below. Okay, that player's knocked. I was going to say, I thought there was a really good moment that Kiwiz his passive play may work out. Catching a few players just off. Having no cover whatsoever. That's a good moment for Kiwiz in Formula. Back against the Storm. A lot of work still to do, and that timer continues to tick. In the back of their heads, everyone knows, right? If you played a game of Fortnite, you're aware that Storm constantly is behind you and actually utilizes the Shadow Bomb just to quickly grab a little bit more of that loot, wanting to get out of the situation, and based off of the fact that he's using this just to pretty much get to loot quicker, shows their realization and their urgency to try to get away from that Storm as quickly as they can, because you never know, right? There could be a few people just hiding out, waiting, trying to 3P, utilizing the Storm as an assistance, but looks as if right now LG will live to see another day, and now the question remains right now, Dr. Disrespect, not the greatest situation when it comes down to his health. Shields are all good, but that quickly could change, and just like that, a sniper comes through 39 meters away, taking down the Doc, and now it all comes down to Arkhram again.
Tough situation to be in. Good builds to kind of keep his opponent at bay. Tried to go for the tricky floor edit to find him down below as the opponent pushes. Good edits all around. Very good awareness as to where his builds are versus his opponents. And that's going to be a knock. Knowing there's another player just down below, as the urgency to get Dr. Disrespect card is going to be weighing in the back of his mind. You can't win a game without Dr. D, and there's going to be another knock. He goes for the finish. He needs some mats. He also needs the loot that he can try and get. As Dr. Disrespect with the encouragement in the back. Get rid of him! It's exactly what he's doing. I think there's one player left, and he's probably going to be located just down below. I think Arkhram has a good understanding as to where he is, and there he is. Found him. Going in to try and overtake the wall. Once he gets that, that opponent is done for.
Ooh. A nice play, actually, from the opponent, right? Try to put up that quick wall to change up his situation, change up his shot. And while Arkhram does take at least one down, now it's time for the build fight. This is where this guy can really start to succeed quite a bit. There's a reason why he's looked upon as one of the best players in the West Coast and taking down players in the process. Lovely plays coming through from Arkhram as yet again manages to grab Dr. Disrespect. However, this time in card form, so has to go for the reboot, but that will cause a little bit of a delay. And now this is the opportunity, right, for LG in the midst of this kind of situation going down, in the midst of them having to slow up a little bit, because obviously we do see a good play coming through from Arkhram in which he takes down 3-4 players, but this is their chance to kind of get brought back. In the midst of a slow play, this is a chance for LG, and I think Formula's given the clear call out that they are in a fantastic situation. This could be the make or break spot for them, as Arkhram has picked back up Dr. D, but LG, they've got a plan, and they're moving forward.
Opting to give the high ground, very interesting, trying to get into a bit of a build war right here and take this position. And there are a lot of people here. That call out was that there were plenty of people. And we'll see here, opting to use some remnants of a previous build. We'll see here again.
Yo, there's a lot
it looks like, again, Dr. Disrespect down, but
respawn,
all right off the respawn. But right now, all eyes on the screen right here as we do get a nice little perspective there of Arkhram trying to continue to make this work despite being in a bad situation. But now that they've given up the high ground, I'm almost a little bit worried for Kiwiz and Formula here. It seems like they're continuing to rush in and try to make this fight happen, but I think they've lost sight of their opponents.
I definitely think they did, and I'm kind of curious as to where they went. Meanwhile, you see the elimination feed lighting up. Arkhram in another fight over at Dusty, very fruitful, and that's going to be one just before this. He'll go for the full elim. So it looks like he kind of wants to drop him down. I think this player is located just down below him, potentially. I was thinking, or he's maybe even just trying to get that floor. And yeah, that opponent's going to be trying to build up. He's quickly going to try and overtake that high ground, which he's going to be successful in doing. Shot fired, not able to connect, but you see how quick his movements are, and instantly has that high ground, forcing his opponents to drop down and reset. As now we're locked in a 1-by-1, and how many situations do we see this get brought up, right? Player stuck in a 1-by-1, walk taken, edit comes through, and then a nice shot. And Arkhram misses a couple of them, gets taken down to just 65 health. It's going to be a tough situation. Hopefully he can get out, but he's going to be safe for at least the time being, Landon.
Yeah, places down the cozy campfire, does have the minis to utilize, so good situation if you're Arkhram. You're now focused. Your main focus isn't even on trying to pick up Dr. Disrespect anymore. It's just really just a matter of continuing on the game, moving forward. He can do this, but still has some work to be done. Player notice down toward the low ground. Here comes Arkhram, waterfalling his way toward the top side of his enemy's builds, and here's the opportunity. Here's the moment. There's going to be one capture just from the side, making the quick little side flank, and unfortunately that player puts down the ramp, decides to go and put down the trap, and wants to try to make him dance a little bit. Is it going to work out for Arkhram? Players trying to come from the top side as well. Will they be successful? The question remains, Arkhram still holding on to this high ground, a lot of times being wasted, but at the same time, he's doing what exactly he needs to engage, to try to take down opponents that LG are currently having an issue finding. But just as I mentioned, LG, here they come. They want to steal these eliminations. All the work that Arkhram has put in, they want to try and make it go their way. And where is this player gone toward? Where is he located? Arkhram may hear the footsteps, but here comes the engagement toward the top side. This may work out for Arkhram, but continuous builds are being placed. This is continually not looking the greatest situations for Arkhram, and here's his chance, and does get the final elimination onto one. And I believe at the same time, Formula just took down another player, which means that there could be another squad around this area. There could at least be a few more players around this situation.
Look at that monstrosity of a building that was up there.
It's just down to 3 health, 9. It's going to be a deadly situation. He goes down. There's no point to go for a res, especially with there only being 3 total engagements left, and you know exactly where they are. So I thought I heard a player drop. Arkhram does come through. He gets another elimination, as now we're going to see Formula is going to be rotating out, trying to find some meds if he potentially can. That storm's going to be hitting hard. You can't afford to stay in a fight here. Dropping down just on a player. It's going to be a fight to see who's going to get it. Kiwiz. He's going to get that knock, plus the full elim should come through, or at least the storm's going to get it. And I think that brings us down to just one player and a 1-by-1 in the storm. All it takes is one bullet on this player, and you are going to get the damage needed, especially if the storm is able to finish him off, and that is going to be Kiwiz who gets it in the end.
I love the decision right there to just run back into the storm, say, you know what, I cannot let Arkhram get this. No matter what happens, I have to get this. We will see the scores. Arkhram put in major work that game, and I'm not sure that they did enough to hold off Arkhram.
Yeah, that was, I know at the very end we were noticing Kiwiz was saying, wait, we tied. No, we're up by 1. Wait, we tied. No, we're up by 1. It's going to be very close, and I'm excited to see the scoring as well. And obviously, like we talked about, it was a very neck-and-neck game all throughout this one in terms of the way the teams played. And oh my gosh, it is going to be a 1 elim victory coming in from the boys on LG, taking down a dastardly duo and Dr. Disrespect and 100 Thieves' own Arkhram. So a solid win coming in from these guys. But we talk about at the end, which I know we'll get to that point at the end of these highlights, but it was a matter of Kiwiz coming through clutch, taking down those final few players out of the storm.
Sure.
But we've got to give props. Right? The MVP of this match, despite being on the losing side, I feel like has to be Arkhram. He put up an amazing amount of eliminations. I think he was up to like maybe at least 12 out of their 14, maybe even 13 at the end, depending on how many eliminations he was able to find. But still, he was putting on a fantastic performance constantly, and no offense to Doc, but constantly picking him up, trying to carry him along a little bit, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think Arkhram made a lot of great moves. We saw him making some great mechanical plays. I think, being very cognizant as to which builds were his, allowed him to come through, get some nice edits, get some elims, and in the end, it just ended up being an elimination race, right? And Kiwi ended up being on top of it and finding those pumps. But even so, them winning by 1, you notice Arkhram in that one last fight, he was still putting some shots on that player.
Yeah.
And Kiwi just so happens to get the last one. Honestly, totally random. It could have went to both of them, and we could have been a tie going into a game 3. Arkhram easily could have won that as well. So I got to say, despite them moving to the losers bracket, still a dominant team to look out for. Because I think, honestly, they can still do well down there.
I think so, too. And when you have a player of Arkham's caliber, and like you said, it really just is almost a coin flip there at the end to be able to push through. I think Doc would tell you those weren't his 2 best games. If he returns to form there and Arkhram continues to do what Arkhram does, then yeah, I think Doc would tell you those. You're smiling at me.
Oh, I was saying, if you were saying, you saying Dr. Disrespect would agree that's not his best form. I don't think.
What are you saying?
I don't think Dr. Disrespect would ever say that he had a bad game, man.
That's true.
Okay.
He's always like,
Good
hey,
save, Taylor. Good save.
I'm the best player in the world.
I mean, hey, he's the 2-time Blockbuster champion for a reason.
He'll
right?
never let it go.
Oh, well, of course not. That's a title that I would hold very near and dear to my heart. Blockbuster serves a very soft spot in my heart for the rest of my life. Well, I mean, there are kids out there who have no idea what going to a Blockbuster's like.
I still have a Blockbuster card, actually.
Do you
card.
really?
I do. It's
That's
in my wallet
fantastic.
right now.
It's in your wallet right now?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. I'm going to have to see. That's a relic. That needs to go
is.
into the Smithsonian.
that does. That definitely does, right? I feel like everything is starting to decrease. I feel like I'm almost about to cry right now
Well,
just thinking about
we
all
still
the...
have video stores here, actually, in Illinois.
We do.
Which blew my mind. What are they called again?
Family Video. is
Family
still-
Video. Yeah, they're like everywhere.
They're,
It's like,
they're attached
Is
to
that-
Marco's Pizza as
Is
well.
that not like a
oh,
thing?
really?
Yeah.
Is
No.
that not a thing anywhere else?
I've lived in like 9 different states. That is not a thing anywhere else.
Really?
I think it's a Midwestern treat.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
gotcha. I rarely leave the Midwest, so that's the reason why
Netflix
I,
all day, baby.
Yeah, Netflix
Why
is
am I
cool.
going to go to a video store and get a DVD?
I don't know, but I love the fact that back in the the early '90s, there were gaming tournaments going down at a Blockbuster. So I'm a big fan of
Blockbusters,
that.
yeah, sure.
But speaking, I was almost going to say of old. I love DrLupo. No offense, Doc, but
Oh.
still going from one Doc to the next. That was the way that I could have transferred that one a little bit better. Over to Mr. Lupo. Obviously, trying to carry on, trying to stay alive right now in his current matchup. I believe facing off against Classify and THump. Excited to see how this one is starting to line out. Decides to utilize the proximity grenade launcher, and to good usage, Lupo from afar. Fantastic work, taking down at least one, as that's now going to be 10 eliminations for him. And toward the end of this game, like we talked about, this one, I believe, is coming down to the wire. Based off communication, everything we can kind of assume for the moment is that this one is pretty tight-knit. Trying to rely on his teammate, but firing in a few of those proximity grenade launchers, trying to destroy more of the structures. Looking to try to grab back high ground as that enemy has decided to go for the rush. Teammate still coming through with a few crucial frags, a few crucial kills. But to no avail, 25 HP, and his teammate is saying, hey, come on down. It's time for the spoils, all for out the loot. And it looks as if thankfully he's going to have a few shields to be better kitted up for these final 3 players.
Nice to see Dr. Lupo back in Friday Fortnite. It's been a while. I know he played in the original Friday Fortnite back in 2018.
It's his first one since
week
9 of 2018.
See, good to have him back. I was wondering when he was going to be joining once again. Solid player, great commentator, great guy in general. Love his streams. Got to be on the lookout for him. But free reign of the map, like you said, 3 players left. And I got to say, I'm very impressed with how well they were able to scale this mountain, because Polar is not an easy place to take over, especially if players are raining shots down below. So they managed to make it up. Now switching back over to his teammate's perspective, Mario, seeing what he's going to be up to, as he is fortunately going to be able to find a drop, slurp in hand. That's going to give DrLupo some much needed health and shields. But where are these final players? And if I had to guess, they're in a tree with a baller.
Could be a fair assumption, I think.
Bold prediction. I like it.
Because if structure's coming through, we'll see.
Hey!
Baller! Oh, there it is.
I know my game. I'm telling you. Hey, in this area, you know, this is where like the ballers kind of spawn up. So I knew these players were playing for World Cup points. They're still trying to qualify, even though the qualifications are over. But luckily, it's going to be easy pickings, as we're going to see some players down below just one shot destroying the ball, and there it is. He's going to get one knock in return and getting pumped up as he's able to secure that, at least for the time being. And potentially Respawn Van was just used, and this could be more eliminations going to their name.
Well, this is a perfect situation if you're Lupo.
He just dropped down below the reboot too.
You hear the communication coming through saying, hey, if they just utilize the reboot, we could be in a pretty good spot. Still utilizing that proximity grenade launcher, which I feel like isn't really that involved in a lot of the matches that we've had, and really since it's been introduced here in Friday Fortnite. It's great to see that it's finally kind of being utilized to what it's supposed to be for, as it looks as if fight's breaking through, and I think that is Mario, a.k.a. the Fortnite Rat, doing some damage. Trying to provide some cover fire for Lupo, who's now here to engage. Coming toward the top side, as there's going to be another one coming through from Mario. Lupo does have the Storm Flip, if need be, and you see him kind of tempting at that idea. Right next to the reboot van, we know that only so many structures can be built in certain proximity to it. And here comes the Boogie Bomb. Great combination. And I think that might have been, oh my gosh, yeah, a fantastic play to utilize the Shockwave Grenade to get out of dodge. Enters in on the total opposite side of where we see the zone being at. That's a good credit to that player, but I think it's only just going to deny what is the inevitable.
Nice shots right here. One sitting back, one moving forward. Zip line there to make it happen. And like you said, just delaying the inevitable ever so slightly. We'll have to see what we can tell you about the scores. You see 13 elims from the Fortnite Rat. That is a fantastic score right there. That's Arkhram level scores from what we saw earlier. So it's always good to come back in at the end of a big game like that. But, you know, Polar Peak looked pretty good right there. I mean, it is hot right now, and it is hot outside.
Hot and humid. Ugh.
It is. So Polar Peak not looking too bad.
Yeah, it's definitely not, right? And in terms of what we kind of saw there from Lupo, it was actually pretty impressive. Like, I wasn't really sure what to expect from these two. I don't think, at least from my knowledge, we've seen them ever play in Friday Fortnite together. And obviously in terms of Lupo and obviously, you know, MarioHTXX, I don't think that they've played, at least in terms of this year, where I was talking about Lupo, you know, kind of bringing it back from 2018. But obviously, like we said, solid performance coming in from both of those players, and I look forward to see what they can do in the winners bracket, as I think that was official confirmation that they have moved on into the next round. But any kind of initial thoughts on what we saw from those boys?
Good, solid stuff. Wish we would have been able to catch at least the first, the beginning of their start. I want to see their landing locations, but a ton of eliminations going their way. I think total of 24 in the second round, 10 and 14, not bad at all. And they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. I agree with that one, that's for sure. But, guys, like we talked about, our first round is nearly through. When we come back after this quick commercial break, it's time to visit the bracket and see who's moving on and who's going down to that loser's bracket. Of course, stay tuned. Friday Fortnite Week 5 continues right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite Week number 5, as we're heading in toward Winners Round 2, as we've got Myth and Deez facing off against Ghost, Kamo, and Issa. Now, to get you guys a little bit up to date, and if you'd like to, you can feel free to use ! bracket in the chat. One thing to kind of point out is that Myth and Deez have, in fact, made it through, obviously, like we talked about, to the next round, but they did so by taking down Mad Rusky and 100 Thieves' own Ceice. Now, on the other side, we talked about Ghost, Kamo, and Issa. We were alluding to them at the very beginning of the broadcast, talking about how they've been a consistent team who's always up there in the conversation. You can never really count them out, that's for sure. And it looks as if they just took down Dubs and Megga, who had a stellar last week, going all the way toward grand finals. And I know they ended up finishing second, but they looked very, very talented. It's the fact that we're seeing Ghost, Kamo, and Issa as well, a runner-up when it came down to 2019 week number 1, it is impressive. Like, that's not an easy game to kind of get started off with. There's a lot of teams who always kind of in their history, right, have struggled with their early game, with their first few matches, wanting to try to make sure that they're hot. So the fact that Ghost, Kamo, and Issa are firing off on all cylinders up to this point could allude to a very scary rest of the tournament run for everybody else who faces off against them.
Yeah, business as usual for them right now. You see they've already got a couple elims to the name, hopping into the split stream, taking a page out of Mongraal and Mitro's book here, moving right into Neo Tilted. This is still very early on. You see still 38 rather elims left to be had up on, but they've spotted some people out. And this is where it gets fun to watch, right? Just the hunt, the chase down, and these two are so good at it, Taylor.
Oh, they absolutely are, and they're right at home, right? Kamo and Issa love their tilted. It's not necessarily their natural drop, but they know how to work it quite well. Getting lit up from up above, forced to kind of retreat into a 1-by-1 is going to be Kamo, and this is going to be a little bit of a difficult situation to get out of because you never know whenever it comes to Neo Tilted. There could be a lot of different angles. You have Shifty Mountain. You also have that pole rotation on the mountain just to his left, a little bit behind him, and then you also have the buildings too, so a lot of different angles where your opponents can take, but luckily for him, it's not going to phase him at all. Easy elim, plenty of mats also, so a launch pad for some mobility. Coming from this loot, so not a bad job.
You hear the communication already coming through here. Like we talked about Neo Tilted, it's a big factor whenever you are in this point of the game, when you are in a situation, a location rather, just like this, you have to be oh so careful. And they might even be having their eyes on rotating again. And that may be the case, trying to be aware of what Myth and Deez have got up their sleeves. We see Deez now on the screen for the first time in a while, right? Made the qualifier run back in the day with Grandma, which is always fun. I know both of them are competing today. I think Grandma currently sitting in winners round 2 with JuJu Smith-Schuster, which is awesome to see. So both these guys making an appearance from their qualifier run back in week number 2 of this year. But like we talked about, rotations are important. And it looks as if Deez and co are starting to realize that that is in fact the case. Close range, long range, Deez looking to do it all.
I want to point out, Grandma and Deez, when they did play as a qualifier team, ended up placing top 3. Very solid team, to say the least. And for Deez to still be coming out and playing with Myth, obviously showing Friday Fortnite did help. He got to showcase his kind of style and his skill. And Grandma as well, playing with JuJu, right? That is a big feat, to say the least. And obviously, he's going to be in great hands as a nice little build battle going down. Using the Wonder Skin, a skin that's kind of been making an emergence as of recently. You get it by, I believe, buying like something about the Honor 20 series device, whatever. I think it's like a cell phone, but regardless, this is a skin that everybody's kind of been wanting, so everybody's passing codes around for that. I don't have it one day. But,
I'm actually shocked, to be honest. Wow.
It's a rare skin. Listen, I'm not buying a device to get it, but hey, if somebody's got a code, hey, at Reflections on Twitter, let me know.
Ever the businessman, Taylor. Gotta appreciate it.
Always. Always the businessman to throw out the the old social media tag. Respect that. By the way, I'm going to point out really quickly that I love that rotation that actually came through from Ghost, Kamo, and Issa, and I was kind of calling out, the rotations are important. And I wasn't 100% sure, obviously because of the language barrier, what they were calling out, because you just saw an immediate kind of realization that, hey, we need to quickly get in the slipstream and do something. And I wasn't for sure if they spotted an enemy or if they were just aware that a rotation was being made. They had to show equal aggression. They actually wanted to engage in steal eliminations that were happening for Myth and Deez over toward the factories just outside of Loot Lake. So I like that play. I know they at least escaped with one of those. And that's the one thing that's kind of always led this Ghost roster to be so talented, was just their quick skills and their immediate realization of when to rotate. They have no problems whatsoever with being spontaneous, and that could be one of the major factors as to why they are oh so consistent and why so many teams struggle in taking them down. But Forks and Knives, Myth is hungry to destroy a few of these builds. It looks as if that will work out for right now. That ground combat player was exposed, and Myth was nearly there to take him down. No shields, but maybe even no problem. Has to be careful to escape out of the 1-by-1 to avoid what could have been a potential trap. But now Neighbors, 2 players up and close, and it looks as if he will be overtaken. Solid play coming in from the opponent, but now allows for Deez to be put in a clutch spot.
Definitely going to be a difficult situation, especially when you have no mass. These players are hungry. As you can see them double teaming Myth just down below, and now in this situation, he doesn't even have the wall, but comes with the breakthrough. Got to watch out for a trap, and he goes down. And now it's going to be up to Kamo and Issa. Free reign of the map. It could be worse, but still 15 engagements. and they just found the team as it is. So if they can continue going like this, Deez, Myth are going to be in a tough situation going into Game 2.
Yeah, we'll talk about it all over the course of this event, right? When you go down early, it is so important to add the extra credit when you know that you have free reign of the map, as you said, 15 more engagements. And something I want to add on to this discussion that we've had about Kamo Issa and why they're so good. In an earlier engagement, and you can actually see it right here, look how far they're split. They split more than any other team that I've seen in the within the context of an area specifically. They aren't always standing next to each other in the same 1-by-1 or even in the same build necessarily. I know they are now. They're starting to converge. But their fearlessness, I think, is what makes them so fun to watch and such a strong and consistent team.
That's a great point that you bring up now. I know, like, even in weeks prior, now that you're saying that, it has kind of, like you said, like, been a continuing attribute for them. They have so many different things that describes their gameplay, and on the fact that they are just fantastic slayers is the reason why they are always a team that we have in that situation of a contender. But coming from the skies, I was going to say both players very low on HP, or rather mostly in terms of Issa in the situation. Kamo still not too far taken down. I thought he might have lost a little bit of HP, but thankfully is good to go. But another situation where this team that just took down Myth and Deez, a talented squad, that's for sure, tries to place down the correct edit, the cone transferring in toward that railing, and it looks as if he will in fact be dropped. So this team is not one that you want to mess with, and that could be a factor for Issa as he's continuing to lose HP. And I think might have utilized the Shadow Bomb to get out of dodge. I know we got to take a quick little gander at that scoreboard, which was us being tied. So a big situation if Issa can stay up right now, but the question remains, is he even going to be able to leave this position?
Yeah.
And I think he will be for the time. I think he might have just got out of dodge, but to no avail. A very sticky situation considering how close this game is.
Yeah, plenty of natural campfires in this location. He can head up to Ziff if he wants to. I know there's one just up above as well in between Megga Mall as well as this lava that he can use. So plenty of opportunities to heal up. Plus there's some mushrooms just up ahead in that forest that you're going to see there. That's probably where he's going to be heading to. I know that's where I would be going to kind of get some health if I was this low. And yeah, he's going to be going right over to that fire as well as some mushrooms. So not a bad play at all to disengage, save your life. And a half pot is going to join him. That streamer loot right there. You love to see it. But I did want to point out something, right? We talk about the EU battle versus the NA servers. And right now we are, in fact, off servers whenever it comes to Kamo and Issa. And they do have a minor lead already going into Game 2. And it could, in fact, grow, as they are about at like 112, 117 pings. So with that being said, going into Game 2 on their own host with a nice sized lead, Myth as well as Deez have their work cut out for them.
Take a look right there, 12 to 14, pretty simple. Small lead, as Taylor was saying, might grow a little bit more. And in this situation, what is it that you two try to do here? Do you try to set up in a nice build? Do you actively go and try to find the fights? Or do you play that gatekeeping position that you two have referenced so many times?
Sure. Well, if it was me right now and I was playing in this tournament, I would be probably watching, just like Myth and Deez are doing right now, because I would not be alive. That's just me personally. Now, if I had the skill set to actually compete like Kamo and Issa, what would I be doing in this situation? Well, Issa, you know, kind of disengaging from that fight was absolutely the right thing to do. And I think here, just kind of playing his life, getting an elim here or there, going in with a lead, whether it's, you know, 2, 3, maybe even 4, it's going to be good enough, especially going on to your own host. You're going to be feeling good as Issa in a very tough situation, to say the least. But any lead he can take is good. And yeah, you notice that, right? So anytime whenever you pop the Shadow Bomb, if you're in the air, it will not disengage. So it's always beneficial to continually jump, whether it's on a tree, whether it's on a build, whatever you can do to keep it engaged to get as much distance as possible. But this team is hungry. They continue to push, and it's going to be tough for Issa to get out of here. He does have only 10 builds to his name, and he's going to continue to run. Honestly, Issa, if he gets out of this, he's the man to watch.
Yeah, you don't normally, like, it is definitely respected when one of the most talented players in Friday Fortnite, a multi-time qualifier, is screaming because of the randoms that are trying to take you down. You know, it's definitely a scary team on the other end. That's without question, but to no avail. A solid game number 1 that we have is we're going to be within just 2 eliminations after game number 1. And we talked about with Myth and Deez going down, you know, somewhat earlier on in this matchup, that's going to be a sweat off the brow type spot for them, thinking, okay, hey, you know, we're not out of this one. We're not totally kind of in the clear either, but it's a much different situation, or rather a much better situation that we could have been if things would have kind of gone the other way.
Sure.
But as you were kind of talking about it kind of toward the end, I know we were kind of giving our opinions on what would you do if you are, Ghost in the situation. I think based off of especially the ping, which has got to play a factor. I think he was up to like 180, 190. I think you have to back up. And I think that's what he was attempting to do. It was just he constantly was getting rushed really by the entire server that was left. So I think kind of for the future of this game, for a strategy that I would personally like to see kind of get brought out was valuing your life. That has kind of been my main topic of discussion throughout Friday Fortnite in the last few weeks. Teams are so aggressive when it comes down to that game number 1, and that's fine. But it is, for me, way more of a risk than it is for a potential reward. Because if you go down early in that game 1, game 2 is you just totally trying to make a like a recap. You're trying to do anything that you possibly can. So I think for not just the end game, but for the future of these tournaments, I'd like to see teams play their lives a little bit better. And I think that's not really a factor for any of these teams that we have on screen right now. I maybe reference to a few others, but that's just something that I kind of have in the back of my mind because I feel like we're seeing way too many teams play way more aggressive than they need to, and I think it's honestly caused a lot of kind of scatter plots throughout our overall placements, with teams maybe playing a little bit too aggressive. We obviously referenced, last week it was a matter of Ninja&Co. They were rushing inside of Neo Tilted with an advantage. He and Sway, they didn't really survive too long because of the issues they were having in that situation, and we were calling out, why are you guys going there? There isn't really a reason to do anything outside of just wanting to try and distance yourself. And like I said, I digress, right? I just feel like it is a strategy that needs to be changed up a little bit if we want to see teams really start to improve.
Well, like you said, playing your life is something that has to be prioritized here, especially for Myth and Deez now being off host. They cannot afford to just hot drop because there's going to be a lot of latency issues that they're going to run into. Of course, they are used to it. These are professionals, right? They play off host occasion, or at least, nonstop, right? Whenever it comes to this format, Myth has been in just about every single Friday Fortnite week, so he's used to it. But you can't just afford to hot drop. But I am already hearing, hey, we're going for a hot drop. So off host, they're just going for it. 2 down. They feel it's necessary to just go full send, and we're going straight into Dusty. Is it going to be a hot spot? As we'll see that name pop up, it is not going to be. It's not lit up in yellow. But with that being said, we could see a lot of activity.
Was he maybe calling it Ghost going for a hot spot? That's the only thing I could have assumed, because I heard the exact same thing.
Yeah, Salty would be more of a hot drop, you would think, right? But I guess not so bad here, so they'll get looted up. I think there might be, one team up there at Dusty Diner they'll be able to run into. But I'm not against this. Hot dropping off host, especially with your ping being super high, is just something if you're not comfortable as a duo, you don't have that team chemistry, it's something you don't want to do. So definitely the smart play to go down here, getting, a couple of picks here and there, and then continue forward.
Well, let's keep in mind, too, they're only down 2. So many times we've been talking about, they have to make 4 or 5 points or even 7 or 10 in a bad situation. But just 2 points, if they take this team out, they don't really run into too much. It doesn't slow them down. They even the score, and they might get better loot for it. So we see there. Very nice knock, and that does mean that there is one left that they're going to be able to chase down. So I'm okay with this. I like this. I'm very curious what Kamo and Issa have run into on the top side. You see, Issa's actually already taken some damage, not a ton right now, but they are running right back into it, and they've actually gone even further over to Megga Mall. Interesting.
Yeah. This is an area we've seen them go time and time again. I don't know why, but they love their Megga Mall. Megga and Dubs do as well. Megga and Dubs love to go up. Mr. Savage Benjifish, they like this area too. You come into a couple of engagements, there's plenty of loot to be grabbed. You also have the slipstream for the rotation as well if you want to go over towards Dusty. You can even ride it all the way over towards Fatal. You catch people off coming from Racetrack and even Paradise Palms. So not a bad spot to go to. And now with it being built this way, the engagements can be a little bit more controlled, and we're going to see that kind of experience coming through as Kamo. He's going to get a knock.
I think based off of this location, it kind of goes to show the confidence that they feel now being back on their servers, right? They're going from 200 now down to 12. So I think in their situation, it's like, hey, the chains are kind of let off. We're now free to do whatever it is that we want. We're kind of back toward our main frame of overall strat. So I think that's going to kind of give them a newborn confidence, one that maybe a lot of other teams would be thinking the exact same thing. But like we talk about them all, you never know, right? You could be somewhat of a sticky situation from time to time. We saw a few people go toward what I'll label as Star Court last week, for those who get the Stranger Things reference. But they were making some strides. There were teams that were struggling in this position, and that also could be based off of, the excitement that kind of is surrounded with a lot of these partnerships we discuss and say, oh my gosh, all these. okay. I was going to say, like, that could all obviously be a hotspot from time to time, but a player decides to go and remain rogue on the top of that reboot van. Nothing really going his way, that's for sure. But a quick little elim, probably the easiest one of the game for these boys, but that does not stop the adversity that exists at the top of the divot.
Myth, he does have that flint knock, and I know he was kind of tempting us to pull it out to try and get on top of one of the buildings on Dusty Diner. I think he's going to. And there it is, going up top. He gets a nice shot. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. He only has that, of course, that combat shotgun coming through. It doesn't do too much damage off at a distance, but luckily, Deez is going to be able to go big, get an elim, and see if we can trade out that drum shotgun, because you don't want to keep that, right? That is, it's a great weapon up close and personal. It does shred. Listen, it shreds up close, but why not? You want to pump over that. You want your combat over that. So hopefully they'll be able to find that as an engagement going down. Kamo Issa over at Salty. Nice rotations coming through, and it seems to work out quite well.
I think they're just kind of handing over a few of the inventory spots from time to time, like we talked about the rotation coming through from Megga Mall and towards Salty Springs. And this is this conversation that we were even having last game, was that, hey, these guys have no problem quickly going from POI to POI, going from place of interest to the next. And they even, at times, are willing to split if need be. And I know that was something that you were even mentioning earlier on, Nine, was the factor of, hey, these guys have no problem. They're not going to, go from one side of the map to the total opposite side, but they have no problems kind of splitting a little bit, maybe even trying to apply what we call in other esports as a pinch, one coming from one side, one coming in from the other. It's a common strategy, and like we said, they have no problems, because that usually is a major benefit, as when these guys are on the run, whenever they are rotating, they just have a number of different strategies, a number of different calls that make their gameplay so strong.
Right, and it's efficient too, and that's really kind of the name of the game when you're trying to compete at this level. We've seen teams, they keep it a little slower, things along those lines, but at the same time, you have to be efficient in whatever it is you're doing. Make no mistake, these teams that opt to play a little slower, that is only in relation to the teams that are going ham and trying to make big plays happen all the time. There still is an efficiency and an execution to it. As we see, once again, this rotation go ahead and continue. They have not slowed down at all as they continue to put pressure on, and I'm interested to see the elim numbers right now for all four competitors, because I believe Myth and Deez had a better opening to this game than they did the last game, and maybe even a little bit better than Kamo and Issa. To see if we can take a look at it here. But again, Taylor, go ahead. Talk about this. You mentioned earlier a great rotation to Salty Springs from Megga Mall.
Sure.
Where are they going to try to go from here? Are they going to sit in this general area? I know they're in a good spot to do a little bit of gatekeeping.
Right.
But we see now just kind of floating about, not really sure. We see Issa off in the distance, as we so often do, maybe rotating over there.
I'm kind of curious. They saw some builds going down at Fatal, yet they're deciding to rotate away from those builds. And I think it's because Storm is moving in, but Kamo and Issa usually are not very shy when it comes to challenging players, especially if they're close to Storm or Storm's moving in. So I'm kind of curious as to why they backed off, and maybe feeling as if they need to go ahead and work their way over towards Pleasant, monitor the eliminations that Myth and Deez are potentially going to be getting. And I do see them actually flying in, so this could be their strategy that they're going to be able to do and go with, as a team fight is going to go down. Nice shots coming out from Myth, and I believe that was at least 2 headshots. Flint to come in for the final elim. Not a bad job. He's going to be able to get some mats. And he's just about maxed out on every single one, so he's going to be ready, especially for the end game. And these players have no idea what's about to hit him, Landon.
They definitely don't. Myth looking fantastic when it comes down to this game number 2, despite being on a very high ping. Not the greatest internet situation. They are making the best out of what that they are given. Deez coming through. That's going to be 3 in the kill feed. Fantastic stuff over time. As Pleasant Park, despite our situations of calling it not the greatest early game, it definitely can equal out to a fantastic rotating situation, as that is proving to be fruitful here. But quickly, you notice, they realize the team that they're facing off against is a squad that likes to rotate. They're visiting multiple places in just even a matter of moments. They find players in Pleasant. They're not going to try to loot. They're not going to try to, maybe take a few more resources. They're looking to try and do that off of the enemies that they are slaying out, making the rotation, even finding a few launch pads on the way. That's a good situation here for Myth and Deez.
They split up.
Slipstream straight ahead, obviously calling out there's a split between Kamo and Issa right now, and you pointed that out earlier. That's exactly what they're doing now, and not a bad strategy. They know the scoreline is a little bit too close for their liking, and a split is going to benefit them. And they can afford to do that, especially now that they're on their own host. Any other team, I would say, I'm a little bit worried about that split. There's no reason to do that. Stick together. but honestly, it's Kamo and Issa. World Cup qualifiers, a nice talented duo who have been very consistent week after week when it comes to Friday Fortnite. Some players locked inside the 1x1 just up ahead, and he's easily probably going to be able to take over this wall, and he does so with ease. Stairs to block some of the shots, and look at that. You love to see that, right? Comes through, gets the wall, places the stairs, edits it out, and then immediately follows up with a nice two-piece. That's the skill you love to see from the duo of Kamo and Issa.
Looks like on the other side here we have Myth and Deez. They've moved over here to the exact same general idea, right? Go as close as you can to the storm. You know somebody's going to be there. The gatekeeping position, and both sides are going to get the elims as well. But as we start to get into this late game, this is where you have to do something as we get a nice shot to, again, open things back up. Because like you said, I think both of these teams understand how close this score is, and it is very, very close. We're getting down to just 15 engagements left. And we've already seen over the course of this tournament, there are some real killers out there that aren't the ones we're seeing on screen. They can't wait too long.
That's for sure. Like we said, the running game is important, and based off the map that we just see there, they still have quite a bit of running to do. Now, Myth quickly grabbing the baller may make this rotation a lot easier, that's for sure. But you hear the communication coming in, Myth saying, hey, I think I see a few builds. They're going to be pretty unique to this opportunity, to this situation. No one's going to be around this area, at least for the time. On the other end, we're looking at multiple traps, multiple builds, resources coming in from Kamo. And not having to play all that stealthy right now, grabbing the high ground and has a racket ready to go. If the situation calls for it, like we said, the lowest of ping right now for the EU boys. What a victory this would be for Myth & Co. If they could bring this one back and off of host, considering they were down 2 eliminations versus a Titan-like squad in Friday Fortnite. There goes Issa, and now it is time for Kamo to go big. And as this one comes through, it is the question, can Issa even be picked up? Is it worth the situation? Builds get placed down. It looks as if the stairs were a factor that were causing Kamo a little bit of adversity, but still has to be careful. Quickly grabs the wall back in his favor, goes for the stairs, and there it is. Another one that is found, but at this moment, and I want to ask you guys this, is it a situation that you can go for your team, and is it even worth it at this point? Also considering how we are looking in terms of Myth and Deez. They're in the storm. They're going to be slowing up a little bit. Could this be the situation to go for the revive, or are you going this one by yourself?
I think you have to go by yourself here. You see that they've had to chase some elims all the way out here in the storm. I think that that means that they're getting a little bit desperate too. It also means that you are the ones that are in control right now. You're going to be able to move up, and we see Kamo actually out there as well. So I spoke a bit too soon. Now they're both rotating out, but I don't think you have any choice. I think you have to move back. I think you have to stick to this team like glue and see if you can steal a couple elims from them, because as we see, there aren't that many left, and it's a tight game. I think that's the only way you're going to make the best of this situation.
I agree, and even if Kamo is going to stick with Myth and Deez, he's got to get some distance. But if he does stick with them, right, he's going to run the risk of potentially getting all the damage, but not getting the final shot. And that final shot is what matters for getting an elim and getting points. As 2 launch pads placed down, maybe an oversight. They could have communicated and saved one for the end, but it's going to be okay. There's plenty of vents over here and slipstream, so plenty of mobility to say the least. And you see them making a mad dash. They want to make it up to where Issa's at, right? They not necessarily because they want the card. It's going to be too late to get that, but they know there's going to be a team up there. They need to get into these finals engagements because the score is incredibly close.
You see Myth wanting to hang with them, trying to gain some vision. I like this call. This was my big worry, was that if you start to allow for Kamo to go out by himself, he's absolutely capable, right? These guys are used to splitting. They're used to being in these 1v4 squad situations. It's not one where they feel uncomfortable, that's for sure. And based off the shots that we already see coming in from Kamo, it looks as if he will be the scout. We'll see if Myth can start to steal a few of these eliminations away, but still hanging out in the glider. A little bit of a lull period, but thankfully it's going to have an opportunity. But unfortunately, misses quite a few shots, looking to try to take the high ground over nobody, because Kamo is looking great right now, decides to overtake the builds, and now in a situation where constant edits are being made, and Kamo is the one engaging. He's the one finding everything, and Myth is left with just about 0, but here's the chance. He does at least take down one. A good situation, all things considered. However, all in all, Kamo escapes with more eliminations than we see coming from the other 2.
Absolutely, but one, hey, if you get 1 for every 2, that's going to be okay, depending on where the score's at, right? We're not too incredibly certain, but I got to say, though, Deez has split off, right? Where is Deez at? We don't know. And because of that, well, actually, it's going to be on our screen. Excuse me. I am completely lost, apparently. But I thought Deez was, because a little bit earlier on, he was separated from the two. I think he came back to kind of help Myth in that situation. But Kamo with the clutch play comes through with the baller and also finds a player landing straight on him. And if he can't capitalize here, it definitely is going to mean defeat. But Myth, Deez, where are you guys at? They're going to be falling behind. And in the meantime, though, traps are going to be placed. Kamo capitalizes. Player knocked and going to be fully elim. Stormflip placed down. And finally, Myth and Deez are going to come in. But there's only going to be 2 final engagements left.
Firing from afar. Great stuff coming in from Kamo. Just one more shot. And that should be another knock in his favor. Going for the glider redeploy. And even on the flank. And just like that, Myth does take down the final player. A knock still does come through from Kamo. Escapes with 13, but this one I'd like to imagine has got to be close. It went back and forth toward the end. But did Myth and Deez, did they get enough of the job done before the early game started to become a factor? Because we argue, right, the last few squats, Kamo was seeing them first. He was having the first picks. He escaped with, 2 versus 1 in that situation, even found an extra player on top of the one that we saw come through from Deez and Myth. So good situation for them toward the end game. But I'll be honest, even for it being as close as it was, you got to give some props to for Myth and Deez, right? In this situation, they're kind of coming in this one. They're down 2. They at least make it close. They might have even won this matchup, or we'll still get official confirmation on it. And they did it with, 150-plus ping. That's an impressive performance versus a very stacked and consistent Titan-like team that is the Ghost Boys.
A lot of great moments from both sides. Kamo and Issa being able to separate, and unfortunately did mean they lost one of their players, but they were able to capitalize. And this was a phenomenal play, something you expect from a World Cup, a world-class player such as Issa. But with that being said, Myth also had some great plays too with the Flint Knot, getting aggressive and up in the face of his opponents. And I got to say, though, Deez, from being a qualifier in week 2 and then coming through here and playing with Myth, he definitely carried his own weight. But I know the score was incredibly close. Kamo and Issa did say nice after the game was over. Now, that could be because, Kamo did, in fact, drop a 13 bomb.
Yeah.
But we'll definitely see when the scoreboard pops up. But 9, any highlight plays to you? What are you thinking?
Well, I think any time that, of course, we're just going to go and continue to say Kamo, making all these great plays at the end. But any time that you are forced to make those plays and come up clutch, we saw it so often. Mongraal and Mitro, it seemed like any time one of them went down, the other was there to pick up the slack. Yeah. And for Myth and Deez, that's got to be so frustrating, right? Because you played the game the right way.
Yeah.
You had 2 people left at the end. They had one person who had taken some damage on the opponent's side, and as you see right there, just barely enough, 31 to 29.
That's close.
And you said earlier, the 2 that you got at the very end, that Kamo got at the end where Myth was only able to steal 1, if that goes the other way, there's your score flip.
Absolutely. And if he would have connected those shots with the AR up ahead, right, unfortunately just not able to do that. And Kamo capitalized. That literally could have been the victory.
Oh, it absolutely could have, right? It was like very, very slim moments, obviously ones that we can point out all day and say, oh, if this would have happened, if this would have happened. Although the end result is obviously what we see right here. Kamo and Issa do manage to narrowly squeak their way through versus a very solid team.
Oh, yeah,
Myth and Deez. I mean, this is not a squad that you laugh at and be like, oh, yeah, this is going to be no problem. No, this is a very talented group of players who know about rotations. They're familiar with this format. We talked about Myth, his history, right? Obviously, a previous Friday Fortnite champion back in 2018. Deez, a very talented kind of young star that's starting to kind of make his way through, especially the format as of recent. That top 3 placement back in what was like week 2 in the qualifiers there with Grandma. So very talented roster, but unfortunately they will be visiting the losers bracket. More on the positive end, though, let's see exactly how our winners bracket is looking for the time, as we are starting to have a few advance in toward winners round 3. First one that I notice happens to be that JuJu and Grandma have in fact taken down Rain and Teeqo, a squad that placed top 6 just a few weeks ago. So a very impressive performance coming in from those boys. On the other end, we've got Nickmercs and Sypher taking down David Mailer and Connor Ball, along with the matchup that we just saw there. Ghost Kamo and Issa taking down Myth and Deez. Any other matchups, any other ones that we're surprised about right now?
We'll take a look at Aydan Innocents going down to Typical Gamer and Thieves. That was a matchup that we talked about just as this was getting started, saying again, that's first place from last week, third place from last week, going up against each other in round 1. Getting that win very big right now. And if they get this win over Spastic and Nico, it's going to be the two teams that I said I thought would go well running into each other in winners round 2.
Sure, and I'm looking at also Dellor and Big X versus Replays and HD. That's going to be a solid matchup. Dellor has a great shot. He's not the best builder in the world, but genuinely, he has an amazing shot, and I gotta say, when it comes to right, he's been a competitive gamer in the past. You know, a previous Overwatch pro. He's been playing games for decades, so I gotta say, it definitely shows whenever he plays Fortnite. I'm curious how that matchup's gonna go.
Yeah, for sure. And also one game that I want to highlight that obviously did not go the way. And we were obviously kind of calling out the qualifier players. Did take down Mongraal and Mitro, which is a very talented team, obviously defending champions. They won just a few weeks ago. Got to highlight that fact. And obviously newly added FaZe Mongraal, right? This guy recently just joined the FaZe Clan organization. We've been kind of highlighting it, especially in Minecraft Monday. And these guys were both actually in Minecraft Monday, so that may have not affected their game plan. They might have been practicing too hard for Minecraft whenever, the Fortnite is the mainframe of things. And it looks as if we do actually just did get an update, which does show that Dellor and Ghost X have taken down Replays in HD, so a pretty interesting matchup that we have going through. A lot of our picks are still in. I mean, what? We've got 9 who's seeing success. Taylor, you just predicted that one. And my squad, my sleeper team, Nickmercs and Sypher, they're holding on.
Absolutely. But I got to say, HD Replays, hopefully they'll be able to make it through HD and Sypher, that duo that does considerably well every single week. Splitting up this week, hey, it's okay. We're seeing, obviously, success up there at the top for Sypher, but you got to love to see it. Liking what I'm seeing overall from the brackets, and I'm curious, once again, Dellor and Big X, how far can they go?
Yeah, right. Kind of a newer team that obviously hasn't played in Friday Fortnite, in terms of their history. So definitely a squad that we have our eyes out for, that's for sure. But have you guys seen any interesting plays? Any teams that maybe are already knocked out of the tournament or maybe are in the losers bracket? Feel free to let us know on Twitter by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Let us know. Get involved in the conversation. Even let us know in the chat as well. But like we said, guys, even more action to come here from the winners bracket. Friday Fortnite week number 5 will only continue right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5 as we are live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Lando Sanders, joining alongside my normal ensemble. Right, we've got Taylor Reflections Noble along with 9 Whole Grains. Guys, we've seen some fantastic matches up to this point. We're getting ready to hop into another fantastic one, actually, between Nate Hill and FunkBomb. Obviously, a very normal and kind of a team that we've seen quite a bit kind of played throughout Friday Fortnite versus Dellor and Ghost X. Their first time playing with each other in this format. I'm excited to see exactly how all the action breaks down.
Oh, absolutely, right. You have some World Cup, at least qualifiers. I was about to call them champions. Not just yet if you're a fan of them. It's coming up quickly, though, the 29th. But, yeah, you have FunkBomb, right? He's qualified for solos and duos. You have both of those who have qualified for duos for the World Cup itself. Definitely a talented duo, a force to be reckoned with whenever it comes to Friday Fortnite. They performed considerably well every single time we've seen them, really, whenever it comes to Friday Fortnite. But Dellor Big X, they've been making waves. They've been beating team after team, and I got to say, they are looking solid. It's going to be an exciting matchup to watch.
Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, first, second, and third from last week are all in the losers bracket right now.
I think you're right. I was actually trying to think the same thing. I believe that is correct.
Yeah, so you talk about good players and good teams, and they keep getting beaten. It's remarkable how talented the pool of players here at Friday Fortnite is.
Did Innocents and Aydan, where are they at? Have they moved down to loser bracket? I think they have.
Well, they lost round 1.
Wow.
So.
Okay, so I wanted to point out, Innocents
did. They lost the qualifier team.
They lost the qualifier. Okay, you're right. You're right. So Innocents did tweet out before that, though.
I apologize. They lost to Typical Gamer and Thieves.
Typical Gamer and Thieves, still one of the most consistent teams. But with that being said, Innocents did in fact say on Twitter before Friday Fortnite, we're going to be back-to-back champions. We're going to be the first back-to-back champions in 2019 Friday Fortnite, and clearly not a good start. But they might work their way through loser bracket. You never know. But with that being said, not the best of starts.
Yeah, definitely not. But I am interested to see exactly how that losers bracket starts to kind of line out. Like we said, our round 3, winners round 3 is starting to format a little bit nicely. Now we're still waiting on the victor between DrLupo and Mario versus Highsky and Slappie. You know, it's been a team that's kind of struggled a little bit as of recently, but we'll see if they can maybe try to make their waves when it comes down to that next round. But here we go. Now down toward the losers bracket, kind of taking a little bit of a look through. Unfortunately, Dr Disrespect and Arkhram have found themselves with a top 32 placement. Not the one that you'd maybe like to have, Joshy and Pinky, I think that's their very first series that they have won in their Friday Fortnite career. I know this is their third week, but they placed top 32 in back-to-back ones. So a big victory for them. One versus the Doc, I'm sure feels all the nicer. But regardless, though, kind of looking through a few more of these, we've got Mongraal and Mitro versus Aydan Innocents and losers round 1. One of these teams is going to place top 32.
I know.
I can't believe it.
I know. It's insane, right? I mean, Aydan Innocents winners of last week, Mongraal Mitro winners of week 3, and they're facing off against each other in losers round 1?
That's please raise your hand if you had that one. I know that you know
I can't even say I did.
betting is popular these days. Who had that one? Who's walking home with the 500-to-1 odds on that?
Not me. That's for sure. I am not feeling confident saying that at all coming into the tournament. But like we talked about with Friday Fortnite, you just never really know what's going to happen. You never know what can occur from time to time. But here we go. It is time for winners round 3. As you've got the boys from FaZe Clan, Nate Hill and FunkBomb facing off against Dellor and Big X, a.k.a. Ghost's own Mr. X. Excited to see how both of these teams will line out, as you kind of have a squad that has a lot of history with each other versus a team that kind of recently came together. But if we know anything about Ghost X, we know how talented this man is at the controller, put in multiple Sunday showdowns, won multiple events, and also likes to play very aggressive, at least what has been shown in his history. If that will transfer, we'll have to see. But obviously a lot of action already going down, multiple resources being gained, weapons as well, and a few elims if you are Nate Hill.
Very interesting strategy. You know, you're seeing it like kind of black and white, right? Nate Hill and Funk go to the outside of Dusty and Salty on the drop ship, but who gets ahead of them? It's in fact going to be Dellor and Big X. They're going to be ahead of them and dropping directly into Salty, taking away potential eliminations that would go to the hands of Nate Hill and Funk. Now you have to be thinking, do we decide to still go into Salty, still a couple of those eliminations? Do we go into Dusty? And honestly, I'd be heading into Dusty to kind of see what's over there, you know, scan into horizons, but we might be going and looting up on the mountain. Not a bad idea because, you know, you're kind of filling out your team. Dellor, Big X, are they going to be able to survive that hot drop in Dusty itself?
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult, but I got to say, they're still alive. But how many players dropped here? I don't know. With that being said, I don't see any eliminations for Dellor either, but I do see some building on top of Bunker.
My nade's in there. I got one pump.
Looks as if Ghost X already down. Grenade launcher shots going to be a factor. We'll see if Dellor can manage to escape this. Like we said, a big task ahead, knowing that what sits to the balance versus a squad like FaZe Clan, and what this will provide if you end up being taken down. And Dellor being very careful of his position. Edit actually comes in from the opponent, I think, there. And yeah, they're going to go for the full destruction of the build. Right to 27 HP, and he's going to be very careful in how he engages this. Tossing in a few grenade launcher shots, and I'll be honest with you, at this point, knowing what is at stake, I think I might try to get out of dodge a little bit, maybe try and escape. He doesn't really have a whole lot of means in this spot. And here, potential dynamite, potential explodes. Gonna come and get him, but hiding behind the Burger boxes. That is all that Dellor has for a little bit of safety. All he has for some structures to help him out. But still, continually tossing out these grenade launcher shots, but there are still bullets being fired off in the distance. That staircase is nowhere to be found, and now he feels is the opportune time, but he has no resources, and thankfully he doesn't have to worry about it because nobody's here.
I guess they're gone. they ended up escaping somehow, some way, and you even saw him flabbergasted, like, where'd they go? But luckily they're not there. Be able to pick up some bandages, and he did, in fact, come through and get the card. But oh, what a shot as you hear him. He's even surprised he was able to get that. Only 5 health. That's going to be one knock. He's got to watch out. There's going to be players coming his way.
I'm worried.
Again, opting to stay in the most dangerous basement possible. Can I just say those were 2 of the most anxiety-inducing missed jumps that we saw earlier when the dynamite came in? Like, did not have time to miss a 3rd jump there, but again, the incredibly quick reaction time. If any one of those shots had missed there, I think that this would be a much different story that we're seeing right here. Meanwhile, looking back on the other side, team that opted to take it a little slower, Nate Hill and Funk, now well kitted up. Plenty of mats going to be moving around here and playing maybe a more traditional game, one where they aren't trying to survive by the skins of their teeth as they've rotated over here to Fatal Fields, but they're meeting a little bit of resistance here, it looks like.
Ooh, nice shot through the corn stalks. Player down below as well, trying to use as much coverage as possible. He knows that player is white, and he's going to be firing some shots. Sees the corn stalks rustling, and he comes through and gets another elim. despite the slow start, Fatal proves to be very fruitful for them as they get at least a couple of eliminations to their name, plus a slipstream to rotate through. Not bad at all. Very contrasting style, and I got to say, Dellor hopefully makes it out of that basement, Landon, because if he doesn't, Nate Hill and Funk are going to have a massive lead going into game 2.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like we talked about, it's a matter of rotations and how you can escape off the break. And like we talked about, like we've been discussing, Dellor, a lot of work still to be done, but his situation may be turning around here. Already putting down the resources. Looks as if, yeah, X is going to be up. So that's a big moment for this team. And while they did unfortunately have a little bit of a slower beginning, that can start to transfer, right? As long as you have your squad mate, things are totally turned around. But what a situation that was, right? At the very bottom of that blue building basement, for him to stay alive and to kind of hit that one clutch shot where he's brought down to 5 HP said a lot about this team. But to no avail, we'll see if FaZe can keep on capitalizing, if they can still hold on to their advantage and only start to stack on the points.
Gotta say, I'm really happy for Dellor. I don't know if you've been kind of keeping up, but his channel was demonetized, and I think it ended up coming back as Twitch staff did, in fact, get back in contact with him, and he was very grateful for that, and I think this is going to be a fresh start for him, and he's going to be looking very, very solid. Came out with the tweet longer, and it was incredibly heartfelt, I would have to say. So I got to say, I'm definitely standing by his side, and I'm glad to see him back doing the Twitch things with his family that he loves, but that scoreline, 6-1, definitely a tough one to see, especially when you know your teammates, or your enemies rather, are coming through and picking up another 2 to bring it to 8. And they're going to continue to rotate through. That start was really rocky for Dellor and Big X, and they are paying for it.
And you talk about contrasting styles. Look at how close Nate Hill and Funk were there, going and forcing the two people in build wars to get right next to each other. And then it was just shooting fish in a barrel at that point. Very easy. We talk so much about the splitting capability that Kamo and Issa have and how they like to go about what they do. This works just as well, too. Maybe a little bit safer, maybe a little more consistent, but whatever you want to call it, it is working for them right now. They continue to make the rotations over to Mega Mall, as we see right over here. They have split a little bit, getting some more materials here. Very nice, making sure. This has been a very steady and simple game, right? If there was a blueprint game for the way you'd want to start, you move off of the hot drop there, you let the opponent make the mistake earlier, you get geared up, and then you start making your basic textbook rotations, and I think it's treating them well so far.
It absolutely is, right? We talk about the consistency in terms of the way that their eliminations are looking right now, and they may even be having Dellor try to steal a few that could be coming in at the mall, and Nate Hill is aware of it. Quickly trying to build up, and it looks as if, yeah, so going to put up so many walls to try to make sure that Dellor has no opportunity as that reboot ban has come through, which means that there are going to be a few stragglers who could be treated somewhat unkindly. Now, I know we saw one elimination, so that might have been an elimination that comes in so quickly, and this has been an ongoing conversation today that we've talked about through numerous Friday Fortnights. If a player is trying to go for the revive, you shoot him, you know, a little bit too quickly. You could say like maybe even a second right after he ends up reviving his teammate. The revive will not come through. You have to wait a good, maybe 2.5, 3 seconds in order to take that player down, because that's when the players will start to come through. So rather unfortunate, but maybe even a situation where it was like, hey, we don't even want to sacrifice allowing for the other team to even have any eliminations. We got to go for this guy as soon as possible. Respect that play coming through from FaZe, and Nate Hill is still seeing success, venturing inside of the storm, and should be in a good situation. Maybe take someone down, but does lose a little bit of health. And while it does get a little bit hairy, to no avail, Nate Hill does manage to stay alive and is still up to a decent amount of HP. Stormflip coming in just toward the side of X as all of our players are seeing enemies.
Hey, just going back to that respawn discussion you were talking about, I fell victim to that the other day. Unfortunately, one of my matches trying to pad my stats, and yeah, I finished off the respawn player a little bit too early, so you got to have your timing correct. But we know every elimination does, in fact, count, so that is going to be a missed opportunity. But I do love to see Dellor as well as his teammate Big X coming through, getting a couple of elims, keeping it competitive, and sticking right on the heels of Nate Hill and Funk.
Yeah, when they're all together like this, playing the same general gatekeeping condition, this really is both sides saying, all right, who's got the the quicker trigger finger in this situation here because they're all looking for the same general bit. It does look like we have had FaZe now shift out here, rotate back, try to find a different angle here. They don't want to continue that fight for any longer than they have to. You see 6 elims. They have to be feeling pretty good about that. They do see some building going on, but I think they already have a beacon set over here. They know somebody is set up over here. They're going to try to rotate more towards the center and try their fortunes on the other side. Taking a look at the score right there. Very nice for us at the casting desk as well. 12-3 right now, if I'm not mistaken, are the numbers. Now 14-4, actually, correcting me. I read that poorly. Numbers are hard, everybody.
Yes, they are.
But
even basic arithmetic is difficult.
Very much so. But again, just the very simple start, the way they went about it, paying dividends even here in the late game.
And really just for FaZe, keep it up, right? I mean, keep playing your game. The only thing that Dellor and Big X can really do is play harder, right? They have to keep playing at a better pace than Nate Hill and FunkBomb because they're just going to kind of continue this strategy. And this is something they can feel very confident in is the factor of, hey, the other team obviously drops. We're continually rotating. We're continuing to see enemies. And if they can kind of keep up the same strategy of just going from one location to the next, not really seeing a whole lot of adversity, taking down, you know, a few stragglers along the way, they're going to be in a really good spot. So for me, the question is the question is not, can FaZe keep it up? It's, hey, can Dellor play better? Can they ramp up their expectations and start to steal a few of these eliminations away because they desperately need to, as it looks as if utilizing the same structures as his teammate, FunkBomb and Nate Hill, at least finding a few off the start, but here comes X wanting to get his name thrown into the ringer as well.
Uh-oh.
And you call it the no shields. You're calling out a lot of things at the moment, but Funk and Nate Hill doing some work. It's the combo names. They're doing all the damage while we do see a little bit of success coming through from Ghost X. It's really just a matter of FaZe still having the advantage.
You know, you come through, Funk, Nate Hill come through. They get the elims if I'm Dellor as well as his partner, Big X. I'm rotating out. I'm trying to, honestly, healing up is great, and you have to do that, right? But we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. You got to start those rotations and keep onto their hills because Nate Hill, Funk, they're not going to stop. They're fully healed. They're fully kitted up, and they know exactly where the next victims are potentially going to be. Some nice, accurate shots coming out from Nate Hill using one of my favorite weapons. Actually, he's rocking 2 ARs, to say the least. So one he's going to have, at least for spamming up close and personal. He's kind of going to use that SCAR as his SMG. And then with the other rifle, he's going to come through and use it as more of an accuracy weapon, but getting tagged up a little bit. But, you know, he's not going to be deterred. He's going to continue to fire some shots below. Funk going in on the aggressive attack up close and personal, getting the box up 1 by 1 from multiple angles. Big X down to just a sliver of health as he's going to try and maintain his life, forced to back off, and that is going to give plenty of time for Nate Hill and Funk to clean up these elims.
Great work there. You said send one in, the other comes back out. It's the bread and butter that we've seen so much that sometimes you forget to appreciate the simplicity of that. The pinch, as you guys called it earlier, moving in, forcing the eyes to look one way while you have somebody else come around the other side. Get the high ground, get the builds going here. As we see now, once again, 11 knocks here. That is a wonderful number, as we say. We hear, rather, Dellor, some action going on right there, and that's going to not be how they wanted that one to end, I'm certain. We'll see if Big X can clutch this right now. Like you said earlier, just a sliver of health. Does have some shields, but should no. It looked like that was a lot of shots they put on that opponent. I thought maybe one more would do the trick. Fortunately for them, if there is something to be fortunate about, there are not that many engagements left on the map, so they won't fall too much further behind. The sad thing about it is they were already pretty far behind to begin with.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's the main topic of discussion right now is in terms of, hey, you know what, like it's great for late game, but in terms of the way that you played this match out already, FaZe is in such a great spot moving forward and continuing to take down enemies. Great play coming through from Nate Hill. Going to utilize that baller just to keep the conversation going, keep those rotations coming through. They're sitting well when it comes into resources. They're sitting well when it comes down to their inventory. And now my big question is, you know, we kind of know what to expect from FaZe. They're going to keep rotating. They're going to keep spotting enemies. What does Dellor and Ghost X do to change things up, right? What do they do to try to change up their game plan a little bit? Because I'm sure this is what they're doing right now. They're going back to the drawing board and saying, hey, what do we do to change things up as Nate Hill, fantastic shot. I think that was a one-shot kill with the infantry rifle. great stuff coming in from him. And how do you even handle stuff like that? I mean, that's the thing when you go back to the drawing board and you're saying, okay, hey, this is how we're going to evaluate this. We're going to evaluate this. But how do we handle Nate Hill? How do we handle FunkBomb? These guys are just absurd right now.
You know, and it's like you saw the start that they had. They didn't go straight into Salty. They hung out on the outside. They got kitted up, and then their rotations is what is making this team so successful. And that's what made them so successful in previous weeks of Friday Fortnite as well. And that's something that you have to think about. How are you going to counter those rotations? Because the initial start is just the beginning. You can't just be so focused on that. And that's something that Dellor as well as Big X kind of were so caught up on. They went straight into bunker, ended up losing life, and we saw how much time it took for them to break out. Then they had to go and respawn. Meanwhile, Funk, Nate Hill, what were they doing? They were already rotating over towards Fatal and then continuing their rotation over towards Loot and then to continue from there over towards Dusty. And it made all the difference in the world. And that's something you have to think about. You have to be efficient, both early game, mid game, and especially late game.
And we've talked so much over and over about how frustrating it can be when the opponent has a big lead. I think their hand has been forced. I think they have to hot drop again because, like you said, you have to be efficient the whole way through. That means they're going to have to get elims all the way through. There's not really a moment that they can be sitting back and allowing Nate Hill and Funk to do what they've been doing this whole time.
That hurts.
The tail of the tape will tell it all right here. Only one elim left for them to get. You have to imagine they'll find that soon for a score of 27-8. That is going to be rough as they have identified this last 4 players. Stink bombs going on. I'm being informed that it is actually 27-8, so it would be 28-8 after the end of this, provided that they find this last one, which you would imagine is going to happen momentarily. I think at some point the drawing board doesn't have the answers anymore.
Yeah, I think there's going to be an equation that just keeps going on, and you're just not going to find the answer for it. I think Jurassic plays many things are going to need to be done to try and eclipse what the 20 elim advantage coming into this next game. A lot of work to be done, and from start to finish, it was a struggle, right? For Dellor and Ghost X, we were giving them a lot of props. They managed to, thankfully, stay alive to some early game heroics that came through from Dellor, escapes with 5 HP. But how much different would the scoreline be looking if he didn't even survive that? They'd come through with maybe 2-3 eliminations. This would be a lot more insurmountable. Not that that really provides a whole lot to the conversation, because the conversation remains the same. The strategy remains the same, which means they have to play aggressive. But are we thinking split aggressive? Are we thinking, do they have to try to go to different portions of the map? Obviously, a lot of that's based off the bus. But if we were in the drawing board situation, because I know we keep bringing up this scenario, what are we thinking? Are we going to different locations? Are we wanting to not even see each other off the start? Or, for a lot of teams, you go toward a profitable location, you keep utilizing those slipstreams, you visit more POIs than the other team. That also has seemed to be a common strategy that has worked for a few squads as well.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Dellor and Big X need to split in this situation. Okay. I just don't think individually they'll be able to handle squad after squad after squad, especially if they go in and go for a hot drop. It's just not something that I don't think they're used to. Together is what I think is going to work best for them, right? We saw how that Salty was. They didn't fare too well. And that wasn't even a hot drop, mind you. Like, it technically was a hot drop, but it wasn't a hot location, right? So there was, the teams that would be there, or at least the teams that were there, was the normal amount of teams that you'll typically find in Salty. And you saw how much they struggled to just eliminate them, and coming out with 8 total elims in the entire game. I don't think they can afford to split, but unfortunately that's going to hurt them as well, because splitting is necessary too. But like I said, I don't think it's in their best interest.
I don't either. I think they have to go with whatever they're most comfortable with and hope that a mistake is made by Nate Hill and Funk. I think that it doesn't matter what Dellor and Big X do right here. They need disaster to strike, and they need to strike quickly for Nate Hill and Funk. So I think they just have to play their game and hope they get gifted something from this team from FaZe.
And it looks as if for Dellor and Big X, obviously we're taking a look at the landing locations, it seems as if Salty for them both. So pretty much a very similar strategy from either squad in terms of the supply ships off the break, and a double push into Salty Springs. And this is my big thing that we were even talking about this in the pregame, right? Kind of discussing and even talking about, why is Pleasant Park really a negative? Why is it always not the most fun to kind of be engaging in it? And I'll be honest, if you are in this tournament, if you are a fantastic player, a lot of the times you want to try to face them in ground combat. You do not want to be in these buildings. You do not want to have to allow for the enemy to instantly have high ground. And that is a situation that we see a lot of our teams struggle in. They go toward a lot of these houses. They start to kind of box themselves in, and there's no way they can escape, especially off the start of the game. You're not going to have plenty of resources to quickly try and transverse the entire entirety of a house or the entirety of a mountain, you have to be super, super careful with your opening break. And I feel like going toward a place like Salty Springs, if there are a lot of players there or if they do have the advantage, it is a very scary spot because you don't have that quick little reaction of, hey, I can make the map how I want. I can make the build fight how I please. When you're limited toward a location, when you're limited toward a building, rather, you're at its own devices. You're at the mercy of the way that it's built.
I've always been a huge fan of exactly what you're saying. I've been saying that since the original Friday Fortnite. What makes these pros is not only their gun skill, but their ability to build and outbuild their opponents. Take the fight to your opponents, whether your opponent's taking the fight to you. Don't force your opponent's hand to just stick inside a building. Use the natural coverage, right? Get them out in the open, use your building abilities, outclass them in every single way, and then get the elims. It's exactly what they need to do. But onto the action now. Dellor X finally rotating out. Are they going to ramp out? It looks as if a ramp was built, but I think Dellor's like, hey, man, I'll see you later. He's already dipping out his partner as well. It's been a slow start, and this is not the start you need whenever you're 20 elims down.
No, it's not. But fortunately, a couple zeros on the other side as well. Nate Hill and Funk opting to go with the same strategy that they have for quite some time, which is, again, a slower start. Let's loot up. Even if the opponent doesn't make a mistake, there is no reason for them to be so aggressive. I remember we always had a saying back in my track days, you can't win a race in the first 200 meters, but you can lose one in the first 200 meters. Speaking of the 5 and 10Ks here, not an actual 200-meter race, as I'm sure someone will say. But it does bear repeating here.
Yeah.
Make sure that you don't make the big mistake. And I think last game showed me exactly what their game plan is. They'll be a little bit slower at the start. They'll make sure that their mid-game and end games can be the best they possibly can. And I think as long as they stick to that strategy, they can't possibly lose this one.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I think on the other end, you're pretty much a lap down. Like, you have to try to make something happen. And while the enemy is playing somewhat slow, because we saw that in the first game, it wasn't an odd blueprint that we're looking at saying, oh my gosh, FaZe is slow off the start. We saw that in game one. You kind of have somewhat of an idea. I think by going to Salty Springs, they ruined a really big chance that they could have had to bring this game back. I mean, literally, right now, Nate Hill, FunkBomb, 0 elims. And for the most part, you could have called that. Like, if you were to watch, the previous gameplay, this isn't a team who is all out going to tilt the towers. They're not all out going toward Mega Mall. I feel like Dellor and Big X, by going toward a location that was pretty typical, allowed for themselves to kind of play toward the enemy. They're kind of playing just not to lose rather than playing to try and win. And I feel like I said, we're already down to our final few players. They have a handful of eliminations, but if they would have played aggressive, if they would have gone to a place like Mega Mall, that could be the opportunity where we're saying, hey, okay, it's a good start for them. Maybe if Nate Hill and FunkBomb go down, that could be their opportunity. Regardless, though, a slower start, but things could be picking up as Ghost X taking down a few players in the parking lot of Dusty Divot. But take a look at this. Right in to steal anything out. Thankfully, Ghost X got a lot of work done, as that's going to be 3. But you notice, always on their heels, always being aware, and maybe even trying to get a... I love that. Some plays. That is.
That's legal.
Good plays coming in from Ghost X. I respect the call, right? Says, okay, they're going to go and fly in. I'm going to go and at least steal one of these forwards. I'm going to get out of dodge and try to go my own way. I like the play. I like the call, but maybe even the negatives not working out all that well as he's seen some adversity. But as he leaves, look at this. There's 2 players who were just hiding. And that's going to play so well for FaZe Clan. My goodness.
Yeah, not bad at all. And I was kind of curious as to why we saw Big X trying to rotate out. He knew that it was just a knock up ahead, right? He knocked one player down below. He ended up thirsting him with the pickaxe. And then he tried to dip out. You can't get those elims over to Nate Hill and Funk. Why would you try to rotate when you know there's still players there? I think that's definitely a mistake, and he will pay for it, as those elims that he just got were nullified because Nate Hill and Funk were able to pick up a couple themselves.
Yeah, pretty much right in terms of, like, we were saying, hey, this is a great rotation, good moment. And then the other team just quickly evens it out, and we're obviously back to kind of where we started from. Obviously, we'll talk about the score maybe within a few, but regardless, though, when you have a 20 elimination deficit, something drastic needs to be done, because if you keep playing at the same pace as the opposition, you're not going to accomplish much. So while there has been somewhat of, a good performance coming through from Dellor and Big X, like we said, it's 3-3. This is an even game, and we have 30 players left. Like, it's getting to the point where a few more start to fall, and we're saying, hey, this one's mathematically impossible before it even kind of comes down to the wire. We need to see something be made, and now this is kind of a Hail Mary type play that they're looking to make. Hey, now's the time to split. Now's the time to do this. I feel like at the start, if you are going to stick together, go toward a high-profile place. Like, if you're going to kind of play the same way that you did in the first match, if you don't want to split it, that's fine. Not every team is made for splitting, as you were even calling it out, Taylor. But going toward a place like Salty, going to the same location as the enemy when you know they like to play slow, I feel like was not the greatest call.
Yep.
And obviously, hindsight's 2020. No one would have known that Salty Springs would have rendered no players whatsoever, which is very odd. But to no avail, I thought there was a really big missed opportunity and one that's finally starting to be seized on a little bit. But I think it's starting to become too late unless we see FaZe go down and Dellor and X just automatically turn up and take everybody else that's alive down. They could be in a good situation. I think Dellor is trying to prepare for the inevitable. He's trying to get some hype going, which is what he needs.
Absolutely. And, honestly, Dellor, as well as Big X, they need to pull a face away in this situation.
They really do.
And here we go. Dellor, welcome to Friday Fortnite. Glad to have you. This is what I want to see. No mats. And clearly frustrated.
I think, well, I mean, it's rough
Sweating.
too. They have split for a while, like you said. I don't think Dellor has found anybody in this entire split. I think he has been rotating around this entire time. And finally, the tensions boil over with the call out of there's nobody anywhere. And sometimes that's just how it goes. And one thing that I did want to highlight here that I thought FaZe did remarkably well is we've been saying, Salty wasn't the greatest drop, but the fact that FaZe went there too at the start meant that even if there were a lot of people, they could have mitigated any and all damage that were done. And, credit Big X here going crazy right now. 6 knocks of his own and trying to get another one here, fighting in the middle of the storm.
Ooh.
Nothing really to lose. And going to dash right out of the storm and not take any more damage there and play a little bit of a gatekeeping role. So, hey, not giving up the fight just yet.
Doing some damage, and this is what we need to see out of this team. At this point in the game, you can argue whether or not it's really going to add a lot, but regardless, though, maybe even some momentum when it comes down to the possible losers bracket that may be in their future. Ghost X, that's shotty from range. Combat still lands quite a bit of HP. A lot of shells landing in the noggin, and here's another one. A bit of a miss. Regardless, though, traps are down, and can they escape? Yes, they actually go down to the basement level where X is waiting for them. A nice elimination to come through. That's 9 for X. Unfortunately, the other end, Dellor still yet to see a soul. Unfortunately, he decides to grab a bush, decides to become one with nature.
And he doesn't have an AR either. That is quite unfortunate, especially if he starts getting into those those engagements where he just kind of needs to get those chip damage and then push forward. So with that being said, Funk, Nate Hill, they haven't even been trying to play aggressive this game, but they've been finding all the elims, and it just comes to their expertise on rotations and using every map element to their advantage. And Funk, knowing he's got that high ground, they've got a nice sized lead, no reason to risk his life. They're just going to chill out up here, and they'll get elims as they come, as now it's becoming quickly mathematically possible, but getting to that realm where it's not going to be so much possible. But I got to say, Funk, Nate Hill, if they stay alive, they'll be okay.
And that's my big thing with FaZe at this moment. Obviously, we're looking at the scoreboard right now. Like, if you're Nate Hill and FunkBomb, you don't come into this game saying, okay, we're not going to find any eliminations. Let's just, play the very back side of the map. That wouldn't make sense. 20 eliminations is possible for the other team to find. But 25 or 30 or 35, that's when it starts to become, pretty much negligible, almost like a near impossibility, and that's all they really needed to do, right? They just needed to kind of complement their game plan from the last match. They don't need to come through with another massive 20 elimination game. They just need to make 25, 30 a lot more difficult to be accomplished. And on the other side, you could argue, okay, well, the early game heroics weren't the greatest. The split obviously is working for X, but Dellor has yet to see anybody. That's where those little factors start to come through. And even by taking down players from the opposition, I'm talking about that extra 5, that extra 10 that you're finding, not the extra 20, but just kind of complementing that first game. It's also stealing eliminations away from the other team. So it's only going to grow as a positive for you is by playing a little bit slower, which is what we were kind of complimenting them for off the start, and just kind of adding toward the total rather than trying to double it or anything along those lines. So I think this is a very well-played game from FaZe Clan, more of a relaxing one when it comes down to this second game. And based off the scoreboard and based off of these final few eliminations, it's looking as if this one is, in fact, insurmountable. It is improbable for X and Dellor to make this comeback, which means that we are seeing FaZe Clan move on to the next round. We talk about these guys as they are a consistent duo, a team that is consistently playing in a number of different Fortnite tournaments, World Cup qualifiers, etc. These guys have a lot of history together, and that kind of showed throughout their patience, throughout their, somewhat of a relaxed game number 2, because they kind of realized they had this one in the bag after the first 5 minutes, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, they definitely did. Playing your opponents, clearly coming through, taking it nice and slow, not a bad play from them whatsoever. And to be expected from such a talented veteran team such as Funk and Nate Hill. But with that being said, Dellor not finding anybody over the tropical section, finishes with 0. So unfortunate, but with that being said, all's well that ends well. They're moving on to losers.
The R&D, like we said, more awesome action to come here from Friday Fortnite. Feel free to let us know thoughts on the games. Get involved in the conversation on Twitter. Hashtag Friday Fortnite. FaZe are through to the next round. Who will greet him there? We'll find out right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5, as we are live here from the UMG studio in the greater St. Louis area. Myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9-Hole Grains. Guys, we have been seeing some interesting results. We were given some updates throughout the commercial break saying that our qualifier team is still alive. And I say that because they've taken down some of the most talented teams in the world in this format. They just got done taking down Kamo Issa. Prior to that one, they took down Typical Gamer and Thieves, who are back-to-back third-place, rather not third-place champions, but third-place, finishers. And then prior to that one, they took down Mongraal and Mitro, for God's sake. These guys have been on one crazy run, and I'll be honest, you tell me coming into this game without any prior information, I'm saying qualifier team versus Nate Hill and FunkBomb, probably going to go with the veterans, going to go with the guys who have a lot of history in this mode and playing together. But Spastic and Nico, you're taking down Kamo and Issa, you're taking down Typical Gamer and Thieves, Mongraal and Mitro. I think I might be favoring them, which I wasn't really sure what to expect of a qualifier team. Really the greatest performance that we've seen from a qualifier team here in 2019 has really kind of been that run between Grandma and Deez right when they made that third-place finish. Yeah. And based off what we've seen from Spastic and Nico, this may be the best qualifier team that we've had in 2019 based off of their first 3 matches. And will it continue on to possibly the winners finals? That would be crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't know much about this duo coming into this tournament. It's always tough, to kind of do research whenever it comes to qualifier team. Maybe they don't keep up on social media as much. Maybe they're not as active whenever it comes to their bio. I do know one of them only had like 12 total tweets, right? Obviously, it's going to have to be a little bit more, especially if you win Friday Fortnite. Get those socials up as a player, right? It's very important to have your Twitter popping off as a gamer, because that's where you start to make your connections. But I gotta say, I'm excited to watch them play, and I'm excited to watch at least this match here. Nickmercs Sypher versus Highsky and Slappie, the young duo versus the veterans. And I gotta say, Nickmercs Sypher is a deadly duo, but Highsky and Slappie, all of Friday Fortnite, they haven't performed well. They do great whenever it comes to, competitive format, World Cup, but they do not excel when it comes to elimination-based format. This is their moment to shine. They're not having a bad run. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Yeah, and like we talked about, this is versus a veteran-like team, the squad that won the first ever Friday Fortnite back in 2018. It's been some time, but like I said, they are back together. The Trap Master in combination with the original Controller Lord, as unfortunately Sypher ends up getting taken down for the moment. And now we're going to need to see Nickmercs have a solid performance, need to have a big play. Decides going to utilize the Shadow Bomb. Looking for that high ground advantage, of course, which he does have that possession. But versatility of the team, like we said, versus Highsky and Slappie. Granted, like I said, Taylor, their placements have not looked the best. Their highest placement up to this point was in week 3 where they finished top 12. Which you look at these players and you're saying, hey, really? Like top 12, that's the greatest placement they've had? Yeah. Not the greatest of performances, but this could be the time where they begin to turn things around. And if you can drop a team like Nickmercs and Sypher, that would give a lot for your confidence, for sure.
And what do you think in particular it is about this format that is so difficult for them? Is it because it's elimination based, because you have to move quickly, it's about rotations rather than survival? I'm curious here because you've described these players to me as supremely talented. Yep. And I think that some of their results in other formats would show you exactly that. And they're going to get a chance to put a big big lead on them here, but to my original question, what do you think it is? Do they just play a little bit slower, a little more conservative?
It's more so like about the rotations. I think rotations are drastically different from whether it comes from the World Cup, where you're kind of trying to avoid players, not necessarily to the extreme, but you're trying to, you know, kind of get the points. And I think we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen. I think Highsky just beat Nickmercs as well as Cypher's. Nickmercs does back out, but you love the excitement from this guy. I love Highsky, man. You know, such a talented young player, one of the youngest players to be added onto FaZe, and he has a long, talented career ahead of him. As, man, if he keeps bringing that hype, I'm going to love watching this kid, especially moving forward in Fortnite.
Yeah, I would not want to face off against them if they're getting that hype right now. That's for sure. I would fear the young Dons. That's without question, right? These guys are having a fantastic performance, and like we said, are moving on into the next round. And like we said, versus a very talented squad, like Nickmercs and Cypher. I know they haven't played with each other in a while, at least when it comes to a Friday Fortnite, but we know what they're capable of. We've been looking at the losers bracket runs. We've seen Nickmercs' placement, you know, back just a few weeks ago. We know what he's capable of. We've seen Cypher with HD. Their run even through losers bracket as well has been phenomenal. So for them to take down this roster, this may be their week. This may be their opportunity to really start to kind of move forward. However, the next team that they do face off against, which I'm actually very interested in this one here for winners semis, is going to be JuJu and Grandma.
They're still in,
They are.
Okay.
They are still in. They
All
took
right.
down Tenser and FaZe Kaz, so going to be an interesting one going to be coming up. I really don't know what to predict in this one. I feel like I have to go with Highsky and Slappie, but I really don't know what exists on the other side in terms of what JuJu Smith has to really kind of put out there. I know he's a very talented player. I know he plays Fortnite quite a bit. He's obviously a gamer, you know, on and off the field for the most part, but I don't know if it's going to withstand the aggressiveness and the hype that's really coming in from the other side.
Yeah, it really depends, right? Highsky and Slappie, like I said, they haven't performed well whenever it comes to Friday Fortnite, but they're making a very talented, nice run, and they got to keep that momentum going. Don't let the nerves get to them. They are young, right? So they haven't had at least too much competition in their veins, you know, for quite some time, right? They still need to get that experience to, you know, kind of work the nerves out, especially as they get further and deeper into this tournament. But I think if they keep that lockdown and underway, they will perform considerably well. But I'm going to go with JuJu and Grandma. I think, honestly, they're going to make a nice run. Grandma is a very talented player.
Oh, yeah.
High numbers, did well, fairly well whenever it comes to World Cup. Didn't qualify, but he had plenty of great placements along with Deez. So I definitely think that's going to be a solid roster, but it's going to be an explosive matchup to say the least. But this is the one we wanted to see, isn't it, Nine?
It is. Talking about kids, talking about grandmas. What a wonderful thing and
Fortnite,
difficult to
baby.
wrap your head around. But on the other side, talking about teams who you really aren't sure what to expect from, Spastic and Nico, would this be the greatest winners bracket run that we have ever seen in Friday Fortnite history?
That's a great call. I was actually getting ready to ask you guys the exact same thing because it's got to be in the conversation for it. And for a qualifier team as well, to be taking down these rosters, right? I mean, we're talking about Mongraal and Mitro. We're talking about Aydan, or not Aydan Innocents, but taking down, like, you know, all of these fantastic rosters up to this point. Kamo and Issa, like, these are not, you know, your average run-of-the-mill teams, you know, these, you know, random kind of teams that kind of come up from time to time. No, these are rosters who are all probably in our conversation for maybe to be champions. And the fact that they're all a losers bracket facing off against each other, and it's a qualifier team remaining to the top, I think it could absolutely be argued. My big thing is that they have to at least make it into the winners finals for that to be a conversation. But in your eyes, Taylor, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking Aydan Innocents probably had the best one. They didn't drop a single map last week in week number 4. But for a qualifier team, though, to come through against such experienced teams, it probably is arguably one of the best runs just for the fact the competition they've had to go against, right? I think the competition kind of makes it what it is, and definitely a talented run to say the least. And they're getting the nerves out. They're obviously making it happen. They had to get through how many teams? What, 400 and like some 400 plus teams in the qualifiers, right? It's ridiculous because you know you run 2 qualifiers and those 2 qualifiers run into a final qualifier, and it is a gauntlet to say the least. And you have to be good at all aspects against several different play styles, several different servers you have to play on as well. So I have to say, very talented roster indeed. But I think this is going to be a huge test. Right, Nate Hill, Funk, we've just seen what they can do in the previous round. They put up high numbers. Let's see if they continue to do so here.
And that's what's like really exciting about seeing this too, is we haven't seen Nico and Spastic play. We don't know exactly what their play style is. They might play the same type of game, and if that's the case, it really just does become a battle of execution. You see them making a nice rotation over here to Megga Mall, seeing who they can pick up here. Only one on the side of Spastic. We'll have to see how many Nico has here. But we didn't see a ton on the other side either, so this might be one of our lower scoring games, which is weird to see this late. But we've seen it. I believe Gotaga and Typical Thieves had a very low scoring, and now it's starting to get into a better score right here. But we've seen this before, and it may just be the play styles and adapting to what your opponent's putting down.
What, did someone just get revived?
Yep. Yeah, got
This
revived.
is like right in front of Spastic?
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Bold move. Did not pay off, God.
That's for sure. I don't know what to call about that. I was like, surely no one just rebooted in the face over Spastic happened to be at, but no. Okay, they're going for everything, and that's going to easily work out in his favor. Dropping constant enemies who have pretty much nothing really to show for it. Great pistol and 100 HP. That's fine. That's one shot from the combat. A few shots coming in from that very accurate tactical, and that regular assault rifle is going to be no problem there for him as they are divulging. They are collapsing down on the Megga Mall, shop to shop. They've got a lot of money to spend, and it looks as if a few traps maybe to utilize as well, but easy enemies right now for these boys, and Nico up close, another one to be found. That's 7 eliminations for him off the start of this game, and that is the question that we can bring up. Nate Hill and FunkBomb, they had a very solid game one, if you will, of that last series, but they do start off slow, though, right? They like to play the salty game. If it's aggressive, that's fine, but if not, they have no problem looking for resources. They have no problem looking for inventory space. No issues there. But if they can't really pick it up toward the mid game, if they can't really see those rotations become a lot more successful,
nice
they
shots.
could be in an awkward spot, which may be the reason why they come down heading into game 2.
Nate Hill, Funk trying to catch up. I know we were sitting at 11 over on the other side for our qualifier duo. Nice shockwave to the connection on the truck. Player drops. That's a knock, and I know there's going to be one more in this area, probably maybe over in bunker, but a nice little half pot is, in fact, going to be consumed for the time being as Nate Hill's going to come up. As I see Spastic is going to get dropped, and Nico has to come to the rescue. He's going to go ahead and launch away, disengages. And unfortunately, his partner is going to drop Nico in a tough situation. But honestly, a blessing in disguise is going to be Funk, Nate Hill. They're not going to be far away from here, so they might be able to come through and maybe assist Nico. But Nico is about to go down 2 health, and there's nothing he can do. He gets lasered, and he is going to get dropped. And they're going to finish at about 11 elims, I do believe. And it's going to be a tough situation for them, especially now with 18 total engagements remaining. We know Nate Hill and Funk can go the distance. They get victory royales very often. They could come through, tie this, and potentially go into game 2 with the lead.
And that was my big question was, hey, you know what? We were kind of looking at their game plan, saying, okay, playing a little bit slow. How is this really going to kind of work out for them? And clearly the slow-paced play is looking pretty nice. So, down by 1 elimination, you've got 18 more to look out for. This strategy for FaZe is going to be pretty decent, at least for the time. And it looks like they are seeing a few people starting to come out of the storm over toward those sky platforms. But for FaZe Clan, it's a matter of staying with this strategy and trying to hold on to an advantage coming into that next game. If they can get, upwards of 8 to 9, they can kind of keep up with what is their main game plan, which is slow off the start and keeping consistent over time. And it looks as if FunkBomb entering back out of the structures, doing some damage to the opponent. However, that high ground is going to be grabbed for them. And FunkBomb wanting to change up the script, wanting to rewrite it. Quick edits, leading into maybe that structural advantage as he quickly finds it. Ooh, a few missed shots coming in from the pump, but to no avail. Still possessing that high ground, but is going for the rush. Nate Hill, I think gets brought back to full HP as he does take a med kit. So it'd be nice for the FaZe boys, but for the most part, pretty much unscathed. Not the worst situation in the world. They continue on.
I did want to point something out. In my research, I do believe Spastic and Nico are on EU servers.
They are, yes.
Yeah, so with that being said, they just played off server, and they're going to go into, or at least game 2, relatively even as they have the lead currently. Well, I guess now they don't, right? Whenever those couple of elims came through, it was 11-10. But with that being said, a talented duo qualifying, obviously coming in against the Beast, which are Funk and Nate Hill, to keep it this close off server isn't bad at all. And now you got to be thinking, right? The best is yet to come. We're going on server, on host. Next game, yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a deficit, but we're going to feel more confident. We're going to be able to hot drop, and nothing's going to be stopping us. This is a deadly position. Funk and Nate Hill find themselves in. They've got to capitalize here on host and get as many as they possibly can.
They do. As you said earlier, a few more engagements here, still plenty of chance. I would say if they can get maybe 10 of these, that starts to become the lead that you have to be comfortable with. You know that this team of all teams is not going to make a big mistake in the early game and set themselves back or make it to where they're going to gift back all of these points for almost nothing. No, they're going to take it a little bit slower, as they have done throughout this tournament. And they just really seem to be a team that puts themselves in the position to get the most success. And I know that sounds like a very generic thing, but so often you hear about teams and players who are making the big plays, and then these other teams that put themselves in positions where they don't have to make the big plays. They make the big plays into the routine ones, and that's why they've done this so well, and they've made it easy on themselves too. That's what consistency means at this level.
I think it's interesting, too, like we're looking at this FaZe Clan roster, and obviously we're kind of alluding to conversations of that slower pace play. It kind of does remind me a little bit of Typical Gamer and Thieves, and I think this team is a little bit faster than them, but to keep in mind that Nico and Spastic took down TG and Thieves. This was a roster that they had already taken down just a few rounds ago, so the fact that they're facing off against a team that is very similar to that lineup, you could argue maybe a good situation for the qualifiers, but with the skill that is possessed on the other end, the knowledge that they have of rotations, and maybe their ability to play fast, because like we talked about in previous, how fast can a squad like TG and Thieves really go? Like, are they really going to be up there if they need to? I think they're always a team that kind of plays at their pace. It doesn't really get changed all that much. For FaZe Clan, that may be the difference maker. That may be the one positive we can look at, or one of the many positives, rather, that we can look at for this team, is that while they do play a little bit slower than a few of the others who could be in this, semifinal range, they are one that can change up their play style if need be, and be a little bit more flexible, if you will, toward other play styles, which I think is going to be interesting. And that was the key to success last week for Aydan and Innocents. When we got to that grand final, we're looking at two very fast and aggressive players in Dubs and Megga, guys who would not slow down to even grab better weapons, who wouldn't slow down to even grab HP. When they faced off against Aydan and Innocents, they met up against a roster that was pretty fast-paced, but not the most, but one that was also willing to slow down, and they clearly won that grand final in a decently dominant fashion from what we saw previously. So I'm curious if that could be the same blueprint that may be on the horizon right now for Nate Hill and FunkBomb. Not playing super aggressive, allowing for the enemy to make mistakes, and when they do, this is when they start to really develop their advantages, is when it comes down to that late game.
I was wondering why we're going back up there, obviously for a Rift, and now this is going to be great to get that high ground, because you got to be thinking, right, you do have Pleasant, which is going to be there. We saw the reboot fan, it's going to light up, and now Nate Hill's going to go on the attack. I was going to say, you probably should take high ground and go on one of those mountains, because that's where your enemies are probably most likely going to be, but he just got blessed, and you know one of those players is not going to have a good amount of weapons, as well as the respawn guy is not going to have any shield. So this is going to be an opportunity to prey on some potential victims, come through with two total eliminations, maybe even a third, as we're going to see Funk. He's going to be an engagement himself on the other house. Easy knockdown below. Quick attention to another player up ahead. Shots fired onto him. That's going to be a knock plus a full finish. And you talked about it, Nine. Hey, man, if they come through with the 10 elimination lead, that's going to be what they need, and they are well on their way to getting just that.
They are. You see 12 right here. You don't need too many more to hit that 20 mark. I believe they've hit it already. And again, their end game. This is probably the best team in the end game that I have seen since I have started spectating Friday Fortnite. It just seems like they always have the right gear. Look at this kit right here. This is everything that you could want. It's not by accident that this gets here. It's not by luck. They know how to set themselves up. We see the baller here taking almost a victory lap, it looks like, as they start to move around and try to find those last couple. But again, you said that they didn't have that many elims left, and they needed to get maybe 10 of them, maybe about half of them, over half of them. It seems like they found almost all of them.
Yeah, they have. And you know what's interesting, too? Nate Hill actually got rid of his shields to opt for the glider redeploy. He knows these last fights are going to be maybe some major build battles. He's also going to be on high ground, so glider redeploys are going to be much more useful. Plus, you got to be thinking Funk probably has some chug splashes himself, as we're getting that high ground, showing off the World Cup skill set. Unfortunately, he's going to go ahead and Harry Potter himself, but luckily he's going to at least managed to get that high ground. And look how high Funk is going to be up, but this is going to give an opportunity Nate Hill from the bottom to play that support row, fire some shots, and we're going in for the Reddit clip, baby. He gets at least one hit, comes through, and there's a knock landed.
There is indeed lovely play coming through from Nate Hill. And like we talked about, utilizing that inventory the best of his ability. I thought he was going to try to go for the edit, make it a trap house, if you will. But to no avail, FunkBomb doing some damage up toward the top. Nate Hill in the middle of a few structures, going to try to get that inventory a little bit better and decides, hey, let's go on top. Let's get toward a better point of view. It's still taking some shots, though, from the outskirts as all these structures are beginning to look a little bit more weak. A missed opportunity for Nate Hill, but I think to no avail. I think he realized how high up they were. It was pretty impressive. They were on, like, floor 96, being a little bit toward that cap if they weren't careful, but they're still in a pretty good spot. They've got a few enemies left, but I think, you know, kind of going back to the conversation that Nine was bringing up, these guys in late game, they just have a newfound confidence. It's as if that nothing really has changed for them. It's just a new sequence of kills. It just happens to be at the very end. These guys are looking very calm, very composed, and like we talked about, that could be one of the key features that allows for them to get in toward that winner's final, maybe even that grand final if they're not careful. Nate Hill still scaling the sides of the walls and looking for this elimination. So much HP loss, and there it is, another knock. More enemies still to come, but more enemies means 2.
I think maybe more than any other team, the confidence to trust that there will be all these elims here at the end. There's no reason for them to get the big elims and play aggressive. Looking at these numbers, you would think this is an aggressive team, right?
Yeah.
These scores, you would think, oh, they're playing so aggressive, they're getting the big numbers at the start. This has to be at least 25, I would wager.
Yeah.
You think, oh, that's an aggressive team. No,
It's
not.
Yeah.
It's a team that went with a softer drop, allow the opponent to get a few there, make sure that you're geared up, and trust that you'll be able to pick up seemingly 20 of 20 of the final players.
Yeah. One thing I want to capitalize on in that final fight, yeah, you know, a lot of these players built up very high, right? Obviously, got to get that highlight in with Highsky, bringing the hype, baby, highlighting it once again. But with that being said, a lot of players in public lobbies, or a lot of players in general, and sometimes I find myself falling victim to this, is overbuilding. You don't need to overbuild in situations, and you notice, and I really want to highlight Nate Hill in those nice fights. Were coming through, and he was building only enough to either get high ground or to trap his players or take over someone's wall. He wasn't trying to crank 90s until he gets, you know, unreasonably high, and then he has to work his way down. His opponents were doing that for him, right? So they were using all their mats. They were overbuilding. Nate Hill and Funk, nice, calm, and composed. And that's how you have to be. Observe more than you build, and you'll start to get more eliminations.
And speaking of more eliminations, one thing that I want to point out, with 22 engagements left, we saw here 2 elims.
Yep.
Which means, I mean, some simple math here, 22 elims left, ending with 15. 13 of the last 20 engagements he got.
Wow.
Remarkable.
It's impressive. Yeah, absolutely. That's remarkable. It's definitely something of interest that we have to, you know, obviously bring up from time to time, is that we're looking at their prior series, have some good performances. They're up by 20 at the half.
Sure.
This situation, what, they're up by, was that 14 at the half? Still a very good situation, all things considered, because it wasn't a terrible game for Spastic and Nico. They just happened to get taken down very early on in the game. So I know we're highlighting a lot about FaZe. My big question, though, is with the reputation that the qualifier team has built up coming into this point, taking down dominant team after dominant team, if they could make this comeback happen versus a very talented lineup like Nate Hill and FunkBomb, who have looked fantastic toward the late game, what an extra credit that we would give to them for this run that they've completed. I think for me it would be without question the most incredible run that we've seen throughout a winner's bracket, or maybe in that conversation for it, without question, the most dominant run by a qualifier team. These guys are slaying out, and I'm worried when it comes down to this game number 2 for them. How do they rebound? Do they know what to do in these situations? Obviously, they've been in a number of different qualifier matches. They know how this format works, but what's their call? Is it to split being down by this amount? Is it to try and stick together to go toward a hot drop? Because you have to be aware, in the same situation that we saw in the last game for Dellor and Co., they were down, but what did they do? They went to a slow location, and they went to a slow location where the enemy was. They found no eliminations. They rotated, and that's when they started to see success. It was almost as if they finally had to do something in order to start to see somewhat of a positive. But positives, maybe to negatives, as I'm seeing Spastic and Nico, I see a possible drop at Pleasant Park. I think he's going maybe for the outskirts
outside,
end of Pleasant, or maybe even
Yeah,
He's
drop
going to be a
ship
little
on
bit
the
low.
outskirts,
So he's
yeah.
on the very outskirts of this. So Nico's going for the sky platform
And then
just
he's
on
going
the
for haunted
outside.
house.
And he's going to be going for, like you said, that haunted house. So interesting call. Nico obviously at least does spot a few off the start. But do we like this call considering the way that they're down right now? We obviously do credit Pleasant Park, not the greatest spot. It's not a terrible location to find eliminations, but it has traded a lot of our squads in past who don't have a whole lot of experience with this format to some early struggles.
I will say I'm a much bigger fan landing on the outside, landing on Haunted House, going to a dropship as well, getting kitted up, and then pursuing your way into Pleasant because you come into more third-party opportunities on the positive end for you instead of just hot dropping in, maybe having to fight over a house and then getting third-partied yourself. So it sets you up much better. So I think for them that's the much smarter play, but you're hoping there's going to be a lot of people at that location because if there's not, I'm liking, Funk and Nate Hill's position. You have Nate Hill who's on the other dropship. He's going to potentially even go into Shifty. You have Funk who's already getting into an engagement himself over on Ice Cream Mountain inside this house. So with that being said, their positioning, I like it better for rotation. I like it better for just getting total eliminations. So I think they're going to fare a little bit better. So if I'm that qualifying team, I'm trying to get into Pleasant, get the elims that I can. I'm rotating out.
Looks if Nate Hill taking down one on all fours. No problems there. But on the other end, this is where we need to see this aggressive play. Obviously, take a look at the top right along with the main cam as Spastic does take down one, but that arrow stretching pretty far away, meaning that a rotation is going to be needed here shortly. No problems, right? But they've got to be careful of that over time. That time that it takes to rotate could be a situation that allows for FaZe to be in a really good spot to take down a few easy teams that maybe Spastic and Nico wouldn't have the opportunity to. And also the conversation that you were bringing up kind of toward that last game, Taylor, was, hey, server versus server. In this particular game, FaZe is going to be at a ping disadvantage. We're now on, I believe, EU servers here for Spastic and Nico. So that could give them a newfound confidence, one that they're going to need with the deficit as large as this one.
Great play right there. Just cleaning that up. You said the rotation did need to start a little bit early, and there was not a huge split, but a baby split, certainly at the start there. I think they did what they needed to do. They're pretty reasonably well kitted up here. As we take a look at the bird's eye view here, 4 on one side and 7 on the other. So they have started the way that they needed to. You see 57, of course, 4 of those being the 4 players you're seeing on the screen right now. So still plenty of action left to be had. I think that they've got the opening that they wanted here. Now it's just a battle of the rotations here, and they've found a couple more here. So, Taylor, you talked about liking the strategy of getting kitted up and then heading into Pleasant Park, and I'm starting to see why.
Yeah, it's a much better strategy, much more controlled, and I think the more control you put into your hands, the better, right? This is going to be the final engagement they're going to have at Pleasant. So once they start or once they get these eliminations, or hopefully they do, I'm immediately heading over towards Hamburger Hill. I'm going into one of those rifts if they're still there, and I'm rotating out as soon as possible because I need to start slaying out. I want to get over towards Loot. I want to get to Neo Tilted, maybe even over to Tropical if you want to kind of get crazy with it and use those vents to kind of rotate through. But I'm starting to clear that ground, and a great opportunity there comes through for a total elim, Chug Jug in hand as well. That's the final elim, or at least it should be. Like I said, the rotation needs to come through.
That's the big question right now. We're giving them a lot of credit, a lot of props for a lot of the calls that they've made so far in Pleasant Park, but now comes the real moment when the rotations have to be better than FaZe. And these guys have looked so good when it comes down to the rotations. Their passive play, they realize the situation at hand. You almost have to catch them off guard. You almost have to kind of surprise them a little bit where they look at that scoreboard and they're saying, oh, gosh, we're only up by 5, 6 eliminations. We really need to kind of change things up a little bit. And we talk about, right, 9 elims away from tying this one up. And now that's overall going to be a lot more as time goes on because FaZe are going to start to kind of get involved in that conversation. Rotations are going to be kind of more in their midst, and they're going to start trying to have some flank opportunities. They're going to try to maybe even steal a few eliminations from you. So that's something they have to be aware of. And much like we've seen, right, we were comparing them a lot to Typical Gamer and Thieves. One thing that Typical Gamer and Thieves have highlighted a lot, they have any advantage at all, they mirror the enemy team. They stick with them constantly. If they were to meet up, I'm interested if FaZe may do the same thing.
I think I just barely caught it. We have a rotation over here into Salty Springs, a very popular rotation. I think we may have seen a rotation into Neo Tilted here from Spastic and Nico as well. So both of these sides now rotating over and trying to make the big plays at the hot spots. And this is where things could get very, very interesting for Nate Hill and Funk. They've rotated into a spot where there's a lot of people. They might run into a difficult foe here, and I think this is where they just have to remain controlled. I like this. Do some, just a little bit of fire this way, force them to rebuild. There again, they have to avoid disaster because, as you said earlier, you know that they're eventually going to find their picks, even though they're only up by 9 now as opposed to the 15 that it was just a short time ago. It can all change very quickly.
I got to say, I'm a much bigger fan of rotating into Salty versus Neo Tilted. You're typically not going to find that many players over there. So with that being said, Nate Hill comes through big. And he's going to use that drum shotgun to the best of its advantage. He's going to drop one player, another player getting a little bit spicy down below in the brick one by one. But unfortunately, he's not able to edit out that wall. And he's kind of forced to build up. Nate Hill looking to take over high ground. Spots the player phasing through his own build, and that's going to be an easy elim as they continue to light it up. Now, where do they go? Do they want to head over towards Dusty? Maybe even over towards Megga if they so decide, but they have plenty of options. And that elimination feed has been looking pretty dry if you're on the side of the qualifier team. Spastic and Nico haven't found any elims in quite some time. They started off nice and well, but this dry spell could hurt them.
I think based off the dry spell that they've obviously experienced, that may be calling for a split, which seems to be coming through right now. We talk about Nico kind of off in the distance. Spastic, though, in the middle of an engagement in between Salty Springs and Fatal Fields, right next to that sky platform, and takes a nice little gander at it just to make sure that there are going to be no expiring shots coming from the top side. But as you relay, Taylor, nice shots coming through from Spastic, and wanting to make sure he holds down to that high ground advantage, placing down cones just to make sure his life's a little bit easier. And has kind of formed somewhat of a wall right now based off the structures he's laid out. It's going from one to the next, wanting to kind of form these 1v1 engagements. Does not want to allow for these players to join up in unison together because that's when things start to get dicey. You'd rather have one weapon aim at you multiple different times rather than two at once. And it looks as if Spastic has spotted someone on the flank. There's actually someone just below his builds, and one shot is all he needed. Great stuff coming through from Spastic, but the job is not done. Still landing shots, quick reactions, and there goes another back-to-back knocks, indicating that there are still more players to come, grabbing the inventory, making sure it's a little bit in a much better situation. And it looks as if he is seeing a few enemies just come off toward the side, utilizing those slipstreams, going for the builds. Unfortunately, is reset for the time, having his teammate try to provide some communication, maybe even allowing for what is going on in their respective situations. Player toward the top side, a big one to find if you're Spastic, and he might then to take down this John Wick and then make his way up toward that slipstream. Fantastic work, though, coming in from this guy.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, I was about to say everything that we said about a dry spell. Now all I see on the elimination feed is these guys working through. I think they found their honey hole here. They're going to stick as long as they possibly can. But you see now Funk has rotated over, so I think they have started to do that tactic of mirroring, and we've talked about that so often. And to be fair, there aren't that many engagements left, so I think mirroring's about the only thing that they can do. And you see Spastic did get taken down by something. Nico's going to have to come up big. You see there's not that many engagements left, and you see him way off in the corner. There's not going to be any assistance there at all. And now, what are we going to see here? Is Funk going to opt to stay around here with the people who just knocked out Spastic? And needs to be careful. Some shots coming in there, opting to go for a full-on retreat and rejoin. Do a little bit of damage mitigation, and honestly, I agree with that play.
Yeah, not a bad idea, right? Getting out whenever things are starting to get dicey. You know one of your opponents was just eliminated. You know his partner is going to be over here in the middle of Dusty Divot. He's not going to have the opportunity to make his way back. I guess he could if he wanted to, but there's really no reason to do that. But he will be trying to make his way as quickly as possible. And I guess one huge positive is Spastic hasn't been fully eliminated, which means it's going to give even more time whenever he does go down. Unfortunately, the ball is going to be eliminated. Oh, but look at the ramp. The ramp is already set up perfectly. Now he's going to be able to glide his way over as long as he does it properly. Doesn't hit a tree. But meanwhile, he's distracted. Picking up his teammate, Nate Hill, is finding a guy riding a llama. And he will, in fact, fire some shots below. He's going to get one easy knock and quickly focus his attention on another player just down below. And that should be an easy knock as well as players continue to come. He's getting peppered, but it's not going to be enough, and that's going to be another 3 added to his stat line.
I think that may have just done it too. You see 10 elims right there, and Spastic going down really was the big deal right there. Both sides were split. Both sides had mirrored what the tactic was the other were doing, and I think that Had Spastic stayed up, those very well could have been Spastic's elims right there, and I think they needed almost all of them if they were going to bring this back. We, of course, don't know with 100% certainty that it's not mathematically possible anymore, but it's certainly looking grim for the qualifier heroes who've made an improbable run all the way to this level. We'll see here, Nate Hill trying to close this one out. Just a couple more elims should do it. Willing to sit in the storm to make it happen.
And obviously, we see by the scoreline there, 37-32 advantage toward FaZe. And like we discussed, with only a few more players left, you're hoping for a reboot. You're hoping for some players to fall. If you are a fan of the qualifier roster, and probably gained a lot of fans today, that's for sure. These guys kind of coming out of nowhere for the most part. I mean, we were kind of discussing, saying, hey, it was kind of hard to find some information about them. Nice shot coming in from Nate Hill, by the way. Pixel perfect, as we like to call out. But on the other end, I mean, you got to give them a shout out for sure. If they did not rather go down early on in that game number one, this would probably be looking like a much different situation. This one probably means a whole lot more. And all things considered, they're making this one still even close. As a player decides to run in unison, the running man, FunkBomb says, "Hey, I like to dance a little bit, but dance moves are not exactly what you want to do at this point in the game." And another negative if you are the qualifier squad, but a positive they can take away is the fact that they put on one heck of a series and really forced this one to the very end. After having a very big deficit coming into this game number two, they held on, and I am worried for the teams that still have to face off against them in that losers bracket.
Absolutely right. It's still going to be a powerful team. They've eliminated some of the best teams in this bracket, especially on the winner's side. So loser runs, they do happen time and time again. So a rematch could be possible in the future, but I got to say, Nate Hill, Funk, looking solid. And honestly, I don't think anybody can stop them at this current point in time. And you hear the frustration coming out from Nico. He wants to find anyone and everyone, and unfortunately, no one has been spotted for the time being, as the score is now 40-32. We have 2 players left, and that makes it impossible for Spastic and Nico to come back. 40-32 is, for all intents and purposes, going to be the final score. And you love to see it. Nate Hill and Funk coming back with a vengeance. They didn't play last week, but now that they're back this week, they're making the most of it.
Yeah, they definitely are. They've looked like a fantastic team, and we've constantly iterated. You know, their late games have been looking so stellar. While they aren't the most aggressive team at the start, they continually find eliminations more and more as time goes on. They remain composed. They remain in the driver's seat, and that really kind of is the main portion of their game plan has been, hey, we're not dropping early. We're seeing success, and if the enemy starts to fall, hey, that just makes our strategy look even more solidified. And while this qualifier team, who look to be a titan, which they still perform like a very talented roster, they will fall at the way a lot of other rosters have versus the FaZe boys.
Yeah, 32 points would have done you pretty well in a lot of the other series that we've seen so far. But to talk about Nate Hill and Funk, I think what's most, at least interesting to me about the strategy that they play is it's a strategy that you hate to say will always work, but it's certainly something that they haven't felt the need to change up at all, right? Just making sure that they start off just a touch slower here, trust that there's going to be people there in the end game. It really doesn't matter what the opponent does in that situation. They can go hot, they can try the same sort of thing. If that's the case, we'll just mirror them, we'll follow them. So I really like the way that they've gone about and played it, and that's why they've stayed so consistent. Every round, I believe that we've watched them so far, they've put up a 20 bomb or higher. So that tells me that they've got a strategy that's working repeatedly in that game one, and they've been able to coast through these game twos. So I'm interested in seeing if they can ride that all the way.
I loved your example, Landon, comparing them to typical gamer and Thieves, right? That slow and steady wins the race. It's perfect exactly whenever it comes to their play style. I do think, you know, Nate Hill and Funk can be more aggressive in that situation, but they have the kind of same style. Typical gamer and Thieves, one of the most consistent teams in our tournament. This style, it seems to work.
And that's the thing that I've kind of been bringing up, and I think the reason why they're so consistent is because of the way that they play their lives. They're slow off the start. I mean, if you play super aggressive off the beginning and you die, your series is over. For a lot of these situations, you get kind of toward the bitter end of a lot of these games, and your game plan is pretty much done. So I like the play that's coming in from them, and whether or not it's a copy, which I don't think it is, I think it's just the way they like to play the game, it works out very well. Now, I know from obviously, you know, one play style to the next, we're obviously hopping in toward our other winners semifinal. Winner of this game will face off against the FaZe boys in Nate Hill and Funk. But looking at this matchup, like we discussed, Highsky and Slappie facing off against Grandma and JuJu. Excited to see that JuJu Smith has made it all the way toward the semifinals Obviously, he and Grandma putting up one heck of a performance, and I was actually talking to Brian, one of the guys who ends up making Friday Fortnite happen. He was discussing with me and talking to me a little bit about why Grandma was shouted out by Drake in his first run coming through, because we were talking like, hey, why does this guy have, no offense, but connections to Drake? Like, why is this guy even tweeting him out, or rather even mentioning him on his Instagram story? Why is he even having the opportunity to play with JuJu here? Apparently, there was one moment where he was hopping into a random lobby and happened to get matched up with JuJu Smith and Drake, which is like, how does that even happen?
Yeah.
But, so a very interesting situation. So he ends up kind of playing with him over time. They obviously realize he's an incredible player, and he's kind of kept ties with them since. That's why he's kind of had the shout-out come through with Drake. It's the reason why he's playing with JuJu Smith even in this tournament, even off broadcast. So it's kind of an interesting story. I wasn't for sure if maybe he and Drake were related or what really was kind of the storyline with that, but it was kind of an early game thing that they've had a connection with. And based off of the performance and based off the situation that we find ourselves in right now, he's going to need to come in clutch yet again for JuJu. As he finds himself on all fours, it's time to highlight Mr. Grandma. We've seen Deez have some good performances up to this point. His longtime teammate, what can he do now at the sign of adversity?
Grandma, a lot on his back. I mean, this is going to be a tough situation. JuJu is down. You've got to try and go clutch, using the shockwave grenades to kind of get some distance between him and his opponents. He was in desperate need of some mats, and unfortunately, I think this team was a little bit too odd to handle, as he is getting some major distance and rotating all the way back, almost even to the block if he continues to go even further. How do you get that reboot card? Is it worth it? I think it is, honestly. I think there's still plenty of eliminations to be had. You go get that card if you can make your way in there, and then you kind of also get some eliminations if you potentially can. I think that player coming down, trying to get maybe the vending machine that usually spawns over in that location, but we're going to the slipstream, and he's going to be making his way back. I agree with this play. It's going to be a risky one, but if it works out 9, it's going to pay off well.
Well, you actually saw a reboot happen already, so that means there's still plenty left. Like you said, with 30 still on there, of course, 26 available, I think it's absolutely a chance to go in, and we're hearing this is game 2. So I think all the points, all the tactics are on right now. This is not the time to be conservative. So we're going to be trying some baller plays as well. Everything, they are guarding that reboot card hard. Puppy guarding, as you would say, on the playground back in the day. But I think that, whether or not the right play is to grab the reboot card, I'm not sure Grandma has a choice at this point.
Yeah.
It's going to be, it's not worth losing the entire game, and certainly that baller is going to get shredded right there. This is looking rough, Landon.
It definitely is, right? So there goes JuJu out for the rest of this game, and as you discussed, right, this is game number 2, and based on the scoreline, which I'm sure we'll be doing our best to try and find, this is a big moment, right? Regardless of what the scoreline may be, even if Grandma was up by 15 eliminations at this point, it's still even nerve-wracking because not having that 2v2 situation allows for the enemy to have twice the amount of opportunities and eliminations as you do. And based on the performance that we're seeing coming in from Highsky and Slappie, at least as of recent, these guys have been firing on all cylinders, have been looking so good, and their aggression really in these up close and personal gunfights have been looking stellar. So if you are Grandma, right, you just lost your comrade, you lost your teammate.
We have 8 in total, so
I was going to say, math is hard. Math is hard.
Like me. I like it.
Highsky's having some difficulties, and I would too. I was trying to wait to see exactly if we'd find the score update. Regardless, though, we'll just say it's close.
I love his reaction when he goes, "What?"
Well, I love that, just that moment of just like, I don't know.
It's like, how am I doing long division when I'm just supposed to be adding scores? How does this work?
I love it. Math is hard, ladies and gentlemen. Math is hard. Let me tell you, but clearly these opponents are not. And Highsky making easy work of them. And, man, I'm telling you, mechanically he's one of the best. Coming up high, he'll go ahead and drop that floor down. Still maintains the high ground. Picks up an elim in return as well. So not a bad play from Highsky, as this player gets bold with it. And, unfortunately, he's going to pay with his life. And that's going to be another one added to the stat line, with this being game number 2. JuJu already down. It is looking grim for Grandma and JuJu.
Definitely is. In terms of the way that we're looking at Highsky and Slappie play, you just like to imagine this one has got to be in the books for them. They just have been looking so solid in their prior series and leading into the one that we're watching right now. Obviously, the kill feed's filling with elims coming in from the opposite side, and Grandma is not really having any chances to really pull anything off. So a Hail Mary, anything needs to go down for Grandma at this moment. and looking at her grandkids and saying, how have I gotten to this point? How have I gotten to this extent? JuJu's down and hoping that they can make possibly a resurgence when it comes down to that losers bracket. It's just not looking all that likely anymore. But regardless, a very talented team that, again, that has taken down that losers bracket. My goodness, it's going to be an interesting one. It looks as if it's going to be Nickmercs and FunkBomb facing off against the young Dons and Highsky and Slappie in the winners finals.
I wanted to highlight your story, Landon, and it's
My
very
story?
encouraging. Yeah, your story a little bit earlier about Grandma kind of meeting Drake as well as JuJu in a random lobby, and it's time for a lesson with reflections, guys. Daddy reflections coming out. I'm not a dad, but I don't know. Your uncle reflections, whatever you want me to be.
Weird uncle reflections.
Okay, let's skate away from all those. Yeah, let's
Creepy uncle.
Anyways, with that being said, guys, be nice to everyone you play with when you're in the lobbies. Don't be toxic, because you never know who you'll be playing with, right? You could be playing with Drake, and you could be playing with JuJu. And in this case, obviously, Grandma took advantage of that. And look at where he is now. A lot of opportunities in life is based on luck. And obviously, this is a very lucky opportunity for him, and he went for it, and he made it count. So make sure to use every opportunity to the max so you can get better in life. This has been your moment with Reflections.
Look at that. I love that. That was nice. I enjoyed that, Taylor.
Thank you very much. I really try to bring positivity.
The entire studio just filled with silence after you told your story.
Yeah, how am I supposed to follow that up?
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest with you. I think this should be an ongoing YouTube series, one that maybe you add to your social. You know, when you get involved in the Twitterverse and just let everyone know about things.
Become a YouTuber.
There you go.
I could become a caster, actually.
That'd be a really cool idea.
So let's not get too wild here. Come on.
Let's not raise our expectations all that high.
So one thing, as Lenny, you were talking about the losers bracket and how wild and crazy that's going to be, a lot of the blue blood killers that we are so used to seeing these top teams have had to knock each other out in losers to make it this far anyway. So I think it's very, very interesting because of the upsets that we have seen so far, who is actually left in that losers bracket. We might see a rematch of this later on as well. We might see a rematch of both of these two series that we've just seen, just by virtue of the fact that there's not that many teams that are left.
Honestly, I'm just trying to listen to their communication right now because of how amazing it is, how good these guys feel right now. And like we were discussing, even mentioning the bracket as you were there, 9. Obviously, like for the winner's side, Highsky, Slappie, Nickmercs, and FunkBomb meeting each other in the winners finals. But toward the losers side, like we talked about, a lot of interesting games still going down. I know we're kind of in the midst of going from losers round 4 into losers round 5. But I know we're having a few of those updates coming in shortly. But I am curious, like which teams are still alive. And we talk about from week to week, the overall placements sometimes have these top-tier teams going from 4th to like top 32. It's like, who did you face off against? Like, did you guys just fall off? And it's like, oh, they faced off against the best team in the world and the second best team in the world. That's the reason why they got to that point. So you never can really take all that much from placements. If you have a rough game in the winners bracket, at the entry into the losers bracket, you face off against a talented team. You know, those placements happen. It never, you know, you're not always going to have the most consistent team, which is important when you look at squads like Typical Gamer and Thieves, these rosters who are always super consistent, finding those third-place finishes. And I'm curious if that will be a team that kind of does it as well. Yeah. But it only adds to the the importance of what it is to kind of have those numerous placements over time that are always kind of up in that upper echelon. Yeah, every week we've had a new player, remain victorious. Even Grand Finals has been different every single week. We haven't had anybody at least in second place since the beginning. So I got to say, it's pretty awesome to see Highsky, Slappie kind of working their way through, coming now to the Grand, or at least the winners finals. It's going to be an exciting thing to see. FaZe is, FaZe being represented well, right? Nickmercs, FunkBomb, you love to see it. But I'm curious, can the young guns, Highsky and Slappie, make it through and finally secure a spot in the Grand Finals for the first time? Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? These young guys, what can they do? What are they going to be able to try to provide? And can they take down the blueprint that has worked oh so well for Nickmercs and FunkBomb up to this point? And guys, we'll have to obviously figure all of that out. Feel free to let us know in the chat. Get involved in the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag Friday Fortnite for who you think will book their ticket into the Grand Finals. Will it be Nickmercs and FunkBomb, or will it be the young Dons of Highsky and Slappie in their first ever winners finals? We'll find all of that out and more when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5 as we're about to dive in toward our grand finals. We have the young dons of Slappie and Highsky getting ready to face off against Nate Hill and FunkBomb. It's about to be a fantastic time. Make sure you're getting involved in the conversation on Twitter and in the Twitch chat. Let us know who you think is going to book their ticket into the finals. But of course, live here from the studio, it's myself, Lennon Lando Sanders, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Like we talked about, guys, our winners finals getting ready to come through. A grand final spot on the line. And while it's not the most of adversity when it comes down to that loser's bracket from this point, because it's pretty much just a match away, it is still a grueling match. One that you have to face off against a team with a ton of momentum that's made their way throughout. We've seen a lot of teams kind of fall victim to it. With all those things known, with all those things considered, what are we thinking for our predictions? What are we thinking for this matchup? Who do we think is going to be moving through, and who do we think is falling down to that loser's bracket? Are we leaning toward the young guns, or are we leaning toward the old guard?
I'm going old guard. I like that. I like that saying, right? I'm going for them because I think they're going to have a much better strategy, a much better pacing than the young guns are going to have. I think the young guns of Highsky and Slappie tend to get overly aggressive at times, and that could pay dividends to Nate Hill and Funk, depending. But I will say it's going to be a pretty cool contrast between these two because Highsky and Slappie love to go to Salty, and so does Nate Hill and FunkBomb on the outskirts. So we're going to see a huge counterplay between these two teams.
And I will go the other way for the sake of discussion and to make this fun, but it is not without reason. So we've talked so much about how similar Nate Hill and Funk play to Typical Gamer and Thieves. Very consistent, very steady. That has gotten a lot of teams to third place, to second place, and consistently there. But what is it every week? It is the aggressive team. It is the fiery team that ends up taking the first place. It's not always the same one, and it's almost never the same one. I don't think it has been the same one. But still, sometimes the consistency falters. That has been the story of the entire Fortnite Friday, I guess, series, saga, whatever word we're going to use. And I think history repeats itself once again here. I'm going with the young guns.
That's fair.
I think this is an interesting discussion that we have because in terms of the way that this has looked, as you mentioned, Nine, this kind of been the more aggressive teams that have walked away with this. Jarvis and Tilt, Mongraal and Mitro. Prior to that, the NRG boys. I mean, a lot of these victors have come through with super fast, super aggressive playstyles. Even last week, the team that finished second, Dubs and Megga, all-out aggression. Will that work here? But my kind of same conversation is Highsky and Slappie, are they that same fast-paced team? Are they willing to go toward Neo Tilted? Are they willing to kind of play that up-in-your-face style that totally counters the other end? Sure. That's my big question is in terms of how much aggression are we going to see from the young Dons. And based off the landing locations, we will be finding that out. So it looks as if not going to be going for Neo Tilted. As it seems as if, as we were discussing, Salty Springs, which has been both of our team's targets, is now going to be the hot zone. So this kind of throws an interesting little aspect into the landing spots for this game number 1.
It's going to make things chaotic. Loot is going to be all around you. And I got to say, it's going to make things even more interesting. But with that being said, Slappie, Highsky definitely have to go big in this situation. And starting off on top of Weird Mountain is going to be a pretty nice spot, right? We see a lot of players going to this location just to get kind of looted up. Rain some bullets down below. But where's his teammate? Where's Highsky? Is he going to go straight in, or is he going to wait for the aggressive push when Slappie works his way down?
And, you know, I'm glad that you talked there about waiting for the teammate and both of these teams going together at the same spot, because it does add that interesting wrinkle to it, because now they're going to be not only competing for the same elims, but the same loot, too. And everything that we have said about Funk as well as Nate Hill has been their ability to get geared up right. Now they're going to be competing for more than just elims. This is a play-style competition right now.
Yeah, and it's a matter of, like, hey, is this going to keep working out for Nate Hill and FunkBomb, or is it because of the aggression that we see be shown from Slappie and Highsky? Will they become the victors in this situation? All will tell as Slappie does take down one off the start, as good loot should be coming here soon as long as the eliminations keep remaining consistent. Player to the bottom side of bricks as Highsky's in the middle of an engagement. Does take down one up close, so some success being shown from the young Dons. As my goodness, the hipfire coming through with the SMG, as it will be success when it comes down toward the gas station. However, on the flank, we do see Highsky end up getting dropped and actually toward the top side. Slappie goes down as well, and you notice just by his face reaction, it's a matter of how How did we let this slip already? You notice Slappie quickly turns around. Where's my buddy Highsky? As he starts to think about it, he's lost the high ground. He has nowhere really to control. And my goodness, what a benefit, what a positive this is for FaZe Clan.
Absolutely. They are poised to take a nice lead going into game number 2. And I got to say, I appreciate the aggression. They're still going for these elims in Salty despite the enemy team going down. This would have been a perfect situation for them to just go ahead and back off, disengage, and then start to take fights in their hands after they get a little bit more mats into their hands. And that's exactly what Natehill's going to do. Definitely a huge fan of this. They see the situation they're in and the opportunity they have. They want to preserve their lives.
And it's difficult for us to really break down exactly where that all went south because, of course, we only had the one perspective. But they were in the same general area. And that means that it wasn't a matter of getting too aggressive there at the start, taking on too many fights. They just ran into a juggernaut of a random team here. And credit Natehill and Funk, whatever they were doing, they avoided that buzzsaw, came in and cleaned it up afterwards. But, man, we talked this series up so much. I'd hate for that start to determine the entire thing.
I'll be honest, though, I feel like it may because we were discussing at the end of one of the series that was leading this one prior. I know we've been looking at the FaZe boys for quite a bit now. But it was kind of a matter of, okay, there's what, 15 eliminations left? They find like 10 out of the 15 of them. And then now that you're giving them pretty much the entirety left of this game, the entirety of this lobby left to be like, hey, establish whatever lead you want to. It's such a big moment for these guys. And often I do compare Fortnite to the likes of a basketball game, the first half and the second half. If the enemy team, or rather, you don't really call it the enemy team your enemy team, but if the opposition, right, doesn't score any points in the first half or they score a bucket, okay, well, great. This is going to be fantastic for us. We're going to build up so much of an advantage that they have nothing to really make a comeback for. So I feel like the same can be said here for Natehill and FunkBomb. Their continual success when it comes down to the early game is pretty much just not doing anything. Not doing anything, but just playing passive, really.
And go back to the match against Dellor and Big X, right? They came through in game number 2 with a 20-point lead. Even go back to the last match that we got to see them play against the qualifiers, Spastic and Nico. They came into game 2 with a 14-point lead. This is a situation where they are very comfortable in being in, and they know how to work the map, especially with the team or the enemy team being down. Pushing back into Salty is going to give them potential to pick up a lot more squads and then rotate to Fatal. They're going to keep things business as usual. It's a little bit hotter than they're used to, right, because this is, in fact, a hot drop. But with that being said, they're still playing their game. They're doing exactly what they've been consistently doing time and time again.
Consistency is the word. We've been saying it the entire time. That's the way that we talk about this team. And like you said, all these players a hotter drop. This is just going to mean that provided they take care of business as usual, they're going to get all the loot from this too. It's going to make the remaining 40-some engagements all that much easier. And the entire thing about this team, disaster mitigation, right? We haven't seen them really even be uncomfortable. When was the last time we saw one of them had to res the other one?
Yeah.
Has it happened yet?
I have a terrible memory, but I don't think so.
I'll be honest. I don't
think it would have stuck out if it had happened.
I don't think it has actually. Yeah, believe
That
it
or
or
if
not,
it did,
I
it
don't
really
think
wasn't. It didn't really mean all that much. Like even if it did, like there was not really much adversity. At least on broadcast, I don't think we've seen any of that happen. So, got to give him a lot of credit for that reason in particular.
Great placement. Great placement coming in with the stinks to force that player out. You know, because he was going to stay turtled in that basement for the longest time. Using the stinks to kind of rotate him out, not a bad play. Took a little bit of damage. No worries, he'll be okay. There's some apples up there just on the other side of the trees to his southwest. But great use of the stinks. And actually, Natehill, he's going to go ahead and steal him for himself.
When you're hungry, you're hungry.
That's it.
He's a hungry man. And it looks as if it might have been a sniper shot that actually just decides to go and hit the bark just to the north. Regardless, though, Natehill is ready for the engagements. And you notice, very careful of their surroundings, hiding even behind a picket fence. No excess builds. You bring this up earlier, Taylor. No excess builds. They're not placing anything too much down. They're very aware of their inventories and very aware of where the enemy happens to be placed, which happens to be just toward their front. No unnecessary placements of shots, weapons, resources, anything of the likes. And going for that high ground, though. Time to take down the Banana Man, tossing out a few of those stink bombs. No crit found, at least for the time, but even whenever you toss out those stink bombs, you're at least getting information because, hey, the enemy's at least not here. They're at least not in this position. Or if you can see that, that damage start to come through, you can notice the pattern of where those, +5 start, rather those -5 start to come in at. So just more credit to kind of have those things in your inventory as Natehill and FunkBomb continue their frenzy in Salty Springs. They even haven't left this location because of how much, or rather how many enemies are coming here.
Yeah, they've been absolutely blessed. I mean, why would you leave if the enemies are coming to you, right? You don't need to search for them. They'll all be right here. That's going to be 2. much needed ammunition. He's also going to have his pick at some weapons. He's going to go ahead and take that scar for his inventory, and he is kitted up for the final fight already. And you got to be looking at the eliminations on the map. There's still 30 eliminations remaining, Landon, and 9. I mean, this is insanity.
It is insanity. And, you know, Landon, you brought up a great point with no excess anything, it seems like. There's a darn good reason why these guys always seem to be able to win the build wars at the end, why they always seem to have the best gear. They don't waste it unnecessarily. They are willing to use everything, the environment. They're willing to move around, willing to get mats as they've been going along, as we see right here. There's already plenty of mats, but hey, why not a few more? Let's get a little bit more because we know we're going to be engaged in the big fights at the end. You both have said it. It's the build wars in the end game. You have to be confident in your building ability, but you have to be confident in your resource management as well, firing on all cylinders. And they're already over 10 with 30 engagements left. This, I really do think this one might be insurmountable.
Yeah, I mean, it's just based on the way that they've been looking, even toward the late game. Like, we're giving them credit right now. This hasn't even been their strong suit in a lot of their game plans up to this point. And I feel like as well, and I know we're obviously giving a lot of credit to FaceCon, the only team that we have on screen right now is that they will be getting involved in an engagement here shortly once they come back toward ground level, even spiking themselves in the process. Good stuff from Funk and Nate Hill, but players coming off of the mountains and having an opportunity coming in from the side. Enemy had no idea that one was coming. It's a great play coming in from FunkBomb, and you notice trying to single out the enemy, trying to make sure that this 2v4 advantage, if you will, is pretty much rendered in constant 1v1s, causing and creating layers right now as FunkBomb, trying to assist his teammates while also being aware of the enemies that lie still ahead.
Tough situation. Opponents just above him and also to his right, so he's got to play this carefully as a snipe comes in from 108 meters, and that's going to get a knock onto Funk, and now Nate Hill coming in for the rescue, and this is going to be a tough revive, only for the fact, like I said, there's players above him, players to his right, and players that we saw Nate Hill just engaging in as well. Luckily, he's going to have plenty of builds. He's going to be able to turbo build just for the opportunity for Funk to heal up and take that chug jug.
Great timing there, and if there's one nice thing about being in a hot spot like this, eventually everyone forgets about who got knocked, who got elimed, because all you see is other people shooting at you right there. I think they're doing just enough to hide in the middle of all the chaos, kind of using chaos as a defense mechanism, which is something pretty beautiful when you think about it. Controlled chaos. But now you see, as you mentioned, the Chug Jug. They are both fully kitted back up. They're ready to go. They've exchanged their resources. They're ready to take this fight back. But that was almost pretty disastrous because we said they were almost at 10 with about 20 elims left. If one had gone down there, they might have only been able to put maybe 11 or 12 on, and that suddenly starts to become manageable. It's when you get to 20 that it becomes too much, even for the young Dons.
Lifeguard's heavy.
Oh, it looks as if Nate Hill says, thank you so much. I'll go and take the baller, destroy your builds from it, and make it to spin a few more as the party is no longer being fun. This is not a fun party to be a part of, as Nate Hill taking down a few more just kind of toward the sides of the porta potties. Seem to be a few more enemies. Solidifies that. Improves the inventory a little bit for the most part, but to no avail. I just love what I'm seeing from the FaZe boys. And even during that sequence, right, whenever we saw him instantly realize, I got to go for FunkBomb, their entire game plan for me complements itself. It almost flows in terms of the way that they play. It leads into every single thing that they do. It's not just a matter of we're only going to be passive in this way or passive in this way. They are consistently like that. And even in this situation, many players, they're going to the top of the high ground. Okay, cool. Like, no problem. I'm down to 72 HP. I've got some minis. No, what does he do? He backs up. In that situation where FunkBomb goes down, instantly goes for the revive to make sure that they are good for the rest of this game. Every single part of their game plan flows. Every single part of it makes sense because of their slow-paced style. However, that slow pace might be greeted with a lot faster ones, considering all the enemies that are starting to come in toward the divot.
Going to have an opportunity to kind of heal up, but this is why Bizzle is the most consistent player in Fortnite, because he has this type of play style here. He doesn't try to get in your face. He can have those moments, right, but he takes his time. He is very concise with his builds and how he engages, and he's very methodical, and we're kind of seeing that, especially from Nate Hill and Funk. They're very consistent, slow, passive players, but they can be in your face at times, but more importantly, they're very you know, methodical with the way that they play, and it's being highlighted here. Look at this, just firing shots left and right and connecting every single one. Not trying to build in that situation. The opponents, what are they doing? Building ramps. They're trying to crank 90s. Meanwhile, they're just getting shot at after shot after shot with the combat.
And again, the ability to rotate back over and, as you said, complement the playstyle. How about complimenting each other right there? Nightheil was in a bad spot. Had picked somebody out there, was going to chug a couple minis, feel a little bit better about it. Then the other people came up to attack them from there. What happens? We get a rotation back. You hold that position. I'll come from a higher up angle. We saw earlier in sets in this tournament, one goes forward while the other sits high. You can see the score right there. Been a little easier to keep track of since we've only had one team to do it.
Yeah.
18-3, that's already 15. They did not drop a 15-point lead last time. I'm not so certain they'll do it this time, Landon.
Yeah, it's just in the situation, if you are the other end or if you are Highsky and Slappie, it's like, hey, like, what do we do? Like, what really is the call for us? Is it a matter of playing, you know, a lot more aggressive? Well, we just went toward the hot zone in Salty Springs and clearly did not have the greatest success. So a lot of questions to be asking. But if you are fans of the FaZe boys, their consistency, their dominance is only getting more and more strong. And enemies just not being aware of the flank that's currently coming through from FunkBomb. Nightheil pretty much acting as a permanent distraction. And that allows for FunkBomb to come on this flank and just to make the easy damage. And one from the skies, that's not an easy shot, that's for sure. Great work coming in from both of these players. While they're not exactly next to each other, they're continually, and I like this word a lot, complementing each other and their play styles. One up close, one from afar. They're always benefiting each other.
Launchpad in that inventory that Funk was able to gather for the time being. Meanwhile, Nightheil, he's going to go ahead and scan the horizons. He knew there was a baller that just crossed over on the other side of that mountain, and I think that is exactly where Nightheil is going and aiming his attention towards. But as they continue to make their way through, they continue to capitalize, and now it's going to be a hunting game. Where are these players going to be at as the snipe comes through, and Nightheil capitalizes and adds another elimination to the stat line.
Remarkable stuff right there. And again, just to continually say, one of the reasons why this team is able to pick up all of these elims here at the end, and we've highlighted this so many times, because they're willing to manage this, because they are so consistent, and as we've continued to say, complementing one another here in the late game, it means if there's only 10 elims, we're better kitted than the final 10 players.
Yeah.
We work together better than the final 10, and that's why they're just so good here at the end game. I know we've been harping on this for so long, but gosh darn it, it still keeps happening.
It's true. No one is really do anything to combat it. No one is having any strategies that are, you know, well suited enough to take them down. And sniper shot after sniper shot. There is another one for Nightheil, another one for the collection, if you will. My word, this guy is looking fantastic right now with that sniper in hand and has the opportunity for a third one. Don't tell me he's going to do this again. And he wants the up-close engagements. I'll be honest, up close or at range, Nightheil is a don at both. He is a force at both on the flank. Great damage coming in with the combat, but has some assistance coming in from FunkBomb, as that's going to be at least 8 for him. I know FunkBomb's already in the double digits. These guys are just looking fantastic. And even up close, utilizing the sniper rifle to instantly destroy the build. Comes in with the shotty. These guys, man, are just on top of it.
This is their week. This is their week by far. You know, Highsky, Slappie, they're going to have a huge mountain to climb in Game 2. As I believe they're going to have to get more than 20-plus elims just to catch up. As the final 3, where are they going to be located at? And I do see 2 ballers down below, and I think there's going to be another one. Yep, all 3 in ballers. One gets blown up. And Nightheil from the tree, he's going to go in and go for the attack. And this player, very low ground. He's not going to be able to build, and puts in a box with the Lion, and Nightheil takes him out. We're down to just 2.
Up close or far away, Nightheil is here to ruin your day.
Ooh.
It's just been the Nightheil show so far, and I think what's scariest about this is I think Funk might have more eliminations, actually. Yeah, 15 and 10 here.
Jeez.
Not a bad score to be beaten by, but again, we've said compliments so often. Both of these guys, double digits almost every single game. Both of them. It's never one carrying the other. It's working together. We've talked so much about splits, how it works for some teams when they're feeling really good about the way they're playing. Sometimes 1 + 1 = 3. Sometimes a machine, a total can be more than the sum of its parts, as we see Nightheil going and giving chase once again as Funk provides the long-range battle. It's always a matter of doing that.
No, don't do it to him! I don't think we've ever seen
like-
a turret used in
That's
Friday
the
Fortnite.
first time he smiled this entire cast.
It was like such a mean chuckle too, just like peasant. Like it was like one of those moments where it was just like, yeah, we knew that we had that one in the bag, and an easy victory royale, and a fantastic way to start off this game. And my goodness, another phenomenal lead coming in. I know you referenced it earlier, Taylor. It was like 20 in one of their series, 14 in their other series, and now we're looking at the same kind of score line. But the little bit of gameplay that we got to see come through from the Young Dons existed and quickly ended when it came down to Salty Springs, as this is going to be a 24 elim advantage. And that is significant, for sure. That's very significant.
Yes.
Now, in terms of, I want to kind of shift the conversation toward this game, too, because I know we were giving a lot of credit to Nate Hill and FunkBomb. Obviously, because of the way that they've played, it's kind of been consistent. It hasn't really changed up all that much. What do we need to see from Highsky and Slappie in order to at least make somewhat of a dent? Because we've talked about it. The only, maybe kryptonite that we could target for Nate Hill and FunkBomb, because there hasn't been any really moments to call it out, the early game is slow. And that is the opportunity where I feel like a lot of teams have struggled. But give me your guys' thoughts. What's the opportunity? What's the call if you are in Highsky and Slappie's shoes, if you want to make a dent at this lead?
I think they need to do exactly what they did in the first game. They just don't need to drop early. That's what killed them in the beginning, right? They dropped early and Salty, and then you saw Funk as well as Nate Hill come in on the attack, and they did not stop. They cleared out Salty and then worked their way around the map from there. If Highsky and Slappie come through and they don't drop early, it would have been a much, much closer game, because all those elims came off the initial start. And those could potentially have been in the hands of Highsky and Slappie. That's exactly what they need to do. Keep it the same strategy, just capitalize next time.
Could not said it any better myself. I think they had the right strategy. They just went down. The other team did not. I think you have to stick there. Make sure they can't gear up as well as they want. Make sure that you're getting the elims off the hot drop that they are opting to forego. And then make your movement and your rotations from there. I'd still say, though, you need them to make the mistake if you want any chance of making any sort of significant dent.
Yeah, I agree with what you guys are both saying. I will say, I think coming in the game, too, this is just my personal opinion, I think we need to see something different coming in the game, too, though. I think with a 24 elim difference, I don't think you can go to Salty Springs and just hope it plans out. I think you do have to maybe send your forces toward a different point of view. Like Highsky and Nate Hill are at the same area.
Yeah.
You can't have that happen, right? You can't fight for loot at this point. You have to go toward a different point of view. So, well, I do like the idea of just kind of playing their game, which is, the typical esports answer. And it is true. I think they still need to go toward a different location. I think they need to get away from the FaZe boys, because every team has tried this and every team has failed.
I do want to point out, though, in the comms from Slappie talking over to Highsky, he said, you need to land on top of the drone, take the first weapon that Funk is going for, and then beat him into Salty. So this is actually their game plan going into it, but is it the right one? Well, Landon, I agree with you. They do need to change it up. You can't just do the typical esports thing and keep playing your game. Do something different. Throw a curveball at your opponents. Force them to rotate out.
Because, 24 elims is nobody's game plan. Like, no one's coming into a game as a regular strategy and saying, oh, yeah, we're down 24. Let's practice this. Like, no, that's no one's game plan. Like, that's not in the back of the playbook, if you will. It's not one of the last pages. It's something that no one really practices. Like, you can play aggressive, and I feel like that is the situation at hand that they need to implement. Because if not, every team is doing the exact same thing, and you have to play way more aggressive in the situation. The problem is, whenever you are playing aggressive, every team is immediately seeing some adversity. We'll see if the Young Dons can get out of this, though.
Taking a look at this right now. Doing a little bit of healing up. Highsky is already down, so everything that we've said right there about having to be aggressive looks like it is going to go the other way. It is going to be on Slappie to make the big play happen. That elim is the way to start it. But again, guys, we've talked about this so much. When you are trying to come back from such an insurmountable lead, it forces you to take risks. Risks are inherently risky, for my John Madden quote of the day.
Okay.
Risks are risky, and that is why it's so difficult to be put in that position, because at best, you make a dent. At worst, you're in this situation. Now, if there is one nice thing about being in the same general vicinity as Funk and Nate Hill, maybe they'll clean out some of these opponents for you, which will let you get the bus. But I think, guys, this may be it.
Very weak. Slappie, just a sliver of health, only at 19, and this opponent is hungry, and luckily the AK shots miss. And he does give him second life. Pleading for mats, and it's not going to be enough as a teammate comes through and the little scream comes. And Slappie and Highsky, unfortunately.
That's my reaction every time I die as well. It's just like a quick little shriek.
That's why I'm always worried about you in the office, Landon. Whenever
true.
you're playing, I'm like, you all right, man? No, I just died off
Yeah,
the
I'm really not. My chair flips, and I just like quickly start to get angry. That's for sure. But my goodness, guys, we got to give a lot of credit, obviously, toward the boys on FaZe Clan for putting up the performance that they did. Nate Hill and FunkBomb. Obviously, we talked about the tournament's not over. We still have the losers bracket, but I almost feel like every tournament that we get into, even in Friday Fortnite 2018 and still down here to 2019, at some point throughout, we're looking at the team that is eventually going to become champions, and at some point we realize, at least I do in my head, like, oh, okay, this is the strategy. Like, this is the one thing, and I feel like each week has something different from the team that ends up becoming the champion. It's like they have a certain blueprint that just works, and at some point we realize that like, okay, this is going to happen. Like Mongraal and Mitro's strategy back in like week 3 it was. Like we started to realize over time, oh, this is going to work. Like they are going to keep doing this over and over again, and we're probably not going to see them fall. And I feel like we've already been exposed to it because of how often they've been on the broadcast up to this point. Nate Hill and FunkBomb, we're starting to see their game plan start to work out. But it's a matter of kind of consistently keeping that over time. That's just something that I've kind of witnessed, but I feel like this is the game plan. This is their week to take it all based off the way they're playing. And I think that if they keep it up the same way that they have, I don't know of anyone that can take down the strategy they've currently got going.
Yeah, and I think they would have in week 2 whenever Sway made that play. Honestly, I think this is the performance we would have been seeing from them as well because they were being just as consistent then as they are now. So I think they're not going to stop.
Yeah, I agree.
And what's so exciting about this, too, is like you've said, a different strategy every week. It really does just come down to execution of your strategy because we can't definitively say, yep, this is the one to end all ones, this is what every team should emulate now, because it is a matter of the team playing well by their standards. And every single one of these teams, if they play well, they might get it done. And that's what I think is so exciting about this format and about this game.
Absolutely. Well, like we said, guys, our first team is in the grand finals. It is Nate Hill and FunkBomb that have officially booked their ticket, but who will be joining them? That's the question to be asking right now. A lot more fun losers bracket action to come. It's down to single elimination. Who can grind their way to the top and who's going to be sent home early? We'll be finding all of those questions out when we return. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5. We are, of course, live here from the UMG studio. Myself, Lano, joined in part by Reflections and 9 Whole Grains. Guys, we've officially entered in now toward the losers bracket phase. We just saw Nate Hill and FunkBomb qualify for the finals, but now it's really a matter of who can be there to face off against them. It's going to be an interesting one. I know we're going to be popping up our bracket here shortly to kind of learn alongside how a few of these matches are beginning to work out. And, of course, if you guys are interested, want to follow along with us, you can feel free to use the exclamation point bracket in chat to be greeted with a link. But here we go, guys. We're getting ready to hop in toward losers round 6. Obviously, we're still waiting on a few more of these games to go through. But as we're taking a look, I guess you could say maybe toward losers round 4, any matchups that we're kind of looking at being maybe a little bit more surprised about than others?
Definitely looking through right now. I gotta say, I'm pretty excited to see who's going to make it out. Akademiks or as well as Xoonies, because they just beat out Nickmercs and Sypher, a very talented team that we expected to go pretty far. So
you know who Xoonies is, right?
Absolutely, right? They're on fire. They're tearing it up. And Myth as well as Deez. That would be an interesting matchup. Why? Well, because you have Deez, who was, of course, we've been talking about it time and time again, a qualifier weeks ago, who ended up placing 3rd. He could be playing against a qualifier team himself, and he can respect and appreciate the competitiveness and how good this team definitely is. But with that being said, I'm also looking at the bottom in 9. Who do we have?
We had Mongraal and Mitro getting beaten by Dubs and Megga. That one had to have been an absolute fireworks show, given what those two teams have shown us so far. And I think that might have been the catalyst for this run that we have seen Dubs and Megga go on. In fact, all the way up here to losers round 6. And I'm glad that you mentioned Deez and Myth making a big losers run of their own, going through Typical Gamer and Thieves, which was arguably the most consistent team that we'd had over the last couple of weeks. So some big losers runs. And sometimes when you get that momentum, That's all you need.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's interesting, too. We were talking about, when it was coming down to Mongraal and Mitro's run back whenever they ended up winning Friday Fortnite just a few weeks ago. It was because of their losers bracket run. They started in the very beginning, losers run 1. They made it all the way back. They reset the grand finals and took the entire thing. And I think it's interesting because Dubs and Megga, not just the way they've been, rather not just their overall strategy, because those have been very similar, but also when you look at their runs in tournaments, they have been kind of duplicating or almost kind of following in the same footsteps that Mongraal and Mitro once did just a few weeks ago. Dubs and Megga have kind of carried on that torch, if you will, and actually took them down in the process of this tournament. So I'm curious if we're starting to see kind of a hierarchy for which kind of more aggressive team is kind of the better of the two, because normally it was Mongraal and Mitro, no questions asked. Dubs and Megga were really struggling a lot when it came down to the very first few Friday Fortnite tournaments here in 2019, but they've really started to kind of turn up. They've kind of found their stride, and like I said, they're taking out a lot of teams that they maybe once immortalized. They once tried to be like. They're now taking them down.
And it's really encouraging because I remember last week you were talking about Dubs and Megga. They haven't made the runs that I've wanted to see, but finally they did last week, placing second behind Aydan and Innocents. But now Dubs and Megga making this loser bracket run once again. We could see them in finals yet again, grinding it out through losers bracket. And hopefully, if they do make it to grand finals, they'll be able to force a bracket reset and potentially make their way into first.
And I'll be honest, out of the teams that we still see alive, based off of the rosters and based off of the game plans, the only team that I really think could actually really counter the strategies of Nate Hill and FunkBomb, maybe Dubs and Megga. Their early game is fantastic. Their rotations are killer, and that's the one thing that Nate Hill and FunkBomb have really been seeing a lot of success on, is their enemies dropping early. The big positive for Dubs and Megga that whenever they roll, they're in a very, very good spot, and that could counter the early game struggles that a lot of teams have faced on versus that team.
Right. I think it's a matter of beating them to the rotations. One of the things that I think that we've seen Funk and the rest of FaZe do so well is they have gotten to those rotations. They've gotten to there a little bit stronger. But I think if you beat them to the rotations, that might be the strategy. And I agree completely with what you're doing. Dubs and Megga, I think that's what they can do. That's what they've done so far. And again, they're coming in with momentum. I think momentum really helps a play style like theirs.
Yeah. I mean, do we think in terms of like how we take down a squad like Nate Hill and FunkBomb? Because that hasn't been decided as of yet. Does it have to be the fast-paced play? Is that the only thing that we think could take them down as of this moment, or do we think it's just a matter of something else? Because obviously you can run out the strategy, oh, maybe they'll drop early. That's not really a strategy. Like that's a prayer that you're really kind of hoping for. But is there any other strategy that we think coming from the teams that are still alive in the losers bracket, or just any kind of play style that comes through in Friday Fortnite that could counter the likes of how to take down a team like that who is so successful in the late games and constantly sets them up because of their passive play?
It's interesting you say that because of the fact we've seen teams such as Highsky and Slappie just now try to directly counter that salty drop of Nate Hill and Funk, right? And it didn't work out whatsoever. Right. We've seen it even before that. Another team, they tried to go salty themselves. They weren't effectively able to counter. And what does Nate Hill and FunkBomb do? They go salty and then fatal. They do the same thing every single time. So clearly, going heads up with them over at salty isn't working out for the best of them. And it does worry me whenever it comes to Dubs and Megga. I know they like Neo Tilted. They also like Mega Mall, but they are keen to also go over towards salty. But they have options. They're going to have to drop Neo. They're going to have to drop Megga if they want to kind of, I think, effectively counter what Funk and Nate Hill are bringing. But honestly, I don't know how to beat them. I really don't. It's just a matter of if they go down early on, I think you're going to have a better chance. But if they stay up, their rotations are looking, I mean, they're critical. They're awesome.
Well, let's also not count our chickens before they've hatched here. They still have to beat 2 more opponents to even get to our team on top that we've been talking about this whole time. So let's slow that down a little bit and take a look at the game that is in front of us right now. We do have Dubs and Megga. We haven't been talking about them for no reason. Up against Grandma and JuJu, and we didn't really get to see the best of Grandma and JuJu in the last games they played. So we'll see here. Maybe we can find out a little bit more about how they've been going through as we see the drop-ins right now.
And this is what we talked about right there. The fast-paced play, Dubs and Megga going toward Neo Tilted. This is what we're going to see, whether they're up 15 or they're down by 15. They're going toward this location pretty much every time. And if not, they're going toward the secondary option of something like a Mega Mall or something along those lines. These guys breathe aggression. Even last week, I remember there was one moment where a guy was like not really building. He was kind of like standing somewhat still, and Dubs was like, what is this guy doing? Like, why is he not moving? Like, this is frustrating. And it's like, these guys don't know anything else other than that. And that's kind of interesting, and it's also scary because they don't know how to play slow. And you know what? Sometimes that's a positive. Sometimes, you know, in racing, right, it's great to be a very fast person, but if you don't know when to slow down, that can also be, you know, kind of your, I guess you could say the kryptonite is the one thing that, you know, provides you strength is also the one thing that can take you down. So I'm curious if that will be a continuous trend for Dubs and Megga as their momentum carries on here throughout the losers bracket.
I love Dubs and Megga's strategy. Dubs goes consistently to Burger, Burger building every single time. He has the same loop pattern every single time. We saw him already marking attack, which was on top of the roof, and he was given that over towards Megga. Great communication between the two, and I have to say I respect the strategy, but like you said, Landon, is it going to be enough? Will they be able to slow it down effectively? Because we know fast pace, you burn out super quick, right? And we do not want this team to burn out that fast.
Look at the teams right now, and Taylor, you talk about it so much, the ability, the consistency of them to go through, and that's kind of the conversation that we were having earlier is we have seen a number of different strategies work. It just seems to be a matter of which team can execute it well, and speaking of executing well, not so well, GrandmaTeets, you saw lighting up the kill feed there at the bottom, but now sitting down and hurting, and it's actually going to be JuJu who has to make the big plays. We'll see right here if they're able to do that. Keep an eye on that. And it does look like JuJu goes down as well. Ooh. So once again, guys, we're going to be looking at one team and talking about what they do. And so far, everything that we've seen them do has been good.
Yeah, that's for sure. my big worry is how insurmountable of a lead is this going to really be for these guys? Because like I said, cool, they went down. We're not going to play slow. We're not going to cater ourselves to that. We are going to play all-out aggressive, and that what a shot coming through from Megga. The fading revolver shot, catching that player just before we entered in toward that doorway, and great work coming in from Megga. Face cam or not, he is hitting some unbelievable shots on the opponents. Neil tilted the final resting place for quite a bit of the lobby. Nearly half of it's fallen, and that includes half of our players that currently exist in this matchup. As we were discussing it, I mean, you were even bringing it up, Nine. Like, okay, hey, we haven't really got to see the best of Grandma and JuJu up to this point, and I think we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for that again.
Absolutely. So more engagements going down. That reboot van, I believe, was just used, and a player is waiting to revive his team. Now, Megga has to make a decision. Do I back off in this situation, allow that reboot to go through? Do I keep the aggression going forward on the team just up ahead? Platform placed. You could think that a launch pad was going to be going down, but Shockwave just as good, but the statue gets in the way, unfortunately. And that's going to back them off for the time being, but that's okay. They're going to recover quite quickly. But a player on top of this mountain raining some bullets down, and unfortunately, Megga's going to drop Dubs. He's down to just a sliver of health, and that player up top is going to be coming down relatively soon. 13 health, still tagging up the player up underneath, and he gets the elim, plus he gets a med kit. It's not going to be enough. But just that explosive start off the beginning should be enough to have a nice sizable lead going into game 2. But Landon, what did you talk about before we went live, right? You talked about Dubs and Megga. Will they burn out? And that's exactly what happened early on. Neo tilted, a very explosive start. But in the end, they lose their lives a little bit too early, whereas opposed if they were to play a little bit slower, rotate out, they would have had a better opportunity to pick up more elims.
Yeah, that's when you want to kind of see a little bit of that change up from time to time, like we discussed. Like, hey, that speed, that's fantastic, but sometimes you go a little bit too fast around a corner and you crash, and that's the same thing that happens here, as it was an unfortunate situation that came in from FaZe at the end. Like I said, they do have some good strides, they do have some good moments, but just in the end, they get overwhelmed when it comes in a Neo tilted, and much like a lot of teams would do. Okay, Neo tilted, we got a little bit overwhelmed, but let's go ahead and go to a different location. Fate, no, not even what I was thinking. Like Dubs and Megga are saying, no, not a problem. We're going to go exactly toward Neo tilted. We're going to play maybe even more aggressive than we did in that last game. That's just the way that they function, the way that they play, and that could be a worrisome moment if you are JuJu and Grandma at this moment, because you've been struggling a lot in the early game. We saw that in their winners round game. We saw that obviously at the beginning of this game number 1. I'm worried about these guys, and I'm hoping they can start to turn up. But I think the real kind of thing about them is that they have to root on another struggle for the boys on FaZe, because they're kind of outlier their moment. I don't know if they can play at the same speed that a team needs to take down a squad like FaZe throughout the rest of this game. I think that they're going to need to hope that they drop and just kind of play their game throughout and hope that something just kind of goes their way. I just don't think they can compete with the aggression that exists on the other side as long as FaZe is still up.
Right, as long as FaZe is still alive. You see right there, only a 4-point difference. It was actually a pretty nice start from JuJu and Grandma.
Yeah.
They were getting a lot of the early elims there. 5 that they got. That's going to at least keep them close here. We'll see if they opt to switch up the strategy, but they were just gifted a game by Dubs and Megga right there. We saw earlier, every time that we saw the other FaZe boys give that chance, they did not allow such a kind ending to that game. They opted to just, elim half the lobby, build up an insurmountable lead, and then coast through game 2. So we'll see here. We do have an exciting game 2 ahead of us, or at least we should. And taking your advice, they are not going to go anywhere near Neo Tilted here at the start, opting to switch back up to a different idea. So we talked about playing at the pace of Dubs and Megga. They're saying, no, we're going to play an entirely different game this time. And I agree with it, to be frank.
It's interesting they both decided to go up here because typically there's not enough loot for 2 people. Both of them going up here is going to be quite interesting, and they look as if they're going down to Dusty. So this is going to be interesting, especially if they make it into grand finals to play against Nate Hill and FunkBomb. Countering them, wait, you'll send Nate Hill and FunkBomb over towards Salty. They go down into Dusty. That's cutting off a natural rotation and potentially getting eliminations that wouldn't be going to the other team.
Definitely could be working out. Like we said, we hear the communication coming in from either side. As like we talked about, the rotation is crucial. It could be countering the opposition, as that will look to be improved upon. And stink bombs tossed off for the distance. Laser-like shots coming in from Grandma. The assistance from Mr. JuJu, high-stepping his way toward that elimination. Maybe looking for a few more, being aware that enemies could be at any area, at any angle, behind multitudes of buildings. Looking to try and swarm in, as there's going to be another spotted assistance from both players. And I love this play. A little bit of HP loss, but no problem coming in from these two as they're seeing some success early on, which is what you love to see, and more just in front.
This is beautiful. What a great drop spot, saying, okay, we're going to come in here and then work the rotations here. How about they just throw 6 elims at us right away? This is the exact start that they wanted here. And like you said, not much of HP loss here. Shields are still looking pretty good. Just clean up business. Don't fall to prey to any unfortunate traps or tactics. Ooh. But I love the way that they have stuck together and made all of these 1v1s into 2v1s. Looks great. Grandma working through right there. And again, this has started off very well for them. They haven't even had to go to a hot drop to find these early elims.
Did you see the way he worked those angles landed? Instead of building or just rushing in like I would have done or some amateur would have done, right? He worked the angles, he went to the side, and he managed to catch that player off guard, and he totally was not expecting that.
Oh,
Such a great start. But over now to Dubs and Megga. We haven't got to see them at least from the beginning, and already kind of divvying up a little bit of the inventory that they do have. Not the best of inventory, to say the least at all, but they do have ammunition. They have some shields and heals, plus a couple of eliminations to their name. And they're going to go ahead and rotate out. Not a bad idea, and I think loot is where we're going next.
It seems like the natural rotation, one that they would most likely have in the cards again, and I like this play, right, where they're kind of looking at the other side and saying, hey, you know what, Neo Tilted's a little bit slow. No problem. That's one thing that's nice, that is nice about the FaZe Clan squad, obviously in this situation. Okay, I was getting ready to call out. I like to play because they're always aware of what the enemy team is doing, and I think that's the reason why they play so aggressive, is that they also tailor their aggression to whatever the enemy is doing at the time. So it's like, hey, we got to go to Salty Springs? No problem. We'll play aggressive at Salty Springs. If we need to go over toward, whatever it may be, Loot Lake, which was what their original intention was, we'll go Loot Lake, and we'll play super aggressive there as well. It's not a matter of them saying we can only go toward these top-tier area spots, ones of which have high populations. They have no issue in trying to tailor and turn up their gameplay depending on what the enemy is doing, which seems to be what their call is here. However, it looks as if their hands may be a little bit full when it comes to Neo Tilted, still yet to leave.
Yeah, I think they had a rotation there, and then they saw a couple people behind them and opted to wait a little bit to just do that. But we talked so much about the rotations here, and now there's some great rotational spots for Grandma and JuJu here, who were already getting a number of elims here. I agree with you there, Lane. I think that their hands are a little tied right now. They've waited here a while and, to their credit, get the elims that are there for you to get. But they've been stuck here a little while, and I think that JuJu and Grandma are ahead in the elimination game as well as the rotation game.
Oh, but interesting rotation
Yeah.
over towards Lazy. We typically don't see this, and for good reason, right? You don't find a lot of players over here because there's so many rotational aspects. You have, of course, you know, the slipstream off in the distance is dropping down as a snipe goes and whizzes past Grandma's head, but you have a lot of those vents that you can kind of rotate through. One team will be here, so maybe worth it in the end, but I gotta say, rotating out of here could get dicey.
It easily could. Grandma trying to be super careful, considering a little bit of that loss, HP loss that occurred. Ends up dropping down one on the top of the roof. I don't think he was expecting that, that's for sure, but another one immediately focused just off toward the side, and that's the laser-like reactions that we know from good old Grandma. Grammy Grams has just got the laser beam from time to time. But my big thing, though, and while these are nice frags to find, these are nice elims to find, is it worth it for the time that you invest in the rotations that are needed? However, on the other side, it quickly could becoming worth it. Slow-paced play, allowing for yourself to have two members up. The rotations towards Salty Springs are continually hampering a number of our lineups, as it's now up to Megga to possibly go for the regen, considering how close this game is. And as Nia was mentioning, probably a closer game, and maybe one that could be in the advantage of the other side.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're actually up on elims in this game, if I've been counting along correctly. So this is a mandatory res here that they're going to have to go for here. You're going to have to get through here. You're going to have to get to that card. And this is very scary now. Under 50. That is not going to go well. And what a clutch elim right there. You heard the call out there. Woo! Going to be able to get the reboot card there. They're going to get a chance to make this happen. But it's going to have to happen very, very quickly. We could talk ad nauseum about how much you need to keep momentum and speed going through there. But they're going to have to do it now, and they don't have a lot of health to do it with. Where is the nearest reboot van? Moving towards it really quickly, it looks like, through this baller, but maybe, yeah, a little frustration maybe starting to come out in those comms.
I have no idea. He kind of seems flustered. Megga, you know, obviously the reboot van is here. He goes in the opposite direction. There was a med kit that he could have grabbed as well, put it in his inventory and use it after he gets the revive. Doesn't choose to grab it. Now he's going to have to backtrack to grab it himself, wasting even more time. Meanwhile, JuJu and Grandma, they're not slowing down. This rotation seems to be very fruitful as he's trying to get this guy out of the baller. He does so, redeploys, and that player is full white at this point, and he's going to continue to build up as that player goes for the challenge on the tree, and the banana is down. And that is a lucky thing to say the least, but you did notice, Landon, there were some shots off in the distance too.
There were. Potassium taken down, spread all throughout the bark, but no problems for these guys. As that was the thing that I was kind of discussing a little bit was, is this a worrisome situation? Was it worth it to go to Lazy Lagoon for 1-2 eliminations while Dubs and Megga on the other end starting to succeed? It definitely was, because Dubs and Megga are obviously having a lot of struggles right now, even forgetting to go for reboot vans, if you will. So definitely a worthy exchange, and even another positive going toward these players. But now, how do FaZe respond? Can they get back up? As the reboot is obviously in, we'll see if they can start to capitalize. Obviously, Dubs was the man who ended up getting rebooted based off the inventory. You'd like to assume that's the case. So I'm glad to redeploy some nades and a few other things, a few positives if you are them. But here comes the storm and here comes the adversity as they are dealing with it and doing very well at it. Good stuff coming in from FaZe, remaining composed. But look at this, JuJu is down, and we'll see how Grandma can keep up the squad on the other side.
Grandma's going to have to come up really, really clutch here again, as we saw Megga do on the other side. And I was about to say, this is a very scary situation for Dubs and Megga to be in, but they made the most of it, and they kept their composure. We were a little worried about that there, like you said, Taylor, being a little bit flustered, because now they're playing the gatekeeping role at Salty Springs, and they've had about 4 players just throw themselves at them here. Meanwhile, you can see at the bottom of the screen a big fight going there, but I think now it's completely flipped. I feel like Dubs and Megga are in the better spot here, given where they rotated to.
They are, and something that kind of been highlighting, and Landon, you've been touching on it too, is the, it's a nice shot down low to get the elim. We're now down to a total of what? 16 total elims that can be picked up, and the score is very close. And going for the reboot card, I think he wants to get JuJu back up in the mix. But something I noticed that we've kind of been highlighting throughout, Dubs and Megga, they use a lot of mats unnecessarily, right? Whenever it comes to building, and they're used to doing that because of the Turtle Wars, especially during the World Cup. But you constantly hear them calling out, "I'm out of mats, I'm out of mats." And even in that fight next to gas station in Salty, we saw Megga build up unnecessarily. He built up and got high ground, and then immediately edits down and drops down to go and fight a player who was just hiding underneath some stairs. It's unnecessary, and hopefully that doesn't cost them in future rounds.
And you notice Grandma thought about going for that one reboot van, decides to go ahead and back up. And look at all those ballers pretty much just bouncing over toward the volcano. As that's not going to be also kind. Reboots being involved on the other side. Grandma trying to go for one reboot on the other end for Dubs and Megga. I think they might have just spotted someone over in Mega Mall going for one themselves. Dubs, rather, low on HP. Megga in a pretty good situation, but my goodness, boys, we do have a tie game right now, all level at 19 apiece. And with only a few eliminations still remaining, who's going to enter in toward that driver's seat? Obviously, Grandma, the 1v2 clutch as of this moment, waiting for an opportune time to take down a few enemies, and here comes the chance, here comes the opportunity, firing off in the distance, and it looks as if this team is going to vacate the area. Grandma, being in full awareness of that, is trying to rotate, but you look, just off in the distance, success granted for FaZe. Back and forth we go, but a big moment for Grandma nonetheless, as he is the only player alive for his team, and Dubs and Megga are picking up frags.
They are indeed, and again, Grandma needs to get most of this. You've seen rotate away from a couple reboot vans, opting to get the elims while they are still present is going to be rewarded with one right there. Some great shots doing that. But this could be the turning point of the entire thing, opting to go for these right now and then try to get the reboot afterwards, as opposed to getting the quick reboot and then trying to go at this at a 2v2 type of deal. And it might work. I mean, got a couple there, and we'll see now opting to continue to give chase, maybe move to another reboot van. Taylor, what sense are you making of this?
Honestly, at this point, I'm not going for the reboot. I'm trusting in my skills. I'm going for the elims because I know how close the score is. There's a 1-by-1 up ahead. I just seen an edit come through, and I'm going full send straight into this player. And look at that, the quickest work you could potentially make. And already, I'm not going for the loot. I'm rotating out. Not a bad play for Grandma. He understands the severity of the situation.
Well, look who's right behind him, too.
Yeah.
Dubs and Megga were immediately rotating back over there, so getting these even more important now because it's also denying them for Dubs and Megga here. And again, just that awareness there from these top-level players, that might be what gets it for them. Again, we were at a tie game. We saw a couple elims go one way and then come back the other way. No. And now this rotation, this movement's going to have to be important. This is...
For some of the best builders in video game history, I don't know what it is about those ramps, but like for some reason everybody struggles with them. Like everyone has the biggest issue. Like they can put down coliseums, but they struggle when it comes down to just two ramps right next to each other. As this one is literally coming down to the wire. One positive for Dubs and Megga. Instantly on the other side is countered coming in from Grandma. One positive play from Grandma as coming in Dubs and Megga. This is about to get interesting, and here comes a big opportune time. Already 14 eliminations found for Grandma. Can he make it 16? Can he make it even 17 based off the players that are here just toward the beach? Grandma's ready for a vacation, and it may not treat everyone else oh so kindly, placing down the cones, looking for that advantage and trying to be aware of where everyone happens to be firing. First player engages, loses some shield, but no veil. It's not going to be the worst situation. Why? Because FaZe has decided to get themselves in the fray, putting up players and making Grandma's life so much more difficult. While it was a great play coming in from Grandma, Dubs and Megga snatched the majority there.
Unfortunate to say the least, and man, that enemy team had no idea what just hit them. They went from a 1v1 into a 1v8 because it might as well be multiple members whenever it's Dubs, Megga, and Grandma. But I do like the idea, right? He doesn't just sit and sorrow over those losses. He immediately starts rotating out to get that distance and go in search of some more players. We're now down to 4 total, and I believe Dubs and Megga currently lead by 1, so he needs to start capitalizing and picking up as many as he possibly can. And I love the use of the vent, right? He wants to try and cover as much ground as possible, but honestly, I'm thinking they're going to be up top. I'm thinking they're going to be over next to the robot in pressure, because that's exactly where a pub team would be in the last circle.
It's where a random would be. That's
exactly
where you would be, Taylor.
Yeah, and I know it best.
Just kidding, obviously. But like you said, I think that's a good kind of call at this moment. And the one negative, I guess you could say, if you are Grandma, is that you don't have that excess vision, right? You don't have the ability for your teammate to call out and say, hey, this area is clear, this area is not. If you're Dubs and Megga, you're checking the entirety of pressure plant. You're aware of your surroundings, and that's exactly what Dubs is, I'm sure, going to be calling out to his teammates right now. Traps in play, and here they come, engaging and knocking them down. Lovely initial coming in from Dubs, the quickest of builds, and the gingerbread man is knocked down again, as there is the second and maybe even the third. Dubs and Megga are sinking their teeth into the final moments of this game, as it looks as if that is Megga, who is dropped for the time. So a big moment for Dubs just to make sure this one is in the bag, and a little bit of a trap greeting as this one is through. Wonderful ending coming through from the FaZe boys, stealing eliminations and utilizing their vision to their advantage. Claps coming in, and they might have just took down Grandma and JuJu there at the end.
Yeah, they definitely did. You saw how close the score was. They were already up by 1, and man, in the end, coming through just a narrow amount of elims. But man, what a finish. JuJu and Grandma, who would have thought, right? They played incredibly well.
Yeah.
JuJu, from football now over to Fortnite, he doesn't slow down. He's just as aggressive here as he is on or off the field. You love to see it. Grandma, though, a good pickup from a random lobby now to Friday Fortnite. What a run.
Run indeed. And you know, there's one small moment, I guess it's not even a moment necessarily, but one thing that was a huge deal there at the end, they had launch pads at the end. FaZe had launch pads. That's why they were able to get up there so much faster and land on everything you were talking about with the vision, with having 2 people, 2 sets of eyes as opposed to 1. All Grandma can hope to do there is trail behind and hope they miss something. Not able to move up as quickly. But that's what happens when you're only left with 1. And we said, should Grandma go for the reboot? Should they not? What should they do? I mean, those split-second decisions, we may never know what the right answer was. But like you said, a great fight there. And if Grandma had got those final elims, would have won the game. It is as simple as that. But great, great clutch play. Things were looking very scary early on for Dubs and Megga. They will move on. The run continues.
It does. And I got to say, big shout out to, like I said, I think it was you, Taylor, who was mentioning as well. Big shout out, right, to Grandma and JuJu for making it as far as they did, because they were putting on one crazy performance. I'll be honest, I wasn't really sure what to expect when it came down to this roster coming into the event today. I wasn't really sure, like, okay, hey, how are these guys really going to be firing in terms of, are they going to be looking like one of the best teams, or are they going to really struggle just because they've never really played with each other, at least in Friday Fortnite, that's for sure. It's been at least a decent amount of time for both Grandma and Deez since they played in Friday Fortnite as well. But props to JuJu, man. He was putting on a show. It wasn't just Grandma who got them to this point. He was obviously contributing and like you mentioned, on and off the field, having a very solid performance. JuJu Smith-Schuster, a fantastic man, fantastic player, and is always involved when it comes down to the social game. And even as a streamer, YouTuber, you guys should definitely check him out. An awesome guy, and obviously contributes a lot when it comes down to the scene. And also kind of helping that esports and sports barrier that continues to exist out there. A lot of people talk about, oh my gosh, I can't believe that Apex Legends was on ESPN the other day. I can't believe that we're getting rid of the Summer League for this. No, it's obviously it's here to stay, and it's awesome to see. And he's just, like I said, one of the many sports athletes out there who are bridging that gap, if you will.
Yeah, esports isn't going anywhere, right?
Yeah.
Esports is literally here to stay, and so is our losers bracket for the time being. As now we are moving it in. Akademiks and Xoonies. Xoonies from the Sunday Showdown playing with Bronos out there. We've seen him a lot, and we know his talent is top-notch. Such a great player to watch, and it's always good to see. But I'm looking, Akademiks looks like he is down, and now Xoonies has a large wall to climb as Myth and Deez seem to be playing very well. And Myth is sitting at 4 eliminations himself, and we're about mid-game, right? We're down to just 37 engagements, to say the least. But I got to say, this has probably been a very close game because it's been going on for some time.
It has, and I hope Xoonies is as good as you all are cracking them up to be here. Because with 40 engagements, 37 engagements left, this is going to be very, very difficult, an absolute mountain to climb right here. And I love what Myth and Deez are doing right now, just shadow. Like, hey, we'll go ahead and let you do some work, and then we'll just make sure that we can sweep it all up. We've seen this strategy employed so many times. Typical gamer and Thieves. We saw it with Gotaga and Airwaks as well a couple weeks ago. So I think they're going to opt to stick with this strategy as long as they can. And, I agree with it. I agree with it.
And I think we were just given an update, actually, from production. Shout out for trying to find out all these scores. I think it is going to be Myth and Deez. After game 1, we're up 15-7, I believe is what I heard. So a pretty big mountain to climb, right? If you are Xoonies, no longer can grab DJ Akademiks, and much like we saw in that last game, a very similar spot. Down in a game, you have your enemy, or rather your player, down for the count, and you've got 2 enemies who are constantly utilizing that vision and those numbers to their advantage. We saw a strikeout come through from Grandma. Can we see somewhat of a difference come through from Xoonies? And here he is, the guy who made waves in the Sunday Showdown, always a talented player, as Taylor was mentioning. Can he do it here? And based off that 13 elimination performance already, still with, 26 other players still alive, he has got a lot of work to do, but I know as he is up for the challenge. However, here comes Deez right underneath him, there to steal him out. Love that play, and I love the fact that they are constantly utilizing their man count advantage, and that is the issue that you worry and that you have from time to time is in 1v2s not being able to move.
About to say uh-oh because the airstrike just moved in. Luckily not on top of Xoonies. And I gotta say, we talked about the airstrike a little bit. We have not seen one airstrike used from any one of our players. And it just comes to show you how not usable they are whenever it comes to elimination-based tournaments. But like I said, I'm curious how they're going to be in the World Cup. But honestly, I would rather have stinks over stink bombs rather than the airstrike. I think there's just a lot more usability. Maybe even shields and hills over an airstrike. I just don't see the usability of it. But hey, maybe if it does get a buff, which I don't think it needs one, but if it does, it might be more used in this kind of format.
Might be indeed. And to talk about this engagement that we've seen here and how important it is for Xoonies to get this, I believe Xoonies just did damage to 5 different players and got 0 eliminations from it. 0 eliminations. You heard the call-outs coming from Myth and Deez. Very excited. And Xoonies already with 13 elims. I'm kind of surprised they even got that, given that this is the style that has been employed. It's follow the leader out here. It's Simon Says. No reason for them to do anything different. And just look, if those 5 had gone the other way, they would be in the lead. We can talk about the swings all day, but I think this on your screen is what you're going to see for the longest time. Follow him around. Don't let him go crazy. We should be fine.
Here comes the rotation. Neo tilted now the target. And that is going to be Xoonies, who manages to respond on the first. He and Deez bottlenecking the rest of the opposition. And there's going to be 3, actually, no, excuse me, 2 that comes in from Xoonies there at the end. So good play, all things considered. And finally gets a moment to breathe, if you will, as the vice grip has been in play for Deez and Myth ever since they got the opportunity, ever since they got the chance to be in this 2v1 situation. They are on his heels. And this is a strategy that not a whole lot of newer age teams start to do, right? A lot of the rosters that have only entered in toward 2019 don't think about mirroring, or they just don't do it. And it is such a valuable strategy. We talk about the main reason how you win, you know, this format, the main reason why you pretty much walk away with a ton of eliminations is by utilizing your numbers, right? You want to try and get into these, you know, 2v1 situations, you know, kind of utilize yourself as a duo to try to take down these squads. You're constantly trying to single enemies out. And much like in this situation, you have to keep trying to utilize your numbers. And I think that's, like I said, a main issue that a lot of teams currently struggle with. Obviously, Myth, being the veteran that he is, a Friday Fortnite winner back in 2018, he's very used to this strategy, most likely implementing it here for his team. But Xoonies, just off the skirts, or rather off toward the outskirts of Shifty Shafts, is starting to take some damage.
Definitely so. Forced to heal up. Meanwhile, you're going to see Myth as well as his teammate are going to go in for the attack. And Deez will have first shots. And did Xoonies get that? I don't think he... No, Deez gets all 4? That is going to hurt a ton as Xoonies, unfortunately. Did you see that strategy? Sticking next to him is working out for the best. And Landon, I love how you brought up that strategy, right? Sticking next to him is something you don't see a lot of the younger teams doing in this format. Because you're on the same team, there's very little you can do to counter your opponents. So you have to use every aspect necessary, and one of those is sticking next to a 1v2 and just monitoring those eliminations. And honestly, this is exactly what Myth as well as Deez are doing, and Xoonies goes down, and that's going to be all she wrote.
Nothing can be done there. And for those of you keeping score at home, 9 elims that were, you don't want to say stolen because they weren't technically Xoonies to have in the first place, but 9 elims that were taken by the combination of Deez and Myth that Xoonies had already done the damage to. I mean, we can run the numbers all day. That would be a lead for Xoonies in that situation. Would be well over 20 elims by themselves, but like you guys were saying, that's the strategy, and that's why you do it. That is why it do it. It works.
Yeah, it definitely. I mean, like I said, that is the call, right? At this point, you have to utilize your numbers. You have to use any advantage that you can when it comes in a Friday Fortnite. We obviously talk about how different competitive really is when it comes down to this kind of elimination race type format, and any advantages that you can start to implement. We saw this very early on in Friday Fortnite 2018. There are so many different little minute strategies that you can start to kind of develop in terms of landing locations, the way you play your overall advantages. I mean, there's just so many little things, and I feel like a lot of teams maybe missed out on that opportunity to learn a lot of that information. That's the reason why after every first week, if you will, like the Dubs and Megga effect, the issues even with a few other rosters that off their first Friday Fortnite, they struggle. They come in week 2 and they're a totally different team. It's
Right.
because like they finally realized, or maybe even after a few weeks, they start to realize this is how we do this. This is the locations that we don't go to. This is the way we play this. It's interesting to always learn and try to kind of find out a lot of those strategies.
Absolutely. I'm excited for this next matchup coming up. Myth and Deez. Former qualifier playing with Pro Myth. Deez is now going to be playing against the qualifier teams. It's going to be Spastic and Nico. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm really interested to see exactly how that one will line out. Who will face off against Dubs and Megga and the losers semifinals. We'll obviously give you our opinions when we come back from the break, but feel free in the meantime to let us know what you guys are thinking. Get involved in the chat. Let us know even as well on social media. Use the hashtag Friday Fortnite and get your conversations and get your, term or your prediction out there. And we'll obviously bring up a few of those when we come back right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5. We're getting ready to hop into another losers bracket game. We've got Spastic and Nice1nico, the qualifier winners, facing off against Myth and Deez.
It's going to be a good match to say the least, and I'm kind of looking at the bus path for Spastic, and it looks as if we might be heading over towards Lazy or even Pressure. Not a bad drop, believe it or not, with the robot being built at Pressure. It's grown a lot of attention. A lot of players have been going over to Pressure because of that, so you might run into a couple of noobs trying to sightsee a little bit. So I got to say, definitely not a bad choice to make whatsoever. Plus, with the new air vents, it allows you for the rotate out relatively quickly. But the old tried and true Dusty Divot, Myth and Deez, they're heading over here.
We've seen this pay dividends for a number of different teams here. Earlier, sitting there is Myth trying to get out of the tree there. Not a rough landing, but we have seen earlier, I believe it was JuJu and Grandma actually, who came over here maybe looking for a slightly quieter drop and still found a number of elims here. So I'd say this is paid dividends here. And as we say it, there it happens right again. Easy couple of elims right there for Deez. Gotta love that as well. So this has really kind of been the most comfortable drop, I would say, for teams. It seems like everyone who's gone here has been a bit rewarded.
Yeah, it's a good point, right? In terms of like the landing locations, there's been teams who have really struggled in Salty, and I know at least for the last few weeks, I've always been kind of calling out Dusty Divot and being like, okay, hey, this maybe is not the greatest place to go anymore because so many teams are struggling. And then I feel like last week, and then now beginning into this week, Dusty Divot is now the main option of choice, and Salty Springs continually looks like the new Tilted, if you will. I know there's a few people kind of rounding that out. I know Trooper was even one who mentioned last week how important and how that kind of really was a majority of that factor. But looking on, early game's crucial, and all 4 players are up for the time. Well, they have seen a little bit of opposition. It hasn't really led to anything too drastic, that's for sure. And I will say, kind of coming into this game, it's going to be interesting to watch Nice1nico and Spastic. These guys had one crazy run throughout the winners bracket, taking down Titan team after Titan team. They lost, unfortunately, kind of in an interesting situation toward Nate Hill and FunkBomb. And now we get to watch these guys yet again to kind of see what really was the key moment for them, what really was the key strategy as to why they were able to take down so many of those top caliber squads. So a team that maybe hasn't been playing as much facing off against Myth and Deez, who have been grinding throughout the last few hours in the losers bracket, being here since losers round 2.
Definitely no reason to use a shockwave grenade. You would have already got plenty of height by just going through, but hey, I guess you got you there a lot higher and a lot quicker than you probably would have been if you wouldn't have used a shockwave grenade. Now you're slowly drifting towards the ground. But with that being said, nice combat. You love to pick up that combat shotgun. Always great to have, especially if you have just a great tack in your inventory.
He said
Definitely
nope.
gives you a little bit more He yeeted that out of his inventory real quick, didn't he? Player just up ahead, tries to shoot him.
offensive.
Unfortunately, doesn't have the range, but hey, we're going with good old double pump. And now we're just going to...
He keeps hearing you, and he's like, nope, not that one, not that one. I'll go and pick up the gray AR. How about that?
This commentary of one's inventory is quite fantastic. I love this. This is a lot of fun here. But it seems to me that we're seeing a bit of the same strategy that we have seen Nate Hill and Funk use, which is that they've gone to a slightly less hot place, I guess you could say. I mean, I know that Salty is a bit more of a hot drop here, but still they're trying to gear up a little bit, and now they're starting their rotation. I didn't see them find too many engagements over there, so maybe this is a strategy that they've opted to employ. Maybe they're learning on the fly, saying, okay, this beat us. Let's see if we can play that same game.
Definitely a good point to bring up. Spastic, however, it's rather instantly entering in toward Megga Mall. A very worthy few elims just coming up toward. As they spotted someone inside of that reboot van and a casual-only player just waiting on that head glitch. I'm sure he was there for hours. And then just quickly gets foiled in just a matter of seconds. Did not decide to react in any way. He's probably checking his phone. Nice play, though, coming in from Spastic, because that's going to be 2. And instantly, right, decides to go and utilize the last shockwave grenade to get closer toward these rotations, handing off some resources to each other. These guys are quickly wanting to move from location to location, and that's good to see. It's good to kind of note, right, because they're not kind of allowing for themselves to play way too long in an area. They're realizing, okay, hey, we've pretty much taken everyone out that we can. Now it's time to move on to the next place of interest.
Bush inside to 1x1, about to meet his demise. We saw Deez kind of throwing some shots out there for the time being. Meanwhile, you're going to see his teammate kind of come through, getting pressured once again. It's going to be Deez, and this player is going to meet his end as well, but a lot of players still remain inside of Salty, and we're already seeing his opponents are going to be rotating in. And that is going to be an awesome opportunity to pick up a couple more, as I believe they're sitting at 5 or around there, so not a bad start for Myth and Deez to answer back to their opponents.
And I think as we've gone through this, we've started to see, starting off in a far away, I think there's a difference between starting in a spot that is far away from the action, far away from the rotations, and going slow there, and going slow on the outskirts of a place like Salty, which is what we've seen our team in FaZe do. And I think now we're finally starting to see the rotation come back in, now going from Pressure Plant to Megga Mall to Neo Tilted here. So this is quite a rotational path that they've gone on here, trying to just keep up, because they've seen there's been a lot of elims on the other side. And I'm curious if it was a response to maybe trying to play a little slower that led them down this path, because this isn't what we saw them open with in that last game, Landon.
That's a good point, right? Maybe changing things up, realizing, you know, maybe what the call is at this moment. A different change of strategies. However, we'll see if that can work out, as NepentheZ does take down 2. Bludgeon, to be exact, as Fortnite always has a number of different interesting ways to say elim. But it looks as if currently making their way throughout the structures wanting to gain that high ground advantage. And in Tilted, this is the way to do it. It's not really a matter of building. It's really just a matter of climbing the stairwells and leading toward the Nexus. There's going to be 3 players here. There's going to be the first coming in from Spastic, is ready for the next engagement. Realizes those walls are mine. Thank you very much. Those are not yours. Takes down a Knight, a Spaceman as well. YMCA, everybody is being dropped, and there comes another one from the skies, as Deez was there to take him down. Great conversion onto those final few players. And like we said, any other player in that situation, instant builds, then we get out of here. No. He's like, no, I'm going to go and take one down, casually build. I know my teammate's going to be there for the pickup. Good work coming through from the qualifier players.
And the action doesn't stop there. On the side of Myth and Deez, we're going to see some players engaging onto them from Grandma's house, and some nice builds coming out from Deez. Nice shot to knock off the shield of one of the players, instantly engaging on the other, as they're going to play the ground game, and he's going to just maintain that high ground for the time being. And once this player goes down, the other one might get overly aggressive. We'll definitely have to see. Stuck a little bit, but that's why Myth, your teammate, is going to come up from behind. While we saw 3 over in Tilted, Neo Tilted, we're going to see about 4 or 5 into the hands of Deez and Myth. So definitely getting a better end, but Deez is going to get dropped. Myth, he's got to go big.
He's got to go big, and more than anything, he has to survive, too. I almost wonder if running away isn't the best look here. That's a full team that they're up against. Let's see here, rotating back around. Some good builds here. You're going to have to op and just reset the situation. Take a minute, catch the breath here.
He does have a bounce pad.
He does. There is a way out. They were playing so well. This was such a neck-and-neck game, and the Storm not going to make this any easier. Myth has to make a decision now and going to opt to sit in the Storm and try to get this, but there's one still there. It looks like it is going to be done just in time. Great job by Myth holding on. You see there in the bottom left, Spastic and Nico going to continue to do the job. They are sitting pretty on the other side, but that could have gone from bad to worse in a hurry.
And I want to say that looking at the kill feed, I think the enemy who was engaging on them, actually I think ended up getting eliminated from a great fall. I think he ended up taking so much fall damage that he dropped. I'm not sure if there was another enemy that was around the area. I want to say that there was, who maybe escaped. Regardless, though, I think the main one who was kind of in their line sights, thankfully for them, ended up dropping to a great fall. And the reason why I bring that up was because if that player is not dropping from that level, he's probably challenging them, which probably doesn't allow for that res either to come in, or it allows for Myth to probably have to grind out a fight, probably makes him lose some health that it either maybe eliminates him or it makes it to the point where Deez has to be rebooted. So that's a huge moment for those guys to be able to not really deal with that final player. Louisa could have shortened them down a little bit, but speaking of issues, Spastic starting to take a little bit of damage himself. Has that cozy campfire and is going to rely on his teammate to hopefully carry the load for the time. A lot of players on the outskirts of this zone right now. We talk about 19 players still left alive in this game, and Nico, unfortunately, is taken down again. The one man that Spastic was hoping would be able to comfort him is the one that he's going to have to comfort now.
Yeah, and that campfire gives off that smoke, and that immediately in the public lobbies forces players, or at least in their mind, to get overly aggressive. But luckily, nobody is going to press him onto it, and he's going to go ahead and take an opportunity, potentially get a random third party from his enemies of Myth and Deez, but he knows there's a player just below, and he's got to make a decision. Reboot card? Or do I go for the elims up ahead? Well, I guess his choice has been made for him as this opponent pushes him, and that's going to be one, and another flies in as well. And are they on the same team? Is this going to be a third-party opportunity? Well, I guess we're going to have to see once he gets one elim. But unfortunately, he's lost high ground, and he's got to try and overtake it, which shouldn't be too hard for him, but it's never easy to do. Forced in a 1-by-1, and players up ahead, they're going to be spamming his builds.
And one of the most important things to be keeping in mind is actually Myth taking quite a bit of fall damage, is that if he wants to get these eliminations, he needs to make sure he gets them done before those arrows quickly begin to 3P, as you mentioned, Taylor. If those arrows start to engage, which it looks as if they're going to be coming here now, and there it goes. That was one of the worst situations that could have occurred, was both of them falling. I was going to say, if he wants to try to find the eliminations, it's important to do it before the enemy gets here. But more importantly than all of that, it's crucial to make sure that you stay alive. I think in that situation, you need to play your life a little bit better. But regardless, though, a massive opportunity and moment for Myth and Deez toward the end of this game. You've got 14 eliminations still left to try and distance yourself as much as you can. The qualifier boys are out despite their runs that have been made throughout the winners bracket. They have been struggling in a few of our games on broadcast, and that could lead to a little bit of those comms. It could lead to a little bit of some questions when it comes down to the communication. Kay, can we do this? Are we fit enough to do this?
That was a horrible situation to get out of, too. I think, Taylor, you said a decision made for them. Losing high ground makes it so difficult to retreat. It makes it so difficult to challenge. As you said, that was the worst of all situations for Spastic to get to. Meanwhile, with 2 up, there should be a chance to make this play happen. You see both Myth and Outcast looking pretty okay. Just over 10 engagements left. We'll see here moving around. You see the comm still very calm. Like to see that here. They know that there's still one hanging around here somewhere in the general vicinity. Gonna try to sniff him out here and find him. One big hit right there.
Oh no, his Myth is gonna drop later on, and you gotta be thinking Deez. Yeah, there's not a lot of players left on the map, but every point you get is another point. You can potentially be closing the gap if you were in a deficit or giving your opponent the deficit in game 2. So you got to try and clean them up and play it safely. But this has been a massive battle spanning for minutes at a time. And our teams have been struggling to take out these players. There's just so many opportunities for a player to sneak around and maybe third party you. And the Storm is going to be moving in just under a minute. And this player is sticky. He is holding on, turbo building the ramp. And you notice there are traps in the inventory of these, but opts out not to use it. And he's going to go in and get the elim. Great plays on his part. He's kitted up for the final fight. Now 5 players left, Landon, and he's going for the reboot.
I'm curious if he's actually going to try to go for this. I mean, if you do get a quiet moment,
oh, wow, he is.
You could make it happen, and yeah, that's his main point of interest. And I want to say, yeah, there's a few builds up here. I don't know if he's going to have a free chance to pull this off. I think Myth is giving the call out, saying, hey, I think he dipped. Now's your chance. Now's your opportunity to get me back up in this game. And based off the amount of players that have fallen in this situation, fallen in this area, there is going to be a few opportunities to go for some weapons. But 16-11, getting as many elims as you can is going to be crucial. Obviously, the horn coming from the reboot van, maybe we'll be able to give an audio cue to the opposition that does exist out there. But how far out there could they be? Could we see instant adversity face these players, or did that reboot just work out very, very well?
Well, they're on the edge of the storm. I'd imagine a lot of the other teams who are still there, given that, again, this is a pub lobby, are, as you guys said earlier, as high up on the mountain as they can be, as far away from that as they can be, waiting for people to rotate over. So I think the big, hungry teams, they just got through right there. I think that was when they were trying to converge over. And I think they're okay with going back and now just taking their time to go and move towards the middle. And like you said, a very close game still, a world of difference between a 5-point lead and a 10-point lead, which is still something they could get if they get all 5 of these elims, Taylor.
Absolutely. Definitely want to try and acquire as many as you can. The call-outs coming through, and it's always encouraging to see the team you're about to go against is not building, or at least not making some complex pushes. It gives you a lot more confidence, especially for pushing in. But that proximity grenade always does considerable amount of automatic damage if you don't have any builds around you. And unfortunately, Deez is going to find out. He's going to take some damage and drop down to low ground as the explodes continue to come in. This enemy team is applying a lot of pressure, Landon.
Definitely on Deez. Trying to be careful. Wants to make sure he's up to as much HP as he can be. Proximity grenade launcher coming in from the opponent. Not going to do all that much damage in the ending of things. Deez Smith handling business at the time, and there comes in another knock. And just like that, only a few more are left. Taking out a few at the end here of Pleasant Park. And they are walking everybody who has any chance to face off against them. I think Myth realizes, hey, you know what, that proximity grenade launcher, it was pretty good. I might as well pick it up myself. So I like the call, immediately firing out a shot as they see players just off in the distance. And that's what you want to see if you're a fan of these boys, constantly engaging and really not having too many issues when it comes into number disadvantage.
No, spoils of war, as they say, moving in. And this is where you really see the dividends of them opting to use that reboot van. It's always a question this late in the game if it's something you want to risk doing. Well, this is what it does. Look at all these engagements that they're able to bully in 2v1 and create the pinches. This is what makes it so nice, as we see now one trying to go away in the baller. But I love the composure that these two have had, opting to get these. I believe they are 2 for 2 currently on these elims. Make that 3 for 3 right now, as they just continue to search them out. Both well kitted up. Myth, who had just gotten elimed, look at this, right back up with some great stuff here. And now it's that final portion. Just looking for the last one. Where are they hiding?
Yep.
Are they in the field? Are they in a house?
Are they going for a reboot? Right? There's a lot of different things that they could be doing. There's only one player left. And honestly, they're not even going to build. They're not even going to try to bunker up. They want shots to come their way, and man, there's so many houses that he could be hiding in, and this is always going to be extremely frustrating to see, to say the least, but eventually they'll find them, and they'll have a nice lead going into game 2, 21-11, eventually going to be 22-11. Landon, we could see our qualifier team eliminated.
I think it's pretty fair, sadly. And I like the qualifier guys a lot, right? For the run that they made throughout the winners bracket, you got to give them credit, that's for sure. Based off the way that they've been playing, based off the run that they have mustered, they got a very tall task when it comes down to this next matchup, because despite you having a pretty solid game and obviously dropping pretty early, you are down twice as many elims as you managed to find in that first game. So they still have a lot of work to do. Like I said, 11 eliminations. If this last one does come in from Myth and Deez, which looks very likely, that's for sure, all things considered. Oh, you are going to have a lot of work to do. And is that in the rule books? Is that even possible for these guys to make it happen? Because we've seen so many teams up to this point have a slow early game. They drop early, and it's just almost insurmountable to make a comeback. But can the qualifier team be a difference, right? The amount of work that you put in to get to this point, I'm sure they're looking at this 22-11, disadvantage right now, and they're saying, you know what? At least I hope that they're saying, you know what? We've worked as hard as we have for this. We're not going to go down like this. We got to do something. Like we got to get some momentum under ourselves. And I'll be honest, I want to see them do something different, because every single time, at least the last few matchups that we've had them on screen for, they've struggled. They haven't really been able to put that much together. They've seen a team, or I feel like as well, the last 2 times that we've watched them, a player from their team has dropped, and the other hasn't immediately been there to pick things up. It's almost has been like one guy's been hiding, one guy's been maybe a little bit too over-aggressive, has been caught out, and that's when they start to struggle. I think we need to see a way more fine-tuned machine come in from these players. I think they need to be kind of more on each other's positions, kind of be more aware of the communication, and be aware and be okay to back up, right? You're down by 11 eliminations, that's fine. But there are times when you need to back up, when you need to disengage. We're talking about when it came down to Loot Lake, a situation where I think, I don't remember who it was exactly, it was in like a 1v4 situation. And, you know, granted, you're kind of locked in. Be aware of your minimap, right? The enemy's moving in. Box yourself up. Allow for them to engage. Maybe try to 3P. Try to make something happen. Don't be the guy to try to always be the one to force the issue. Play smart, right? That's the big key, I think, for them is playing smart, playing their game, and maybe trying something, trying a little bit of a different strategy, I think, coming into this next match because they keep falling early and they keep having problems.
Yeah, because at Loot, he could have disengaged really easily. There was a slipstream right there that he could have took, and he could have just dipped out in that situation. Sure, you lose a couple of eliminations, you don't get your partner's reboot card, but you save your life and preserve it, and also reset that fight, especially whenever he lost high ground. He tried to get in that 1-by-1, eventually was mowed down by a couple of drum guns, maybe even a minigun in there too. And the opponents just took, you know, advantage of him. But in the end, though, I got to say, you know, they played decently well. Tough situation. Myth and Deez, though. Myth, I mean, come on. You know, in all Friday Fortnites, he's played, you know, well, but he's never done this well. Yeah. And maybe, you know, Deez complements his play style very good. You notice Myth as being that good IGL, making the calls. And I think there's distinct roles between these two. And I think that's why they work so well as a duo.
Their duo has been fantastic. And like you were saying earlier about needing to stay together, our qualifier team, I think that's been the MO of Myth and Deez. They've always been around each other. They've had the good communication. They've ended up moving together and turned a lot of those 1v1s into 2v1s. Always much better to take that. Good players win 1v1s. Better players win 2v1s.
I like
That's my thought.
Knit that on a pillow. We need to have something happen. Grandma, I know you're out there. I'm sure you're great at knitting.
No, Grandma's not out there, out of the tournament.
Well, I mean, now you have free time. Perfect
there you
opportunity. I mean, hey, I don't know. Now's the time to do it. Why not knit and watch Friday Fortnite at the same time? If someone for some reason happens to be knitting right now while watching, tweet at us at UNG Gaming, at 9hole Grains, at Reflections, at Lano. I want to see if someone is knitting right now because that would be incredible. And if so, if you have some free time, feel free to knit what good old 9hole Grains is coming through with the good old quotes. But here we go. Game number 2, Spastic and Nice1nico. They're down, but they're not out as of yet. A big jump for them and a big moment for them as well to try and make this comeback happen. Down by 11 eliminations and a team that made it through the ringer, the qualifiers to get here. They want to be defined as the greatest qualifier team at the very least in Friday Fortnite. They would have become champions, obviously, and all of that starts off the break here.
And speaking of that break, this is the 3rd game in a row we've seen them go somewhere drastically different. They've gone from Salty all the way to Factory, and now they're here in Fatal Fields. So they've changed it up every time. If the MO of this tournament has been stick with what you know, apparently what they know is trying something different every time. We'll see. I believe that Myth and Deez went over to Dusty as they did that last game. But what do you make of that? Do they just not have a strategy they feel works? Are they trying to adapt? Sometimes I feel like you can outthink yourself in situations like this.
Well, it comes down to what Landon said earlier, right? Whenever you're down 11+ eliminations, like, you know, the strategy to come back from that, it shouldn't be ingrained in your mind like a typical esport, right? In esports, it's always like, play your game, do exactly what you know. These guys are, you know, shaking things up, and they're trying to counter their opponents from what they've been noticing before. So I like the play to kind of switch things up, make things different, and throw a wrench in the strategy of Myth and Deez because they're used to players going, you know, neo-tilted, going over towards Megga, but they're not used to this rotation. But that snipe almost ended things a bit early.
It definitely did. Spastic would not have been treated oh so kindly, that's for sure. Back on their host, obviously someone to mention the U boys, Spastic and Nice1nico. Could be some sort of a positive, that's for sure. Stormflip
where's he going?
On the Sky platform as Nico decides to go and venture out. And like we talked about, the changing up of strategies. Maybe it is somewhat of a positive thing, but at the same time, maybe it's just because nothing else has worked, right? You keep trying things, it's not working. Hey, we're going to find something eventually, surely, but the reason why they've got to this point, maybe you even think about going back to what worked for you in the winner's bracket, whatever that was. Clearly, they're not feeling oh so confident as they are constantly changing things up. And as someone who said I think they need to change things up, it wasn't necessarily in terms of, their overall landing spot. It was just in terms of the way that they have been dropping. It's been a matter of not sticking together or not challenging things at the same time. It's been kind of aggressive when you shouldn't have been, over peaking when you're not supposed to. Regardless, though, it does worry me a little bit for Spastic and Nice1nico. They need to have a brilliant beginning, and up to this point, right, we're already starting to see quite a few players fall. Already half the lobby is left, and they have a 1 elim advantage to show for it. And 1 elim at all to show for it.
I guess both sides opting to play it maybe a little bit more cautious. There's certainly Myth and Deez doing so here, understanding, again, the big lead, you may as well milk it as long as you can. And I was a little bit worried, not necessarily about the low elims, but for a while, Spastic and Nico did not have many mats or any good gear to show from it. I was worried that that was going to keep them slow on the rotation as well. It looks like they did find a couple. But speaking of finding that, we have an engagement right here, trying to fight for the high ground. And Taylor, I think this is the chance, although Myth is in a bad spot.
He is. He's going to have low ground. Luckily, though, Deez is going to be a little bit higher up, potentially going to have the opportunity to kind of overtake him, especially with the double ramp, but doesn't need to. Drops down, takes out an unsuspecting victim. Tries to go for the full elim, but that player drops just below his builds. Myth there to clean up, and we immediately focus our attention right up top, and he has not been hit once. Still at 100 health and 100 shield. You got to respect the accuracy and the aggression that we are currently seeing. Salty has kind of been the stomping grounds for Myth and Deez ever since the beginning of the tournament, maybe just as much as Nate Hill and FunkBomb. So it's going to be interesting to see if Myth and Deez do make it the finals. We could see a very, very crazy counter-intuitive play from both sides. It's going to make things interesting, but we do see Myth, Deez, they're able to win these engagements and add a little bit more numbers to their stat line.
And that's nice, right? Obviously, if you're a fan of this team, they come into this game number 2 up by 11 eliminations. Just play consistent, right? You don't even have to play better than the other team. As long as you just kind of play pretty much standard, you should be good for the most part. I do say that, obviously knowing the ability that exists on the other side. Honestly, like whenever you have an advantage of 10+ and knowing kind of the factor of how the other team works, and when you're finding eliminations, it's always staring at that scoreboard because that kind of defines what your play call is. It's almost like your compass. Like, hey, like how aggressive should we play based off the scoreboard that exists? If it's, if we're up by, maybe around like a certain amount of eliminations, whatever they feel comfortable with, that kind of bases us on, hey, maybe we can kind of play a little bit more standard, go for more resources, maybe start to gauge around a little bit, maybe not go toward these high locations. But whenever that, compass starts to kind of show you a little bit more information, it starts to kind of get a little bit closer. When that game screen starts to show you things are a little bit out of hand, that's when you change things up. It's all about being aware of what the other team is doing despite not being able to look at them at all times.
Rotation and Neo tilted right now. This has served some teams well here, and I like the fact that Spastic and Nico have tooled up just a little bit more. Still not the greatest of gear on both of them, but they're going to at least get a chance to attack there. They decide, man, maybe not Neo tilted. Let's continue to rotate around, and at some point if they continue to rotate, you wonder if they're going to start to rotate into the same territory that Myth and Deez have already cleared out. That really is the worst case scenario for them here at this point. Nico moved in there, chases one through the slipstream. This is going to be an unhappy landing here for one parasol glidering opponent. Down they go, another elim. But again, they're not gaining a ton of ground. I believe that just equalized the score, maybe gave them 1 point. Guys, remember, they have to make up 11.
Yeah. Well, 11 plus, right? I mean, depending on how many the lead that we currently see. So it's going to be interesting to see, is this player's going to dip out? Something that should have happened during the first round. I think Spastic should have definitely taken that slipstream and dipped out. Unfortunately, he didn't, but he's going on the hot pursuit and right into the hands of Myth and Deez. And this is going to make things interesting because they both know where that player just went. Meanwhile, he's going to go straight into Neo tilted. Could be a very risky play to say the least. I doubt players are going to be located in here this late, but could find some players depending, maybe even over at Shifty if he decides to go over there. Might even be going for the drop as well, but you're wasting a lot of time. You got to be going for these elims, and he is going for the drop. Meanwhile, Myth and Deez, they're heading out. They're trying to find as many players as they possibly can. This is holding up Spastic and Nico.
Oh, and he's even going to go for the chug jug just for the extra 50 HP. Oh, man, at least he has the comfort of knowing that where the exact position of the opponents are. So you kind of see him gauging, looking constantly. So I will give him that. But at the same time, you've got to be so cautious, right? Timing is so important. You can't be even with the opponents. You have to be faster. You have to be that much better than they are. And up to this point, we could argue we haven't really seen that all that much. There's been some moments there's been some good moments, that's for sure, but it really hasn't been as much as we need. That's without question. And you notice this is what we should be seeing right now from Myth, or rather, excuse me, from NepentheZ and Spastic. They need to be grabbing these items. They need to be constantly rotating around, and I feel like Myth and Co. are kind of showing them what they're supposed to be doing at the moment. So I like the call, but at the same time, we'll see if they can start to distance themselves, get themselves away from that pinch, from that mirroring call.
Yeah.
That Myth is trying to put in right now, and I like this position, but you argue, right, you don't take that chug jug, maybe you start to kind of move yourself around a little bit, maybe they don't have the opportunity to try and mirror this effectively, but Myth, definition of high ground, he's got the ability to see the entire map from here.
They do, and they're all going to be rotating over here. I love, like you said, that mirror call, opting to split up. Hey, they try to split, we'll just stick right behind them, no reason not to. Easiest way to protect the lead is to limit the amount of points that your opponent is getting. And Myth right now really doesn't need to leave this position, right? Unless he gets a bunch of fire. And speaking of fire, Spastic taking an early dip going down there. Nico in a bad position as well. Now we see Myth trying to get out here. This could be an interesting 1-for-1 if both of these do go down. They could equalize it. But as of now, things that were already difficult are looking almost insurmountable.
I'm glad Myth got out of that position. Yeah, he has ultimate high ground, but he's also pinched between 3 different players, and he's kind of in the middle of that triangle, and you could see everybody, but everybody could see you as well, and you never know which team is going to be aiming at you during that moment in time, but Nico is going to capitalize and get a little bit of a revenge from his teammates, and honestly, do you go for the revive now? Do you not? That's always a question whenever you lose your player, and there are a total of 24 or 20 or 25 engagements still remaining, so maybe it's worth it, but you'd be wasting a lot of time. You just see Myth right there and Deez picking up 4 players, and Nico, he's still fighting just 1.
He is, and this is taking a lot of his time at the moment, trying to fight through the brick, trying to fight through the resources that exist just up in front of him. And based off of his position, I don't think that we're going to be seeing that reboot come through. So a 1v2 throughout the rest of this game, an 11 elimination advantage coming in of this matchup. However, your life becomes a little bit easier as Myth thankfully is taken down, but based off of Deez's position, we'll see if he can make anything happen. Going for a few edits, he obviously does feel some adversity coming forward, player trying to destroy the builds, and that's when Deez comes right on your flank. Never had the idea that could be a possibility. Good play coming in from Deez as they are in a prime spot to most likely take this game. However, things are not done just as of yet. A current 1v1 advantage. And we know in Deez's positions, right, especially in that last game, he didn't have a problem picking up Myth. However, in a 1v1, as crucial as this is, and not feeling oh so confident, not having the entire game for yourself could easily change up whether or not he wants to try to go for that reboot or not. But both players trying to utilize some tools, utilizing some opportunities to get a different vantage point. And based off of Nico's position, here comes the dive bomb. Based off the score, this is without question needed. Trap in use, and that should be 1, but no, the player, I think, just somehow manages to escape out. And that definitely surprises not just myself, but as well as our current player on screen. My goodness. And near one found, and there it is. Nico, great play, but to no avail as Sneaky Snake managed to get out of that 1-by-1.
What the fuck is this bot doing?
All right, rotating over now. We'll have to check mathematically if this one is still doable. There are still some shenanigans that can come in with the reboot van, but there was a 14-point deficit. There are only just over that many left on the map here, and they are all going to need to go the way of Nico, who's put on a good show. You can see right here builds going up, continuing to fight for that high ground, as we always say, and try to get these elims. But right now, the game is really in the hands of Deez, who has had such a fantastic tournament, such a fantastic set on this run. If they get any of those, that may be it. Taking a look right here as this fight's going to continue, getting the drop on him. A nice little edit there. And we see this elim go nice and clean. It does. Both of them go down. So for the time being, Nico's giving himself a chance.
Definitely so. Nico staying alive, keeping in it. And Nico, once again, already back into the fight himself. He's going to have a player just up above. He is going to get tagged up quite a bit, down to 85 health. He has a couple minis and medkit in his possession, but he's not going to have an opportunity. No respite for the Wicked as he's going to continue to build up. Player just down below, and this player is just going to go for the spam meta, trying to bring him down as much as possible. And unfortunately, glides. I don't think that was intentional. Now down to just 9 health, and he drops as they go for the GGs, and that is going to be it. Phenomenal work as Myth and Deez move forward to the losers semifinals to play against Dubs and Megga.
I'm excited for that one, that's for sure. Obviously, thinking ahead, right, we got to be obviously highlighting that game that's going to be coming up, but you got to give some credit, right, to the qualifier squad. They made it incredibly far. They had a very solid run in terms of the winners bracket, but I'll be honest, though, when it came down to losers, they just, and I know we didn't even get to look at them, but based off of what we expected versus what we saw, kind of underwhelming. I'm gonna be straight up honest. I was thinking we were gonna see a team that could take down some Titan-like rosters, and I think that maybe they just kind of got in their heads a little bit. I'm not sure if the enemy just started to kind of fall off a little bit early or what really the case was. I was hoping to really kind of see a team really emerge and start taking down these Titan-like rosters, but we just didn't really see that kind of come about. It was a matter of them dropping early and not really seeing a ton of success, and I'm not sure what really kind of changed up from winners bracket to losers bracket, but clearly it affected them.
Well, we also don't know the scores of those games,
It's
too,
true.
right? Because it could have been low-scoring scores. We're talking about Mongraal, Mitro, where do they like to go?
Yep.
Neo tilted, maybe they were very inconsistent. A couple of other powerhouse teams, too.
My only thing, though, was that they faced off against the most aggressive teams, and they faced off against the more passive teams. Typical Gamer and Thieves, also
Right.
Mongraal, Mitro. That was the only reason why I was very skeptical about being like, okay, yeah, this is going to be a really talented team. But the level and the differences of strategy that they were taking down, it was just like, they did it again. Like, we were getting updates, like, obviously in the back from production, and we're like, they took that team down? They took this team? Are you serious? Like, who are these guys? So, I don't know. I'm excited to see what, they can maybe do in future weeks. Maybe they can qualify again. Who knows? But regardless, though, as we were kind of alluding to it, that losers semi-final game, I'm excited for this. Very, very excited for this, right? We got Myth and Deez facing off against Dubs and Megga. Let us know. Right, guys, let us know what you are thinking, and while doing so, while you're involved in the social game, feel free to visit our friends at G Fuel. You can feel free to use the code UMG at checkout for a 30% off discount in honor of Friday Fortnite. Major thanks to our friends at G Fuel for making this event, along with others here at the UMG studio, possible. But like we said, guys, while you're visiting G Fuel, getting some codes and getting some new flavors, as well as putting in your predictions. In the meantime, we'll be heading to a quick little commercial break, but when we come back, it is time for Loser Semis. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5. It is time for our next matchup, right? Another losers game, and this is going to be losers semifinals. Winner of this matchup faces off against Highsky and Slappie for a chance at Grands to face off against our very talented roster and Nate Hill and FunkBomb. Before we get ahead of ourselves, though, it's time to hop into game number 1. Our landing locations are in, and boys, what are we seeing?
Well, looking like a dusty drop for Myth and Deez, Dubs and Megga, keeping it simple as they normally do, going over towards Weird Mountain and then pursuing potentially down in to Salty Springs. You love to see it nice and controlled, and starting us off is going to be Deez, getting a nice elimination at least down here in Dusty. He's going to go ahead and use all the chug splashes. He's not looking fruitful. He doesn't want to go ahead and share it as this player dips out, I believe, through a flint knock. As that is not what you want to do, especially if you don't have redeploys. You fall down, and some chaos, some panic coming through. And luckily, Myth is able to come through and help him in the end.
Down, bitch.
Oh.
It's for the good gear as we have some wonderful things on screen. We're not 100% sure what exactly is going on there. But again, it's been dusty, right? And of all the teams that we've seen, the ones that we have seen seem to be at least staying mostly consistent with the way they've been dropping, right? All of these teams that are left have been going about the same way. It's been either Salty, it's been moving down towards Fatal Fields, it's been starting over here at Dusty Divot, and so it's nice to have a little bit of consistency and stability this late in the game. Gonna take a look over here at Dubs and Megga, the very aggressive players, no surprise, over here in Salty Springs.
Surely they made the rotation for Neo, right? Or oh my gosh, just narrowly dodging the trap, and then Megga comes in with the blitz. Love to see that, as that was a very narrow situation, a much different one than how they possibly could have engaged, but good stuff coming in from the boys on phase. But near that reboot van and shots from afar, the scoped assault rifle, yeah, it's still a thing. Someone that's managed to survive countless patches and numerous attempts at wanting to vault it, but it is still in the game from time to time. And at certain moments, it can easily become a good moment and a good thing to have in your inventory, as Megga showing exactly why that's the case. But like I said, they're in Salty Springs. They came here at about 60 players. You'd like to imagine they came from another location. I'm imagining it was probably Neo Tilted, but the fact that Megga only has one elimination that actually came here from Salty Springs, I do have my question in terms of, did they really go to Neo? And if they did they leave too early? Did they not see anybody?
If Megga and Dubs went over to Neo?
Yeah.
No. Remember, they landed on Dropship, and then they also went to Weird Mountain, and they came down. Yeah,
That's
that would have
right,
been a crazy rotation if they were already at Salty.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, don't tell me. Like, my bad. It's been a long day.
It definitely has.
Despite being 23 years old, I literally have the mind of like an 86
a 27-year-old.
Yeah, sure.
I like it.
Where does that put me?
Well, you're 26.
You guys are totally fine.
Never mind. Let's
my
not talk
memory
about
is just
this.
not.
As soon as we bring up his age, he's like, all right, never mind. We're out. But yeah, you got to be thinking, I think next game, honestly, probably Neo Tilted is going to be where Dubs and Megga are going to go. They're really dependent. Like I said, it's a toss-up. They'll go Megga, they'll go Salty, and they'll also go Neo as well. They're probably one of the most diversified team that we've seen in our tournaments overall. But I like it because it allows them to adapt to the play styles of whoever they're playing. And Myth and Deez taking it much slower, going from Dusty at the bottom now over towards the tropical section and even over towards Megga potentially. As Myth, I believe, is out of mats and can't build up there. He's going to go ahead and get some mats passed over to him, and he's going to get some help building to the slipstream.
All right, we see the ramp, the one thing that has been able to slow down some of these players over the course of the day. This time, a successful launch, but as we were talking about taking it slower, I don't know what it is about Dusty Divot today, but you see they're just now leaving Dusty Divot to start it. They're reasonably well kitted up, given that it was the first place they went, and they still have the same number of elims right now, or at least, 1 and 3, 2 and 2, that does equal 4 any way you slice it. Maybe Dusty is the way that they've started. And Laney, you were talking earlier, hasn't been the best for teams in the past, but for whatever reason, Myth and Deez making it work so far.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. And we'll see if that can be a numerous trend. And look at this. Players starting to steal some elims. Unfortunately, Deez gets the bitter end of it. Is down for the count, but you notice communication coming forward, dodging traps, and Myth feeling good about that recent play. Players around those traps. It makes me so nervous. It makes my skin crawl, for God's sake. But regardless, while Deez does go down, like we said, Myth does find the eliminations, and you're hearing those communication, rather that communication coming forward, even displaying out, what do we do next? What's the next call? How do we start to engage, and how do we continually counter this very aggressive lineup in Dubs and Megga? It's not necessarily how you counter them. It's just, for me, how you handle them. Like, how do you really try and deal with their fast-paced play? It's a matter of trying to think ahead, trying to rotate early, trying to steal eliminations. Teams have desperately tried to counter these very talented players, these young Dons, if you will. And already you see, this is the definition of their gameplay. It is rush, 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 even having snipers in the back seat of the quad crasher. And even Dubs realizing, hey, you know what? I'm going to go and hop on in. I'm going to try to get toward this perspective. And coming from the bottom side, trying to help out his teammate.
Dubs and Megga, they want victory. They've been so close in the past, second place, and they want first. They want to get all the money, and they are working their way towards it. They did get a couple of their eliminations stolen from Myth over at Megga, but for the most part, that rotation is going to be much more fruitful than just missing out on those two, finding one player behind, not seeing anybody. Good comms as we are now making our way over towards the loot, and they can literally fly for as long as they want to, and this is so awesome to see, giving you so much mobility. And look at how well they drive this 9.
That's probably the best that I've seen anybody drive. That's a land in a Hertz donut. I didn't even know that that was a thing you could see because nobody has landed it properly. And you love the way that they opt to move that quad over there to make that possible. That was even in the call-outs that you were talking about there. As you see them go, they have found someone, the laser-like precision, as we called it earlier, going right down there. One to pin him down, one to go in and get it nice and easy. Now just another one there. The pinch continues to move forward, and a quick and easy elim efficient. And look at that, immediately like, where next, where next? Oh. One over there, let's move, found him, good. Quick, and we see Deez, reboot card over there, did go down a second time. But all eyes on the action here. Pretty good hit. See here, 2-on-1 in the close quarters. Megga is down for a bit, but I don't believe there's anyone left there to hit them.
Hopefully
Pretty
not.
good. Hopefully not.
I mean, they are right next to Tilted, but yeah, there's going to be a player just above Myth as airstrike is going to be coming down.
Okay.
And I believe that is, in fact, their airstrike coming through. So luckily, it's not going to be that crazy, to say the least. But he's going to go ahead and make his way out, build up, because he knows there's an opponent trying to break down, and he's got to be quick. He knows his opponents are coming through. Good call-outs, even though his player, Deez, is, in fact, down and out. He's still able to make some call-outs, and a great clutch play once again from Myth. But as he actually fires a bullet into Dubs, Dubs takes the slurp. And that is a huge snag, to say the least. Deez upset about that Myth just as well. And I got to say, hey, it's all fair in love and war. And I don't think he has time to make it over towards the card.
Oh,
but,
no way.
He's clutching up.
No
7
way.
seconds. I think there's a player over here, though. Maybe I just saw a straight up like
There it.
No, Myth, he misses it.
Oh, no.
I just, no. Wait, he got it, Myth.
What?
You are clutch.
The biggest snag of 2019. What a play from
Wow.
Myth. Surely that didn't just happen.
Now hopefully
what
he doesn't
in the
get
world?
sniped.
That was the longest 1 second I've seen in my
Zero
life.
ping, 9. 0 ping.
Something.
You love to see it. What a play.
That's that.
And what a
3,
clutch that is from Myth.
2, 1, 1/2,
Literally.
1/4, 1. Okay, got it.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Good.
Fortnite gods were looking down at Myth at that
Good stuff, Myth. Coming in clutch. That's now the 3rd clutch he's made in this round alone.
Well, and that keeps them in the game, too. There's still 18, well, I guess technically 14 left on the map for them right here, and we do see Dubs and Megga engaging a couple of them. But again, having the 2 means there's at least a fighting chance to take maybe half of these, a quarter of these, and keep themselves close before they get into that second game.
Banging Dubs already. Quickly trying to engage, quickly trying to maybe even take the momentum that we just saw from Myth and Deez. Turn it around, getting back in the HP game quickly is Megga. Grabbing those minis, and you hear the call out saying that there actually is going to be 2 teams around here. So definitely a good call to make, because quite a few players are around this area. And Deez down again, and is going to be thirsted. And Myth probably taking quite a bit of positives right from that last clutch, and now it's to say, I've got to do it all again.
Well, he's
But
done it.
with the fact that there is only a few more players up, it may be the situation. It could be the argument saying, hey, maybe it's no longer worth it anymore.
Well, I'd say Myth is, in
He
fact,
grabbed it.
clutching up. He's getting a couple of eliminations, gets the card once again to keep the team alive, and we're only down to a total of, what, 9-8 engagements. So with that being said, still plenty more to be had, and these are some numbers that could, in fact, make a huge difference going into Game 2. But Dubs and Megga, they continue to find everyone. Unfortunately, the Bloom gets the best of Dubs in this situation, misses a couple of shots, but quick to go on the attack once again. And just around the riverbend, we're going to see this player just down below come straight into his face in 190. Oh, but he was not expecting that, ladies and gentlemen.
He was not ready for that player's aggression. Just that one click nearly put him down. A very solid effort coming in from the opponent who had no idea that he was coming. Turn up the headphones, that's for sure. But look how close this game is, right? 13-10. And I gotta say, a lot of this has been off the back of Myth. You know, granted, while he only has 6 out of the 10, it's not really that much of a difference in terms of the eliminations. The fact that he's been keeping the team alive is so influential. I think, what, this, like you said, this is like, what, 4th clutch that he's made to bring the team back? This is
the 4th.
Very interesting because, and I believe Dubs and Megga are giving the call out saying that these are the final few players here. If they keep having those struggles, though, when it comes into game number 2, we talk about a slower game for FaZe. If Deez and Myth can't turn things around when it comes into game number 2, this one may be their only opportunity. Need to see them start to fine-tune their gameplay, but regardless, though, the end game is here. It's in full force, and Dubs already taking down 1, looking for the second, brought down to a low amount of HP, 57 to be exact, looking for the chance to go for those minis, and he may have the chance, giving the call out to his teammates, saying, hey, I need some help. Everybody's here. Enemies starting to engage. Like I said, off of that reboot van, they're finally starting to become somewhat of a factor, but has FaZe already cleaned things up too much?
Well, Myth was able to pick up one just a little bit earlier, and Deez is going to have the advantage, at least in distance, from Dubs, as a snipe is going to whiz by on top of Pallet Mountain, and quick to get up there with the launch pad is in fact going to be Deez, but the baller in hand for Dubs. And this is going to be a tough situation as you see Megga coming through. He's going to manage to at least pick up one. That's going to be Hot Pockets going down, and another one as well. So that's going to be 4. And look how quick he made it up there. That's going to give him the distance, and Dubs should easily get one. But Sype from Myth is going to come through as well. That's going to be another knock. Players go trade for trade.
What a scramble here at the end. And that was 131 meters there on that snipe. A huge snipe coming in from Myth this late in the game. You can see right there, 16 on one side and on the other side, 12. So again, this is still very close. And right now, it's just going to be a matter of who can find that last player. It is just one. You see all 4 up on the screen. One with the ultimate high ground, one flying around. The other 2 looking anywhere they can while running across the ground. And they see him up in the shot. Can we get another snipe from this distance? Myth, can you do this? You've been so clutch over the course. I don't know if Dubs and Megga know where they're at.
Curious if anybody knows where he's at. I know there was a couple of snipes coming up from up here, but Dubs is going to be the first one up. Shots are going to be fired, and it looks like, yep, that's going to be GG. As the zone flip was coming in, we'll get to see the end of this as Dubs picks up the last one, and surely they will have a lead going into game 2, but it's not going to be as bad as maybe you would be thinking. If Myth wouldn't have gone clutch 4 different times, the score would have been out of hand. Dubs and Megga, we would have been considering them all good to go for game 2.
And that's for sure, right? It was kind of a matter of constantly being on the back foot, constantly having all of these obstacles just to get toward Dubs and Megga. And that was the thing that I was kind of bringing up in terms of the way that this next game is going to play out. They can't have those struggles because we look at the scoreboard and we're saying, okay, you know what, it was a good performance, you know, yada, yada, yada. Dubs and Megga, they don't put up, you know, slower games like that. Like, we don't really see them casually put up 17. It's honestly normally the 20, 25, 30 range. That's kind of average for these guys when they're playing all-out aggressive. Thankfully, they didn't in this game, but I'll be honest, Myth and Deez, that's not going to get it done when it comes down to this next match. Obviously, they're down by 5 coming into the next game, but to no avail, they need to play not just a little bit better, but a lot better, because that's the thing that I'm really worried about. Dubs and Megga, a few slow performances. They end up getting knocked a few times, but to no avail. You play that way again, and they'll probably be up by twice as much as that.
Well, I think they know that they can't get knocked 4 times again. That can't happen. If you're Deez, exactly. If Deez can't go down again, Myth, I'm sure they all know that here. So I think that, honestly, they should be considering themselves very fortunate that they had that sloppy of a game and they're only down 5. Because like you said, Dubs Megga 17, that's chump change for them. You used to see them sometimes in the upper 20s, sometimes close to the 30s. I think they have to be saying, okay, we played not our cleanest game. We're still close. Let's clean it up. Let's play our game. The esports common thing that we always say. But I really do think they should feel confident about the way that went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Salty, go there once again. Maybe even Dusty if you want to go there, right? It seems to work out quite well. Maybe switch up your rotation. I would say go Loot, maybe even Neo. I don't think you should go over towards Megga, but you know that's where Dubs and Megga is going to go, no pun intended. So with that being said, maybe you can go and cut them off, but I think your initial start, not bad at all. To only be down 5 is keeping it very close against a slay-heavy team such as Dubs and Megga, and this initial is going to be critical. Myth and Deez, we are heading straight over. It looks as if by their trajectory, we're going over to Salty. I like it. So Salty for Myth and Deez, and then we're going to have also another Salty drop for Dubs and Megga.
It's a salty party. Usually that sounds like a bad thing, but for us, it's a fantastic thing. Myth and Deez down by 5, needing to come up with somewhat of a clutch, and it looks as if based on the player count, everybody is going to be going toward this location. Salty Springs should be an interesting one. We may be losing a few lives off the start. And if you are a fan of TSM, if you're a fan of Deez, you're hoping that it is on the FaZe side. But still, quite a bit of work to do, and work is being done. Chug Splash is tossed out, even going toward bottom blue, which you could argue is actually a great spot for them to be in. All things considered, have someone kind of toward that top side, toward that first story to make sure that you're clear. And in the meantime, Myth goes for all the chests, all the weapons that are in the surrounding area. But as we point out, right, we're looking at the top right of our screen, Salty Springs.
Yeah.
Both players hanging around each other for either squad and for FaZe Dubs and FaZe Megga. They're hanging out on the outskirts still.
watching Myth with 2 shotguns. I was kind of curious if he was going to hand one over to Deez, but it looks as if he's just going to drop one at the bottom. And one of the very select few players in our tournament that prefers to drum shotgun over attack. I would think a lot of players prefer the tack over a drum, but he likes it up and close personal style. But the pump going big, but taking some damage in return. Was it worth it as Deez goes down, and the dance onto Deez as well. And now Myth in a position that he was in last game. He's got to try and go big and go clutch, but Megga and Dubs.
There goes Megga.
Wait, Megga goes down too? Myth, this could be a position you want to be in, and Dubs as well. Look at this player just overlooking him. And Myth, he's got to go for the push. He knows this, but all he has is the drum shotgun, and he's going up, running out of mats quickly, gets damaged himself, but also damages that player. And the one that took out his teammate goes down. And a clutch play indeed, some spoils to take over, and he's going to be able to get the card in business as usual, but that was deadly.
It was, and I mean, once again, Dubs and Megga letting them hang around. It seems like every time there's a mistake to be made, they hang on and Myth. I love the idea, but the counterplay.
Oh, he jumped off. Okay, well, there you go.
Hop off there, a little fun, going to go up here, and again, a mistake.
Megga, Myth! There is no way a can of sauce takes him out. Listen to me. Myth did nothing wrong there. I want you to be totally aware. That is just a random situation that cannot be avoided, and Myth probably won't ever see this clip. But seriously, did nothing wrong there.
He did. No, I totally agree. In all the situations that he was in, even leading up, he deserved to have like a moment, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we all deserve a moment. But even myself, I was like, okay, he's going to come and pull up. Let's watch this one again. Pulls up, no big deal. Oh, dear God. Oh, my God. There's someone just in front of me, and he did so much damage. Can of sauce, you were so low. You were so low, Can of sauce. My goodness.
Can of sauce. You know, it's those names, you get eliminated by Can of sauce, and it just makes you really rethink, why am I playing? And then you re-queue for another lobby, and then you get killed by another can of sauce, and you're just like, man, it just goes down the rabbit hole.
That hurt, I'll be honest. Watching like Myth's perspective,
He was
like
playing
we were
so
all
well.
shocked. Like we were thinking, like in my head after those engagements, not seeing anyone previously or prior to that, you're thinking, okay. At the time, I was like, wait, who is this? Why is their name not popping up? And then I realized, oh my gosh, there's someone right here. I think we were all like, oh my goodness, like to have that reaction to quickly hop off of that was just not in his frame of mind whatsoever. It was the last thing he was thinking about after grabbing, the quad crasher to get over toward the reboot van. In the back of his mind, he's thinking, okay, where are these guys at? Are they surrounding me?
Sure.
No, they're not. Let me make sure I kind of position my, my quad crasher, make sure they don't grab it from me.
They don't grab it
That's
exactly.
everything that he was thinking about. The last thing he was thinking was someone was going to be right behind that reboot van and very well stealth out.
Sure.
My goodness, can of sauce.
And not to mention, too, he destroys one quad crasher. Incredibly smart. Don't give it to your opponents because we know Dubs and Megga, they love to use that. They can traverse around the map incredibly fast. Takes it, repositions, like you said, and can of sauce.
That's all that can be said. That's the only thing to mention after this game, now that it's over. Can of sauce. Well, rest in peace. Like we said, dreams are unfortunately beginning to fall when it comes down to that loser's bracket here, and quite a bit of size right now from the UMG studio, that's for sure. But what an ending that was, as it is going to be Dubs and Megga progressing on to the losers finals to now face off against Highsky and Slappie. It's a battle of the young guns to face off against the kind of old school guys, I guess, if you will, and Nate Hill and FunkBomb. It's going to be a fun one. Feel free to let us know in the chat what you guys are thinking, but we come back. It's time for losers finals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite week number 5. We are cruising into the next round, and look at this.
Oh my
already
goodness,
off the
what?
start before we can even begin to utter any words. Dubs and Megga in losers finals.
1 second.
Already seeing some adversity as Megga is down inside of Neo. And what a big moment this is for the other side, Slappie and Highsky. It's been a while since they've played, right? They were in that winners finals. They've been waiting for who could make it through the ringer. And the one team that has been there since the original, since the very first round, Dubs and Megga. They're in their last round of losers, and now starts to come the adversity. But here comes the airstrike, the walking kill streak, if you will. manages to just get that reboot card, does Dubs. And we've talked about this, guys, multiple times. When you are in the midst of Neo Tilted, when you're currently struggling, you need to have one sequence. You need to have those moments where you went clutch. We've seen that from Mongraal and Mitro in the previous. The way that they won their Friday Fortnite was based off of clutches just like this one. Can we see the same be done here for Dubs?
Definitely going to be an interesting, to say the least. Megga going down early on is honestly not an unusual sight, because we do see Neo tilted. It's pretty common for one player to drop, and also very common to see players get picked up. But Highsky gets dropped himself, as we might have a very quick losers finals here, depending on how this is going to turn out. Now Slappie has to go absolutely clutch in this situation, and he only has 2 bullets and a gray AR.
Oh, no.
Certainly not the way you draw that one up. If you're like, all right, we're going to start out our losers finals well. Opponent goes 1 down. Now we're 1 down with not a lot of ammo to see for it, but both sides are relatively close to reboot vans if they opt to do something there. But there's some more important things to worry about right now, as Slappie has to create some distance here and go somewhere, anywhere else, and try to build up some mats. And this is starting to get very, very interesting. I'm not sure if Slappie's going to be able to make this away without taking more damage.
He's definitely making use of these shockwave grenades to try and get away, and there's a player that is in fact chasing him down, and you hear the frustration. It's always so frustrating as a player tags you up, and he's like, oh, I got 40 damage off this guy. I got to push him. And he will chase you from Tilted all the way to Junction, and it doesn't make sense. But this is a public lobby, but luckily this player backs off, and he's going to go ahead and get into an engagement himself, and Slappie should be okay in this situation, and he'll be able to find some respite. But one unfortunate thing is he's got to play this solo. You hear him talking about it. There's no way he can get over to Highsky at this point, so it's going to be a theoretically 1v2 situation, because I assume Dubs is going to be able to get this revive off.
Yeah, you'd like to think so. And I will say, one kind of positive, I guess, if you will, for Slappie was I noticed in the midst of all the situations, all the anger, right? Myth comes through, went from one TSM member to the next, giving him that host for 7K viewers. So an awesome opportunity for Slappie and Highsky to really make something happen. So all things considered, not over for Slappie, but boy, he has a lot of work to do just to keep this game as close as he can, and versus such an aggressive team like Dubs and Megga. And this is a team that any other squad would say, okay, we're starting to see some struggles off the start. Let's go ahead and start to pause a little bit, maybe play a little bit slower. Not at all the case for these guys. It's just a matter of, okay, hey, quick little pit stop, no problem. We had a few issues, no big deal. We are quickly about to go in again. So excited to see what is going to break down as Slappie thankfully getting back up in the HP game there with those minis.
We're going to have to see who's going to finish up in top 3 position, but we got to be thinking, right? This is going to be an interesting one to say the least. And Slappie in this position, is he going to be able to maintain his composure? Is he going to be able to clutch up? Well, it's going to be a difficult one to say the least against Dubs and Megga, who are known to slay out constantly and consistently. But down in Dusty, is anybody going to be home? Well, for sure some mushrooms are going to be down there as he's going to try and top off his shields just a little bit, get as close to 100 as he possibly can. And then he'll go ahead and rotate out for the time being. Still, this was a hot drop. You got to imagine there's going to be a lot of drones down here. So a lot of drones don't get shot out at this low. Actually, it hasn't even been looted down here. Are you kidding me?
Nobody dropped Dusty?
They have free reign to the entirety of all the loot down here. Unless somebody's just really bad at looting, which does, no, there's no way. There's no way there's a half-bot. This has not been looted at all. This is a blessing, an absolute blessing.
This is the one team, though, that won't use all the spoils,
It hurts me so much, because it's like,
you're like, cool, okay, we got a blue combat shotgun out of it and a half-pot.
Oh, if I'm playing that, I am looting everything. I'm getting my inventory all gold, all legendary.
I just love that. The one team that wouldn't really care about it all that much is the one team that has the benefit of it. Dubs and Megga, it's all business for these guys, and already starting to see a few shots off in the distance as Megga, first one to engage, and it looks as if we're going to be seeing a little bit of a split coming through from these boys, which was somewhat common for them last week. This is something that they were kind of bringing out from time to time, didn't really have too much of an issue for splitting, and it got them to the grand final, so you could argue not a bad call, and the fact that it's got him here to top 3 position is also notable as well.
Nice.
The flip knock in combination with the SMG. Fantastic work from Megga. And it looks as if a flip knock coming in from the opposition. A good effort, but hey, This is Megga we're talking about, baby. This guy's much different than any other player that you normally face off against, but even the textures aren't even able to comprehend what just occurred, and a little bit of a woe there for Megga. Unfortunate loss in that situation, but boy, back and forth we go. What a moment this is right now for Slappie. The fact that he's been kind of the sole man holding on to this team for a little bit throughout this mid-game. Now we're in a 1v1 situation. Does Dubs, he get that reboot card to make this continually a permanent advantage?
And I was going to say that I think splitting up in this situation is a little bit more risky than it needs to be. And I know that that's the MO of Dubs and Megga. That is the way that they play. But again, splitting up there makes plays like that more likely and more possible to happen, more probable. And now we see in another bad situation as Dubs tries to come over here and clutches that very, very well. But again, I think that you need to stay together in this situation. Play the numbers. We've been saying that all day, guys.
It's definitely interesting, right? Because this is a team that could split off, but obviously playing numbers in this spot seems to be the way to go about it, because this is a tough lobby to keep dropping these players as they've been doing so. Megga's card getting very close to being fully out, and more players continue to push, but what a clutch! Dubs cannot be stopped, and if it's either Megga that goes down or if it's either Dubs, both have each other's back, but watch out, forced to get out, going over towards the card. He knows he needs to get it in this situation. He is just going to make it. A little bit more time than we saw Myth get D's card, but
12
still,
is more than 0,
yeah,
yes.
Absolutely. So, but still cutting it close to say the least, and he's going to go straight for that reboot van. Not a bad play.
Can he get this off free, though? That's my my worry, right? Not putting any excess structures down. He's fully confident no one's going to be in this position, and it seems as if it will work out on the other end for Slappie. Just trying to hold on, right? Trying to be as positive as you can. He didn't have that luxury, right, to try to go for the reboot van for his buddy Highsky. And could still be running away from these players who are chasing him from Salty Springs, as it looks as if the same strategies are pretty much being implemented, right? Pretty much just putting down as many walls as he can. And Dubs and Megga may be calling out saying, hey, there's some free limbs by me if you guys want to try and help out a little bit. But the scary thing is that they may be very interested. Like I said, this is a team that may be interested in that. However, they've got their own fights, their own issues to deal with.
No!
And there goes Dubs on the other end. Megga still alive and coming in from the skies. Will be able to find it. But like you said, Taylor, reboot card again. Oh my gosh, this is constantly halting them.
Well, he's got a reboot van right here, though. So, I mean, from one reboot
van
to the
take
other.
A while, though.
Well, it will.
Oh, no, this could take forever.
Yeah, you look at him dipping out. He's like, yeah, I can't do this. I got to go.
Especially with how fast these guys are. They're like, wait, slow down. We have to stop. We have to pause. Is that even, I didn't know that could compute with me.
Interesting to say the least, as he's just going to go ahead and get kitted up, waste some time.
We're solo right now. We have 10. They probably have. They have 4. We're up by 6.
Okay, so up by 6. Not the best, but not bad. Not good, but not great.
Well, especially given the fact that Slappie has been playing by himself this entire time. And Dubs and Megga just continue trading, just knocking their shins up against different pieces of furniture. Falling down here, got to get a reboot here. And really, the only elims they've gotten is them trying to stay alive as they've been rushed when one of them goes down. When you think about it, this hasn't been rotation. This has been fighting for their lives that have got them this elim. So, again, now going over to Slappie, who has just been playing this entire game alone. And Slappie takes it back. This is some bad manners being enacted right now. Trying to commit Grand Theft Auto. And Slappie saying, no, give me something at least, please. It has been a hard game.
Oh, man. Slappie not interested in sharing whatsoever. Maybe I thought for a moment he was actually going to try to emote there on Megga just to rub it in a little bit more. But regardless, though, one has the opportunity to reboot their teammate back, and the other does not. Slappie with 3 eliminations at this moment, going for the chase down, and like we said, kind of a Grand Theft Auto situation, looking for where the next opponent may be, looking for the new challenge, and it looks as if maybe thinking about a rotation toward Pleasant Park, which is actually a pretty good spot, right? Trying to go toward this mountain range could actually lead to a team you'd like to imagine, but regardless, though, not seeing anyone as of the moment. And how important is this mid-game, rather this late game as of this time? If you're Megga and Highsky, you want to try and get as much as you can, make the best out of a negative situation, but to no avail. They are still struggling. They are yet to really do a whole lot, but see what they can try to manage to do as Megga and Dubs are both back up.
Masterful baller work there. That was themselves right up there. A giant pinball machine even working around, and I like this. The ultimate high ground, as you called it earlier, sitting up here. Don't have a need to use mats here. Just get some visibility. See some people over there on the airship. See there. It looks like Megga finding one there. They're just trying. I like the fact that Slappie is at least playing a little bit conservative. Understands that there's still a lot of E-limbs left that they can be participated in. No need to dive in and try to make a play happen here. Because, again, if you go down, there's absolutely no chance. And once again, Dubs goes down. Just cannot catch a break here. Do you think they're just trying to beat Myth's record?
Oh, no.
Is that part of this?
Brother.
What? How do you spell collusion? How do you spell collusion?
Oh, no. Oh, Megga, he's got to go big in this situation, and it's going to be a tough one. Dubs just cannot stay alive, but I think he could do it. Obviously, a top player, scoped rifle in hand.
He's done it 3 times this game already. The smart money is on him being able to do it again. But, man, this is... What is the theme? The Benny Hill theme? Is that... I feel like the Benny Hill theme is kind of what's playing right now.
What is that?
It's this game.
Oh, I had no idea that was the... I just knew that was circus, man.
Now you know.
Benny Hill theme. You learn something new every day. Now, I notice he comes through and he gets that elim, but Slappie, please just take a little bit of time. There's a fort bite over to your right. All you have to do is dance on it, and you can go ahead and collect that. There's
I'm
like
sure
100.
that's his main
There's like
concern
100
at
of
this
them.
moment. Slappie's like, oh my gosh, bro, like I know we're kind of playing for thousands of dollars right now, but yeah, I need to kind of complete my challenges. That'd be really important. What are you thinking, Taylor? No, I'm joking, obviously, you know, all things considered.
Hey, listen, I'm not a strategist.
Are we actually seeing like these are actual tricks that are trying to be landed right now?
These are.
Potentially so. If he had a sniper in his hand, maybe. Hey, you never know. Trying to join Slappie up top. Yes, I think he's thinking there was maybe a player up here on Castle, and I'm kind of curious as to why he decides to join Slappie up here. Probably because he thinks there's a fight going on, but he does have that scoped AR, so that is going to give him some ground, plus he's going to be able to heal up for the final fights that are coming up, so not a bad idea. But with that being said, Slappie, he is going to have the baller with the mobility, so he will be able to find a player up ahead, and I think he will, in fact, be able to find potentially a full squad up here. He did call out that he sees a team.
Well, I thought he said he might try to sit this one out. I think that's what he said. I think he said something along the lines of, like, I'm going to go and wait this out. If I see someone, I'll gauge. But I think he's going to the back of the map just to pretty much
stay alive,
watch from afar. Yeah, but I will say,
why would you?
It's a 1v1. It's not as if it's a 1v2 still, or even like a situation where he has no health. 200 HP, an inventory that anyone will be proud of, and also the fact that it's a 1v1. I don't know. I feel like this situation to not play slow, but he's going to find a straggler. And you'd like to imagine this would be a pretty average player, which it looks as if based on the fact that he takes 0 damage, at least in that first fight. That seems to be the case. However, another player here decides to go and enter in toward the builds, and it looks as if it will be the traps that do work out. And while he was trying to play somewhat passive, it is going to work out in his favor, spawning 3 enemies. You really couldn't argue for better than that.
No, but right on the other side, we do see coming all the way over is Megga, gets another knock right there. And Megga's rotated over once again to continue getting the punish and really reaping the benefits of all the work that Slappie did.
Oh, a lot
maybe a little
of damage.
Too much reward.
Oh,
no. A little too much reward, and now I'm starting to see the wisdom of sitting this one out.
Yeah.
Because that means there are going to be 6 more elims, and Slappie, who has done nothing but just try to stay alive and make the most of this game, what he's been playing solo for more or less the get-go, actually has a chance to put his team in the lead.
Oh,
it's remarkable.
Picks up the card for the lulls and also throws a water balloon out. Just to say, I'm the only one up here
just some
remaining.
BM,
You know, hey, listen, you got to throw out a little friendly banter here and there. I'm all for it. Sniper in hand and a player, unsuspecting victim, 105 shield, and he's going to get dropped. Luckily, he didn't have much health, but he did have shield.
Dude, where's the minigun?
Now he's going to go for that minigun. He's going to try and break this player down. Launch pad in hand, and he's going full send for it. Minigun is about to come out. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see the Terminator in action. Well,
I don't know why
I guess he doesn't even need a big gun. He just falls down.
That was probably a scene in Terminator.
He did have a shotgun on a motorcycle. It's true. Now the
You
launch pad.
never know what the next weapon's going to be to Fortnite. I mean, I think a motorcycle would actually be pretty cool. I'll be frank with you.
Another
I think it'd be
vehicle.
interesting.
We haven't had another. Well, the Baller was the last vehicle, but I know they were hinting at potentially a tank. I know there was Tank Wars, like a limited time mode or
Oh,
something.
wow. That'd be.
I don't think it was an actual tank. Excuse me. I think it was like you were the tank, like kind of like a Juggernaut kind of style. I didn't play it.
Clearly.
Not too much into the limited time mode, to be honest. You know, to be honest, like lava. No, don't touch the lava or whatever. Like that's incredibly fun game. Love that.
So mad that
But
that
I
was
mean,
reloaded.
like all the rumble types, I just not too into.
Take a look right here. That's another elim. If Slappie gets this one, this is an even game. I don't believe this right now. If Slappie gets one more, this will be an even game despite the fact Highsky
slow down.
has not been playing this entire time.
Oh, he
And
found
he
him.
gets it. It's an even game, and you talk about clutch.
Oh.
More than one way to get it done. Let's go, Slappie.
I was thinking he was building up just to kind of flex a little bit. He was literally building up to his opponent. Phenomenal work on his part, using every single aspect of his builds. You notice he used stairs. He also used his roofs as well, and that's a very smart strategy. And he was bobbing and weaving, too, as he was coming up. 13 all tied up. Dubs and Megga had a nice size lead throughout the entirety of Game 1, but we're all tied. Not bad whatsoever. You love to see it. And as far as the prize update goes, we are, in fact, paying out $10,000. And, you know, every single week we normally give it to the #1 spot, but we're going to be paying out the top 3 spots. So with this being losers finals, third place is guaranteed to walk away with $1,000. Second place, $3,000. And first place is going to get $6,000. So all these players, these teams, they probably don't even know it as of yet, but they are already in the money, ladies and gentlemen. And the team that loses is already going to walk away with at least $500 going to each person to equal out $1,000. Not bad. Not a bad way to spend your Friday. You're going to be playing Fortnite anyways. Might as well play for some money. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. And have some lovely competition as well, some bragging rights, depending on if you can get to that next game. But like I said, I think for me, the definition of that last game, the one thing I can take away, Slappie, right? Straight up, Slappie goes huge. He stays alive. You know, granted, on the other side, Dubs and Megga did have their problems. It wasn't as if
Dubs
it was
had
just
his
one
problems.
side. It was Dubs. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll go and say it, right? But still, to no avail. Like, he still made the best out of what was a very insurmountable, a very negative situation. He managed to keep it competitive, and so much so that it's really even, right? It's a clean slate. You know what? All the issues that we had, Highsky dropping oh so early and not really being able to be rebooted, it's all wiped away now. It's all good. So heading into this next game, they can feel a lot more confident. They can feel kind of, you know, I guess kind of a relief off of their shoulders, if you will, coming into this next match. And I cannot wait to see how it will line out. Like we talked about, 13-13. It's all level coming into game number 2, and 13 also happens to probably be the average age of this lobby in all. Right,
It's true.
It kind of is, you know.
Hey, listen, young talent coming out.
I love it. I'm
talent.
a huge fan of this.
They-
I love seeing these young guys go up against each other. It's
We've been
fantastic.
talking about it.
The future of Fortnite.
The World Cup is coming up, and literally someone who is, 13, 14, 15 years old could walk away a millionaire.
Look at the drop, guys.
I'd be the proudest father, mother. Well, I'd be the proudest father out
I'll take this one. So look at it everywhere. Look at everything. Look at the drop we've seen already. Neo tilted.
Oh, no!
Holy shit! If I missed that, I was dead.
That was
My
very
fat
scary.
Wallace.
Wow, okay. Resetting this now. You guys said that when the rubber hits the road, they were going to go Neo tilted. They have gone Neo tilted.
Yeah.
Lena, you haven't blinked yet. What?
I haven't.
What?
My eyes are just locked on the screen. I really don't know what to think. I'm worried because obviously we're in Neo tilted, but obviously because of that first engagement, I think it's fair to say I had the right to not blink, and I'm still not planning on it as long as Megga and Dubs continue to be in this location. It is a tie game, but like we talked about, with any other team, I'd be worried. With these guys, this is their call. It's their bread and butter. It's what makes them tick. So I'm not so surprised, but I am interested because their early game is really going to tell a lot. After the first 50 players are down, if they don't have some decently, if they don't have a decent advantage of around like 4 or 5, they're going to be in a very negative spot. But on the other side, Slappie, a little bit frustrated, and you could argue has the right to be feeling that way inside of the divot, is going to be officially thirsted And now Highsky quickly referencing back toward the reboot van. A little bit of a bump in the road, but regardless, everyone should be back up, should be ready to move forward, but to no avail. Not the greatest start if you are the younger guns out of the situation. The youngest guns.
Well, still able to get the revive, right? So that's going to be absolutely massive as his opponent or his teammate is going to, in fact, be picked up. Still slow going over on the side for Dubs and Megga. Neo tilted not being as fruitful as they would have liked, but the inventory not looking too bad as we're going to go ahead and skip out on an AR, it seems. And we're just going to keep the drum gun as well as the SMG. Not a bad strategy, if I had to say so myself. At one point in time, the Silence SMG did act as an AR just because you could laser people from a long distance, so I totally understand it. But with that being said, 16-14 and an engagement going down, getting tagged up a little bit as Dubs forced to back off for the time being. And look at that. Like I said, those SMGs are deadly whenever you lock on, as there's literally zero bloom.
Nice, I'm
A bit of a sloppy start here, and that's all the scarier when you're at Neo tilted. We've been saying, yeah, this is their place, but we've all been collectively holding our breath and withholding our blinks as well. Just none of us really want to miss what might happen here, and I think finally the rotation is going to happen. At the very least, they're going to take a look and see if there's anyone else there, and it does look like they are going to be rotating out. Have to feel very, very fortunate that they managed to escape, given how scary that was at the start. And now finally, this good kit that they have here is going to be rewarded. A nice knock there. Going to find the other quick and easy.
Oh, wow.
So they're actually going to get 4 out of this if they're able to find that last one, because those were both knocks.
Yeah, and the last one was an instant elim, so they were able to pick up all of that team. Not bad at all, and the accuracy was insane. As all players went down in quick succession, player just down below, ready to pump him in the face, and he does so. He takes a lot of damage, 55, but he does have that med kit. It's going to take a little bit of time, but he'll be able to heal up for the time being. And that was also an elim, as you see 2 players going down, 3 in the hands of Slappie.
Good work coming through from these boys, trying to hang out toward the divot, and they are seeing some success. However, some adversity begins to make itself known. Structure damage toward the front side, but I believe it is going to be Highsky who manages to keep it. Slappie, he's feeling good. He's feeling confident and trying to get himself back in focus, knowing how important this last game is. And I'll be honest, like we said, both teams kind of hanging out in their positions of which they kind of first landed, right? Obviously one kind of off of choice, and just as I referenced that for FaZe, they've quickly decided to go on a road trip. They've entered in toward Pleasant Park, and pleasant for them, not for everybody else, that's for sure. Great entry coming in, dropping enemies, but look at that. Dubs, Megga, both of them, not just one. It is a double player effort, taking down a number of different players that are just inside of Pleasant, and this is on the outskirts of the zone. Still rotations to be had. The Storm will be here in less than a few minutes, and they've got to be very careful of that.
Oh, over there.
The player spotted, laser, shield broken, but a snipe to take Dubs down. And
while being
Megga,
shot, too.
I know, and it's just that little timing that you never know, the Fortnite timing, and a very risky res. Back exposed, forced to build up, as this player is, in fact, going to be going for the elim, but he was very weak, and honestly, that was a poor push on his part. The heavy snipe now going to be in the hands of either Megga or Dubs. Whoever decides to pick it up, that will be Megga. And it's going to be business as usual for the time being, and it's going to go ahead and continue the excitement onto Slappie as Highsky. He's going to be the first one to go for the engagement up close. He's going to manage to at least get that player a little bit weak, as Megga's going to get another shotgun and yet another player, to say the least. Highsky down low. Finally, he's going to be able to get a knock, and you hear Slappie talking, I need to get this high ground. Great communication. One takes low, one takes high ground, and this player is just above. Goes for the stairs, and I think the cone was lost, and that's why he's forced to reset and go low.
Trying to separate mats, trying to separate resources, handing them off. Highsky, first one to look, has to watch out for his teammate, and unfortunately he possesses no roof. It was not looking all so good, but the enemy decides to go and enter in there one by one. He's dropped instantly. Good effort coming in from the Skull Trooper, but nothing is accomplished. A little bit of HP loss, but that's really about it for Highsky. Slappie and Co going back and forth, just trying to withstand everything. And like we said, they've hardly moved right from the very beginning of this game. They've constantly seen action. They've constantly been delayed as well. And a big shot toward the backside of Slappie, not in the greatest spot, and has no health or shields whatsoever. Desperately needs some, and it looks as if he will find that clutch med kit. But has to be very careful going to the very bottom of those structures. And look at this. Dubs, Megga, they're starting to see that kill feed, and they are interested over back inside of the parking lot, and players are being taken down. But actually, no, they managed to escape. They just got pretty much vacated out of the staff-only exit. Good stuff coming through, but Dubs holding on to that high ground advantage, gets lasered down as well. Still possesses health, but to no avail. Everybody around the Dusty Divot area is not messing around. Referencing back. Player begins to engage, quickly has the walls back in his favor, but no trap, nothing to work with is Dubs. No health, no shield, and no mats. Dubs, an awkward spot, needs his teammate to go big, and it looks as if that may be the case. Megga, another knock, more players around the area, and here it is. Here's the opportunity.
Nice
and
plays.
Here comes more enemies. Lovely stuff coming in from the boys on FaZe. It was not easy, but that is what you have to do in order to grab those advantages.
You notice whenever that trap came through, if he would have had two of them, he easily would have been able to get his opponent, but it's so easy to break through traps, especially if only one is placed. Just if you're, head on a swivel, you're able to just go ahead and break a wall and escape, and that's exactly what his enemy did. Running out of mats wasn't the worst thing in that situation because he had a couple of one-by-ones he was able to work through, and if you will, a kind of a miniature turtle war, but it was only his build, so he was able to easily edit through. His partner was able to help him, and Dubs, what a teammate to come through clutch in the end to get a couple of those elims. You love to see the teamwork, keeping the team and the dream alive, trying to make grand finals.
This is 11-12 in this game. So again, you talk about it being about as close as it can be. Both teams up at pretty good strength. You see half shields on a couple sides. Dubs looking pretty good. So both of these teams are well kitted up. This is going to be a race to the rotation, trying to find as many of them. And you look at them, you see all the arrows reasonably close. It's just going to be who can execute. You are going to hear a lot of yelling over the course of this, not because they're afraid, but because they know exactly how tight this is. Just 19 elims, and they want all of them.
Oh, boy. Enemy airstrike inbound. It's about to get interesting. And let's be careful here.
They're probably in Dusty. They're probably in Dusty.
It looks as if most of the enemies have actually been vacated out of the position. They've decided to go ahead and rotate here in toward Dusty Divot, as all four of our players are quick on the pounce, wanting to have that first opportunity, that first chance, as we are separated by just 2 eliminations advantage toward FaZe, Dubs, and Megga. Looking to take down their counterpart, Highsky, and somewhat of their rival in TSM Zone Junior Squad member, Slappie. Let's get interesting toward the end. 18 eliminations remain. With the fact that we're only separated by 2, this game is not done by any means, and there's a crucial frag that's found from Highsky.
Notice he's going for that full elim because,
okay. Okay, back and forth, a little bit of a boogie bomb tossed up, maybe just based off of reaction, and I like that play though that comes in from Slappie and Highsky. I think they're kind of realizing, hey, that was our bad.
Yeah, they gave him the loot, so all is well that ends well. Totally cool. Mistakes were made, but they took none of the loot.
They were improved upon.
They took none of the loot. No damage there. It's totally cool, and now we're back to square one. You love to see it. Good teamwork, I have to say. Now Dubs, Megga, a couple players around here, and I think they kind of realize that as they're going to go ahead and go through and try and find as many as they possibly can. This is, in fact, the second round. They came through, at least in the initial, tied 13-13, and you saw how close the elims were, just within a mere 2 points. And now they're going to go ahead and rotate through. Does anybody have a launch pad? That will definitely be hugely beneficial, but no heals or shields for Slappie, and he's forced to fight inside, and he has to go get the meds.
Yeah, it's kind of his only option right now. Like we talked about, no shields, nothing really to work with. Thankfully, finds a few bandages, so the wraps can be wrists, or rather the wrist can be wrapped, if you will, as once he gets out of the storm. But Dubs spawning someone just toward the skies and having a few more, and just in his face, and manages to take one down. Those close quarter engagements are never fun. They've not treated too many of our competitors well today, but to no avail. Dubs is not your average competitor. He's not your average run-of-the-mill type player. Unbelievable skill as one member decides to throw themselves down to the floor, and he's going to be there for the engagement. utilizing the tree. Has some camo,
Nice
and there
juke.
it comes in. Loses some HP, but to no avail. This one should be his. Grenade launcher shots coming forward. That's not going to treat you oh so kind, but regardless, though, he finds the elim, and like you said, Taylor, great kind of
I see another guy.
mid-air
Can you get
dodging
the save?
and utilizing of that tree.
Yeah, using natural habitat, you know, the natural foliage that's on the map is extremely important, and a lot of players don't use it to their advantage, but a tree just like that, just a simple tree, can be used to duck and dodge. Juke out your opponents, not bad at all. Another fight onto Ice Cream Mountain. We continue the action here as both teams are going to be building up. Megga and Dubs will have the advantage on them, and that's going to be Megga getting a clean elim. Instantly launch pad placed, and they're going to be dipping out over towards the polar side. I was thinking maybe somebody is going to be just behind him. And we've seen a lot of Friday Fortnite games end in this location, as they're going to venture out into the storm and now into the circle to try and find where these players are going to be. And you call them, see him calling out, right? I want to look at Polar, and that's exactly where I'd be looking, because if I was an enemy team, I would want the ultimate high ground, and Polar is exactly the ultimate high ground that you want, especially in late game if you're trying to go for a victory. And using every single thing in his... Oh, luckily there's ballers. That is incredibly clutch. His teammate, if he gets up there, Dubs is going to have one too. And this should be what they need to clutch out this game.
Should be up in the skies, still looking for some other people, and a little late on this rotation is Slappie, who's going for some tricks here and manages to land that one. Some good points. Arbitrary scoring system, but you got to like it nonetheless. But they do need to start the rotation. You see over there, if my math is correct, it is done for you right now. Only 4 remaining elims that are left. Even if Highsky and Slappie got all of them, they would need some reboot van shenanigans, to say the least. Does look like Megga goes down here right now, which will certainly give them a little bit more hope. They're going to need a little assistance at this point.
Definitely are. Here comes Dubs, just wanting to add toward the advantage. The final nails in the coffin, if you will. Sniper shots whistling throughout the polar peak, throughout the ice, in the slush. But here comes one. Another player being taken down by this insurmountable opponent. Half the lobby's taken down.
What's the score?
But regardless, though, quickly checking the score, Dubs just wanted to make sure, and even in the midst of communication, has wonderful execution, wonderful shots, so many gold items on the ground, and it's going to go for a little bit of a troll, possibly, but last player ends up falling from the high ground, as this one is through, this one is done, and just like that, we have our grand final solidified. It's all phase now. Dubs and Megga facing off against Nate Hill and FunkBomb.
I do believe that this is the first time we have had a team back-to-back in grand finals.
I believe you are correct on that.
Dubs and Megga, of course, last week, not putting their best foot forward in the grand finals after making a great run to get to there. This, an equally impressive run. Remember, they got beaten in round 1. They got sent to losers as early as you can get there when they lost to Kamo and Issa. So they have made the longest losers run you can, and now they get to go up to the final boss. The team that did not look as if they had any flaws whatsoever, not a hiccup in their gameplay whatsoever. But we've talked about this before, guys. Sometimes when you are sitting back and you are watching and waiting for hours and hours, and certainly you can stay warm, but sometimes this momentum could be enough to get you over even the biggest of humps.
Absolutely, and we've seen bracket resets happen. Last week was an exception where we did not. Shout out to Aydan Innocents once again. They won every single game and did not lose a single one. But I will say, Dubs and Megga, they can come through and potentially do a bracket reset. And this is going to be a tough match. Kind of talked about it a little bit earlier where I was kind of talking about the different landing locations. Nate Hill, FunkBomb, they love to go salty. Dubs and Megga, they can go salty as well. So it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup where I think both teams are going to have pretty valuable counters to them and different play styles as well.
Yeah, I think these two teams are probably some of the most different play styles in the entire tournament. That's for sure. Like, two of these teams are so much different from each other. Dubs and Megga, ultimate fast pace. Nate Hill and FunkBomb, at least off the start, very, very slow. They, like, even just based off the way that they even grab items off the ground, they are different. And so I feel like this is going to be a fantastic matchup. And I personally said just earlier on in the tournament, the only team that I think in the losers bracket, at least as of that moment when there were still like 6, 7, 8 teams still alive, that I thought realistically had a chance at taking down the strategy of Nate Hill and FunkBomb, it was Dubs and Megga. However, I will say, based off of this moment, this is looking like a little bit of a weaker Dubs and Megga compared to last week. They're constantly dropping, and it's not just a matter of, oh, they're dropping. It's they're dropping consistently. Yep. They're losing time. They're not feeling as confident, or they're as confident in their fights. And so I am a little bit worried about them when it comes down to this matchup. However, I feel like they do possess the blueprint at their very best. I feel like they hold the best chance of taking down this team, and Nate Hill and FunkBomb, who have looked pretty much unbeatable for the most part.
I agree. And shout out to Highsky and Slappie. Third place, $1,000. Not bad at all. Their best placing in all of Friday Fortnite.
Absolutely. Well, like we said, guys, it is now time for our grand finals. It's going to be a fun one. It's all involved with FaZe. Who could ask for better? Of course, if you guys are interested, feel free to let us know in the chat who is walking away with this game, who is going to be Week 5 champions. Let us know in chat. Let us know even on Twitter as well by using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Well, of course, guys, at the end of this quick little commercial break, it is time for the grand finals. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for Friday Fortnite week number 5. It is time for our grand finals. Nate Hill and FunkBomb versus Dubs and Megga. It's all FaZe, and we are stoked for this one. Dubs and Megga coming in from the losers bracket, all the way from losers round 1. The first time in Friday Fortnite 2019 that a team has made it to the grand finals in back-to-back weeks. This time, can they be successful? But the task does not get any easier. They're going to need to win two of these finals. They're going to need to win two bracket of these series in order to come in with the bracket reset. On the other side, Nate Hill and FunkBomb, a very talented lineup. They've been looking fantastic toward their late games, and they have pretty much gone throughout this tournament unscathed. Can this be the team? Can this be the series where things start to turn it around? We will find out. Of course, we are live here from the UMG studio, Lando Reflections and 9-Hole Grains, bringing you the cast. It's going to be a fun one, boys, and it looks as if off the start for Megga and Dubs, they're going toward their location of choice here in Neo.
And after we talked all about how this would be a fun back and forth, counter-picking each other, countering each other's strategies with both going salty, what do we see? The tried and true going Neo tilted, treating them well so far. I believe they're currently sitting at either 2 or 3 elims. It's going to be one more here pretty soon, I'd wager, given this build war, but now it's looking a little scary. I may have spoken too soon. We'll see if they can get a rotation over here to help out, create a 2v1. The tree takes the brunt of it. And now looking good. Great knock. This should be an easy elim. And right now, Neo tilted, treating them well. And this is why we said this team could get it done, Taylor, because of their early game. And so far, it is going fantastically.
Oh, these players are aggressive, and Dubs is going to drop Megga just down to 58 total health. He just narrowly missed a pump shotgun shot earlier, and Megga and Dubs go down in Neo tilted. We always ask, how many second lives can you have? Well, we saw them use them all up. If they were a cat, they would have already used up all 9 lives as Dubs was getting revived left, right after left, every single time. And Megga and Dubs, unfortunately, this is a rough start, and Nate Hill and Funk, they just got a blessing thrown at them. They're going for first place, and this could be their first ever championship for Friday Fortnite.
Oh, this is their opportunity, right? I mean, you're looking at that, you're saying, really? We got the entirety of the game to ourselves. Granted, Dubs and Megga had a very solid early game until that elimination came through, but to no avail. This is what these guys have been living on. This is what they're used to. They're like, okay, we're back in our element. You know, granted, it's been a few hours, but this is exactly the same situation that we were placed in when it came down to our winners bracket games. These guys have, like I said, had a very solid tournament, and a lot of it's just been based off of their patience. It's been based off of their passive style, which has worked oh so well in the starts of these matchups. I got to say, the Fortnite gods are looking down at FunkBomb and Nate Hill and saying, you know what, we're going to give you another one. We're going to give you another positive. You know, Megga and Dubs, they've had their struggles, but their early games haven't looked all that, you know, incredible. But to no avail for them to drop that early on is surely something of interest. As FunkBomb showing up the highlight there with the burst SMG. Doesn't have all that many highlights, but boy, this guy can do it. This guy can tear it up with a multitude of weapons.
Man, they must be just wondering right now, why do these teams keep going down? We aren't even doing anything. We're just letting them do it. This is
all tournament.
Yeah, the whole tournament. I was going to say this is the 4th set, maybe the 5th for all I know. It's just been the consistent bit right here. And You know, unfortunately, a lot of the things we said the last time we're going to be saying here again. Watch these two team up and work together. And a great work right there. Teaming up for a second, I thought it was one of them that went down, and then I remembered, no, that doesn't happen to these two.
No, it does not.
No, it does
Oh,
not.
and this is also a hot drop as well. I just noticed. So plenty of loot to be gained from these drones, and also it's probably going to be a hot rotational spot too from a lot of players. So this could be a very busy spot. They may not even have to rotate out to find a lot of players in the lobbies. I think they probably got Fatal that they want to rotate over to, but I don't think this house was looted, and that's going to be an opportunity for them to kind of get kitted up a little bit more. I think if Dubs and Megga were still up, they wouldn't be taking this much time, but obviously they can take all the time in the world. The lobby is theirs. The world is their oyster, and they have a total of 44 engagements that they can earn.
Great spot for these guys to be in at this moment. Like we talked about, going toward the hot zone, but to no avail. It's pretty slow. Like, they've already pretty much taken down everybody that's around this area. Now they can just kind of go for a few of these supply drones and just allow for their inventories to get more and more strong. I'm not sure if the gold minigun may be the ideal one for FunkBomb's inventory, and they're going to keep searching. Finds a duplicate blue combat, going to maybe hand that one off to his teammate. Just love to see that coming through from these boys, as they have been looking oh so good throughout the start. But like I said, these guys, they have just been the ones who stay alive. They've been the ones who handled the adversity. And, you know, while for a lot of people, it's just kind of a matter of, oh my gosh, this is boring. This is the way that they play, and it's obviously working. And you know, to try to win a majority of that $10,000 prize, if it requires a slower first 5 minutes, I'd absolutely be willing to do the exact same thing. You got to give these guys credit. And it's not been easy for them to withstand, you know, a lot of this, to withstand a lot of the adversity that they're facing off against, at least in previous. But they've been making it look easy, that's for sure. And when they've needed to, they've clutched up. When they've had their moments of adversity, they've been able to respond back. And you got to give them all the respect in the world for it, as they're looking fantastic in this first game. And to be totally honest with you guys, that first drop for Megga and Dubs, it doesn't necessarily solidify who wins this entire tournament, but it very well swings the pendulum back toward FunkBomb and Nate Hill's favor.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, there's only a 2 elimination differential between the two at 5 and 7. Nate Hill and Funk leading the way with 7, but this rotation over towards Megga could prove to be very fruitful depending on how many players decided to drop over there, depending on the bus path. But I will say, I like that we are moving, and this is where I think they tend to thrive, especially mid and late game. They're really good whenever it comes to rotations. They're great whenever it comes to clearing the map out as quickly as possible. And instead of going over toward Megga, they're now going to head over towards Fatal, which I think, honestly, is a much better rotation, to say the least. Lucky's been getting a lot of attention. Fatal usually gets a lot of attention now, even more so than previous seasons for some reason. So I would say there's probably some teams here, and I hear them communicating. There's one in front. Business is getting started.
See the fields back there. They've been baking their bread here. This is where the cash crop is, and it is a booming crop. That is the crop that is eliminations.
Okay.
Continuing to get this. Had to work that one around a little bit.
I like it.
Again, they understand right now that if they get, let's say, 10, 13 more, they're going to be at 20. That's really been the magic number. That means 15 that they would have to work with, a 15 advantage. And they've got themselves kitted up. They're in a strong position right now. As long as they hold this and disaster doesn't befall them, as it is not in the entire tournament, they're able to do their jobs here. This is the strength of their strategy. They have all the mats. You take a look right there. Plenty of mats and a few more being added. They have the good kits. They've moved slow, but they don't feel the impulsive need to move forward and seek out people. They say, we will move to the hot spots that treated us so well. We'll sit here. We'll continue to get elims. They're going to come to us. We will have better gear. We'll work together. And again, we say it so often. It's a blueprint. They followed it every single game. Every single game has more or less looked exactly the same as a result. Yeah. And I dare say that the end of this one might look the same as all the others as well.
Now, one thing that I do want to point out about that blueprint, the only team that I feel like could foil this, I know we were talking about at the beginning of this series, oh my gosh, you know, Megga Dubs, they have the ability to change things up, and then we see them drop within the first few seconds. The way that I look at this, as in, you know, you're up 15 eliminations, that's obviously been the magic number. Like, being up by 15 is kind of ideal, obviously. But the only team that is willing to, regardless of the amount that they're down, go toward an aggressive location would be that duo. Like the one team that you're looking at and saying, oh, you know, oh my gosh, you know, we're down by 15. Like all the teams that they faced off against in the winners bracket, what did they do when they were down? They played the exact same way.
Yep.
They literally went towards Salty Springs again. They played Outskirts. They played Poverty again. They played whatever it may be. They played, you know, Dusty Divot again. These guys are going to go toward Neo Tilted no matter what the score line is. So that's the one thing that is in the constant back of the mind of FunkBomb and Nate Hill, at least I would like to imagine, is in 15, it was good enough for everybody else. It may not be good enough for this team.
Right.
And I'm not trying to bring up bad memories. FunkBomb and Nate Hill, the only time where they have, unfortunately, let a lead slip was versus the unbelievable, heroic performance that we saw come through from FaZe Sway. Much like, though, Dubs and Megga, not just because he's a FaZe member, but because he is a very aggressive player who wants to constantly be in the face of the enemy. So it has happened, and it still is possible. And the most likely scenario that we could see tonight, if a team was to come about of this insurmountable lead, would be Dubs and Megga. However, I do have to also put a disclaimer, how difficult that is and how unlikely that is, considering of how difficult it is in the first place, but also because of the way that Dubs and Megga have been performing in this tournament. It hasn't really looked like they're, you know, they're week 4. It has kind of looked a little bit different, to say the least. So I am keeping that in the back of my mind. Well, it is a comfortable performance from FunkBomb and Nate Hill. They've also got to still be careful, and I would be honest and say they've got to find every single elim that they can just to make sure that that padding is intact.
I believe this is going to be a 2-team fight. One was engaged on by Nate Hill, Funk finding his own. Actually, really, them finding Funk in that situation, coming up from the bottom. And I think that was 2 teams that were just eliminated. Not a bad pickup, especially off this rotation, where they weren't probably expecting to find as many people playing that gatekeeper role, but very fruitful indeed. And I want to say I just heard a shot up ahead, too, potentially. So maybe another team on the outside of Salty, maybe towards Grandma's house. A lot of portability they can use to launch pads in the hands of Nate Hill. They also have the dropship that's going to be just up ahead that they'll be able to use the slipstream and kind of get up. But I got to say, a lot of mobility, a lot of eliminations already in their name. They are looking solid. I'm liking what I'm seeing. And we know Nate Hill and Funk, throughout the consistency of tonight, have got victory royale after victory royale. And they go the distance every single time. Slow and steady wins the race, and we could be looking at 20-plus elims easily from this duo. There's 19 still remaining on the map.
They've done such a great job of, again, just continuing to rotate, playing the gatekeeper role. This is where they started. How nice is it, as we see a very nice shot right there. Gotta love that. But again, how nice it is for the spot that you're already at to be the spot that everyone's rotating to. I mean, they haven't even had to make a rotation, a true full rotation here. They've been able to sit in the same spot that has treated them so well. Water is fine for these two right here, Nate Hill and Funk. For everyone else, not so fine. See them jump down here. And again, crossing out, making sure nobody can get through. Nice little edit, nice little cleanup there. Bop with a big and brutal shovel. I think you're right. I think 20 is the number that they're going to be going for. That is a lead of 20, and there's still plenty of elims for them to hit that number. We've seen them slay out in so many games.
Sure.
Why not? Let's get another.
Great stuff coming through from Nate Hill. And here comes another opportunity for a sniper shot, as that bullet just happens to go underneath that player's legs, but unfortunately does get taken down by FunkBomb just a few seconds later, and all the loot, all kinds of spoils to look out for. In a great position for FaZe to most likely find this victory royale, which is going to lead them to a number of different elims, a number of different positives, considering that they've only got one series, right? They've only got one series to win, one more map after this one, and they are through. Still, a very decent advantage right now, 14 to be exact. And it looks as if, as 9 players are still up, they could start to distance that even more. It's losing a little bit of health is FunkBomb from the storm, but to no avail, not going to be a problem. Tossing out a few of those pings. And it looks as if Nate Hill has, in fact, found another squad just ahead.
Absolutely. Another engagement going down, and John Wick about to meet his demise, but luckily Bullet just misses. But he does have a sniper as well, so a cheeky little snipe could take out Nate Hill, especially where his stat line currently lies. If he gets bodied by a heavy snipe, so he's got to be careful of that. Funk coming in from a different angle, and this is where you're going to see that teamwork start to collapse down. right in the middle. But airstrike, oh, no, excuse me, that's going to be a proximity grenade coming through as the opponents are trying to break that wall so the proximity can go through, but Nate Hill sees an opportunity where most people wouldn't. And he comes through with another snipe, taking 2 players out. Can he get a third? These players think they have the advantage. No, sir. Nate Hill, he's on top of it.
He's in phase for a reason, right? That's the call. That's the first initial. In order to join phase, you have to hit the sickest of clips. And that's exactly what Nate is doing right now. Look at all those players inside of the garage. They were cradled up. They did not want to face off against them, and for good reason. An unbelievable, from long range to close range, these guys are absolute fiends. Nobody can deal with them either in this tournament or in the entirety of Fortnite right now. No answer, no response, no reply. And right now, Nate Hill and FunkBomb are just gearing up for these final few fights, but to no avail. They are on top of the world and on top of the builds. Here comes another sniper shot,
my gosh!
And he's hitting him again. Nate Hill is not human. My goodness, this is unreal. The shots that he is hitting so consistently and nearly hits another just off toward the side. Was trying to be aware of the next shot that was inbound, and he feels confident. He's trying to bait out the first shot, waiting. He's even calling out the enemy's hard scoping. These are all straight quick scopes.
I haven't heard that in a long time in Fortnite. You're hard scoping, man. That's a Call of Duty thing.
He hit him
oh
again.
My goodness, on another
Nate, stop it.
157 damage coming through, and this team is thinking, who are we going against?
If he hits another one of those shots, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
See you later, Landon. All right, Landon is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, headset is off. Get back here, Landon. You're not done yet, man. Pay you for a reason, baby. Look at this, going up. And another shot, and yes, he hit it. Ladies and gentlemen, seriously, that is like 10 in a row. Like, no joke. That's not even an exaggeration.
Oh my
Easy
God.
for the combat. This team is probably ready and itching to hit that report button for hacking because Nate Hill is decimating every single person he runs into.
I'll go for a clip. Oh yeah, yes!
Oh, he did.
I loved that idea. That made me so happy. I was like, surely he's not gonna go for a clip, and then he does. Oh, that's
my
sick.
Goodness.
Oh, finally
If
he
only
smiles.
stuns existed.
Finally he smiles.
Yeah,
He's
literally.
a machine.
With an army of people down, clutching what's left of their heads, spamming the hacks button, reporting for aimbotting, and finally we get a smile.
Nate Hill is dominating the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, my goodness, you love to see it. Craziness, craziness.
You know, every week I always look at the winner and I'm like, how does this team ever lose? But this time I really mean it. This time I actually mean it.
Oh, he's going to the very top. I love that. Like I said, I wish that stuns were in the game. That's how you trick shot, folks. You caught the last player. Everyone tosses out all their EMPs, all their stuns, and that's when you begin to engage. He has his target. Okay, he still even hit the wall, which is actually pretty impressive. We got to stay on Nate Hill. I love FunkBomb, fantastic player, but Nate Hill is not missing. I mean, he is missing, but not really missing. This is unbelievable. If he was to hit
is he going
this
for it
trick
again?
shot, they win.
I think
they win.
He's going for it. He sees
They
it
win.
too. Okay, okay.
What the hell? Guy's pissed.
Yeah, I would be too.
Do it to him.
I don't know. 360 no scope to the dome. I don't think it's gonna. Well, he's definitely sensitivity up. DPI at 30,000. He's looking to go through. Fall damage, no worries, and up close and personal with a no skin. And yeah, there's Nate Hill.
And he also gets 17 eliminations.
And I want to point out, and I just want to remind everybody, right? This isn't just a regular show match. This is the grand finals. The grand finals. And Nate Hill was playing so casually and joking and laughing at the very end of that because of how good he was playing. And wait till that score pops up, ladies and gentlemen. 28-5 against Dubs and Megga, who have been dominating the competition for weeks. But are they going to be able to get first? It's looking highly unlikely. But I will say this.
Thank you, Taylor.
That is just my, professional, advice,
opinion,
opinion right there coming through. But Dubs and Megga second place again, 2 weeks in a row. It's got to hurt.
Down 23 here, 9. I don't know what to think. It's even worse because Megga and Dubs are 100% like they're spectating. Like they're 100% spectating. And like really he hit another shot? He had another shot? Wait, hold on. He's going for trick shots? Like, what is going on? Like, this was unbelievable. I don't think we've seen a sniper play like this in Friday Fortnite.
Never.
And it wasn't a matter of, like, they were all knocks. He hit, like, almost all of them were landing, even if they didn't, like, fully take them down. It was unbelievable. And that's what the opponent had to do. They were just trying to hide in the bottom floor of a local apartment building, holding on to any square footage that they could because the entirety of the map was owned by Nate Hill and FunkBomb. These guys were having their heyday. They were having some free time.
Crazy to me.
And it's just unbelievable. And at the end, it was just like, all right, I guess I got to go ahead and limit this guy out. But
serious question here. Have either of them even been knocked this tournament?
Nope.
Yes. When I remember, one time I remember we were talking about it. I think it might have been in winners finals or winners semis. We were calling out and saying, like, oh my gosh, have they even dropped yet? The very next game, one of them did. I couldn't tell you which one of them
I think
did.
it was Funk.
But it was one of
For
them.
some reason, I'm thinking Funk.
I want to say it was too. But the fact that we can literally call out the one time it happened, or at least have questions on it with it happened, is a testament to how dominant they've been.
So then the follow-up, is this the most dominant Friday Fortnite performance ever? I know it's not done yet, but it's close.
Definitely
it's
the most
mighty close.
definitely the most dominating sniper performance I've seen, and I would say probably
I had to
top
think about it for a
top
while.
3 honestly performances I've seen, at least from an individual. We've had a lot of great moments, but coming through 17 elims, I mean that was a high. I mean, I think Face Sway still holds the best performance.
Well, sure, but
Well, in
the
one
team
game,
specifically,
Oh,
as we
no.
see
Oh.
dubs already.
And he laughs. He knows like this.
IRL.
Yeah. And he says he's dabbing in IRL right now.
I think the enemy is too.
Unfortunately, yeah. And Megga goes
Oh,
down. And
there
ladies
it
and
is.
gentlemen, that is it. Funk and Hill, for the first time, are going to win Friday Fortnite week number 6. Man, what a week to come out, or week 5 rather. But man, I got to say, Nate Hill faced Funk. $6,000. And Nate Hill, you hear him talking. He doesn't think he died the entire time. This Friday Fortnite performance, Nate Hill, I think, was the only one.
And that's why I was saying earlier, was this the most dominant performance by a team in Friday Fortnite
To
history?
be honest, it's
If they got one, they didn't lose a single game.
I'll say,
They only got knocked one time.
Yeah.
What is more dominant than this?
I mean, the only thing that I could look at would just be based off of scores. Like, that's the only thing that maybe people could argue. But I think regardless of anything, it's in the conversation. Like, it is absolutely in the conversation. I don't want to go out there and make a call and be like, oh my gosh, I totally forgot about that moment back in 2018 or whatever it may be. I think in 2019, without question, the most dominant performance that we've seen outside of Aydan Innocents of last week, who put on one heck of a performance in the grand finals as well, because they didn't even drop a map. I don't know how often they dropped because we weren't really keeping them up on broadcast, but
to be honest, though, I could comfortably say this is probably one of the most consistent dominations that I've seen, where only one player drops, because that doesn't ever happen. I would say probably one of the most surprising dominations we've ever seen was from Mongraal and Dementos back in Friday Fortnite, one of the weeks, like week 6 or whatever. But when they came through as a young duo, we don't even really know who they were at the time, from Team Secret. And they came through and they wiped the floor, you know, these young duos, and they did so quite convincingly. They didn't drop a single game. So for me, I would say that was probably I don't know. I'll be honest with you, Nate Hill and Funk, I mean, definitely this is top 3, 100%. That's a good question, though.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was thinking in my head, I was like, wait, yeah. Like, did they ever drop? Like, when did that really happen when we were bringing up that conversation? I think at one point it had to be FunkBomb, but I think to no avail, like, the fact that we can literally point that out as like, oh, yeah, that one time that it happened is very important. It's something to kind of write home about. But feel free, guys, if you have any comments, if you can kind of even reference back. I know there's a few historians, right, for Friday Fortnite out there. Feel free to let us know. Do you think this is the most dominant performance that we have seen in Friday Fortnite history? Not just in 2019. We know it's probably 2019, but in 2018 as well. Feel free to let us know. But like we talked about it in terms of the final standings, it is Nate Hill and FunkBomb who are $6,000 richer. FaZe Dubs and Megga walk away with $3,000. Highsky and Slappie $1,000. But hey, every team involved with FaZe Clan, not really too much of a surprise because of their overall basis when it comes down to not just Fortnite, but also the community, the aspect of creating content. It's been an incredible one, but to no avail. These guys put on one heck of a performance, and a massive congratulations to, of course, our victors, Nate Hill and FunkBomb, who put on one show, that's for sure. And to be honest, a lot of the time the opponents weren't up, but they were still making things interesting.
Definitely were. Definitely were. I would say tonight was a very exciting night with a lot of clutch moments and clutch plays. But to be fair, man, I got to say definitely top 3 tournament performances I have seen personally.
Who would you even call the MVP? Like, like I know we could quickly say, oh my gosh, Nate Hill because of the end. But to be honest, there were some really good moments. I remember like FunkBomb at least 2 times had over 15 elims.
I know we highlighted Nate Hill quite a bit, but Funk was like right up there because, you know, Nate Hill, he got 17 elims during that sniper round, the first game, right? But they got 28 total elims. So, I mean, still, 12 elims went to the hands of FunkBomb. So you got to be thinking like that's still a phenomenal performance from them. I would still have to say, honestly, probably Nate Hill would be my MVP just based on his performance. I think he had a lot more highlight moments. But Funk, like it's like you said, it's really hard to tell, and I think obviously Funk is he qualified for solos, he qualified for duos. Nate Hill qualified for duos with Funk himself. So obviously 2 talented World Cup qualifiers played it out tonight, and they all had their moments.
I'm gonna give it to Nate as well, but it's difficult, right? I think if you look at it, you can't really give a most valuable player to a team that plays that well and where both of them have their moments.
Sure. Yeah.
And again, of course, the recency is going to tell you it was Nate Hill, did have the highlight shots, but you don't have a performance like this with one person carrying the load.
I will say, though, this is probably the first week of Friday Fortnite where I couldn't convincingly say, this is my MVP. You know, this is my MVP out of the duo. I just couldn't say it, to be honest with you, because both Nate Hill and Funk played so considerably well. And this is the first Friday Fortnite where I couldn't say, like, man, was this a top 3 performance?
Yeah.
Like, this was a really good performance from Nate Hill and Funk. I can't, stress it enough.
Yeah, my question is even looking toward the future. I think we're all kind of enamored with like, oh my gosh, this is like insane. But like, I really don't know how you try to counter this style over time. I think it kind of has to rely on the fast-paced style, and a lot of our teams this week just could not get it going. A lot of our fast-paced, kind of rosters really started to struggle, especially kind of toward the even from the early game to the mid game. A lot of rosters could not get over that early game start that we saw versus the FaZe Boys. So for me, it's like, what are you looking at in terms of the strategy for the future versus a talented roster like this? Because they can turn up, right? Now, how often are you going to see a slow-paced team be able to put up what was it, like 28 elims?
28 elims,
which is
and that was
unbelievable.
consistent.
And it's like a turn up toward the end of which they just go off. And that's so impressive to me. One that I'm not sure if we're going to see countered for a while, but it still remains to be seen. But I know, like I said, guys, we're obviously starting to close things out. But any final thoughts, any words, I guess you could say, for week number 5?
I appreciate you guys obviously stopping by once again for another Friday Fortnite. The support you give us is awesome. Make sure to hit that follow button if you haven't already. We have broadcasts all week long for you guys to watch for your entertainment, but definitely a good performance. Shout out again to the top 3, Highsky, Slappie for 3rd for 1K, Dubs and Megga for 3K, and then of course Nate Hill and FunkBomb coming through, not dropping a single game, much like Aydan Innocents did last week. But can't wait for another Friday Fortnite. I genuinely cannot. How are you feeling?
Well, the first time that I casted this, we saw Mongraal and Mitro, their run and gun, quick style that they played. We saw the more conservative late game style here. So I'm mostly curious, what are we going to see next? What is the next dominating team going to play like? What's it going to look like? And I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, it's always like a different almost like a different blueprint. Every week seems to greet us with all kinds of different things. But we, of course, like Taylor said, like Nine mentioned as well, we want to give you guys a massive thank you for tuning in here for week number 5 of Friday Fortnite. It was a treat to be a part of it. It was a blast from start to finish. We saw some incredible moments, some early knockouts, and a lot of questions and storylines moving forward into the future weeks. But like we talked about previously, we obviously want to let you guys know about some upcoming broadcasts that we've got going down as well, as Taylor was referencing. If you guys are interested, you can feel free to check out the Weekly Rumble week number 11 going down tomorrow, July 13th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Also, July 15th at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, we've got Minecraft Monday week number 4. That's always an awesome time. A lot of familiar faces coming from Fortnite over toward Minecraft. I know last week we had Mongraal and Mitro making a feature. They had some fantastic moments as well, and even got involved in that top conversation. But also, July 16th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, we've got our Gears of War Emergence Days week number 8 broadcast coming at you. So like I said, we got a number of different titles, number of different games happening each and every week. And of course, we are live here from the UMG studio, what seems like most days, and that's obviously all thanks to you guys. But of course, if you haven't done so already, give a massive thank you to our friends at G Fuel for making this event possible. Tweet at them, visit their website, check out a number of different flavors that they've got going on. If you guys have not done so already, make sure to use the code UMG for 30% off of your checkouts. Like we talked about, it's in honor of Friday Fortnite, so make sure to go and do that. Along with G Fuel, we of course want to thank our friend Keemstar for making this event possible, guys. If it wasn't for Keemstar, if it wasn't for our friends at G Fuel, this event would not happen. Simply straight to the point, it would not happen. So massive thank you to them for, of course, allowing for Week 5 to occur and for Week 6 most likely as well. But, of course, for the entire UMG studio, for Ninehole Grains, Taylor Reflections Noble, I am Landon Lanos signing off for the final time, saying thank you so much for watching week number 5 of Friday Fortnite, and we will see you all next time.